good. Um, I miss that how I see of in the humanity we can do better for us, for our childrens. Um, but all that change of all that change we are thinking of the society needs, all that change is we start here with us, and then from here I start to heal. From here I start to do something beautiful because here is where it starts. All that community, all that society start here with us, and then if we start to do that change, it's a lot. It's a lot. Um, I want to express my gratitude, and I hope we continue in touch. Now I need to go because I need the toilet. But I send you a big hug. Thank you so much to all of you. for-
Truly a pleasure. Thank you so much, Ruben. Thank you. And Brian, do you mind taking the next hour?
I can say some words and some people can say some words back. If that's cool with everyone. Ruben, I like the last comment that you were making about starting from the individual. Um, I strongly associate with existentialism, and I believe that changing society is a matter of changing the self. And I wasn't prepared to present anything, but when I heard that somebody had canceled, I began pulling up some articles related to the subject of Indigenous use of psychedelics. And I think one of the themes that I've gathered thus far in the conversations that I've heard is the importance of the communal aspect um, of of traditions of indigenous native shamanic traditions. And this is it's in stark contrast to the Western individualistic society. Um, so, as somebody who is very interested in the sort of, I'll say this very gently, in the advancement of the Western ad, uh, adoption of psychedelic rituals. Um, I think that it needs to be done with great care because no, I, it, I've heard the language of the white man or something of that nature, and I think that it is much deeper than that. What it is it's the egoic mind. It is the Western individualistic egoic perception. And I think that it's natural that when you're raised within a culture, especially when you don't have exposure to other cultures, that you don't realize how impactful it is to be raised in society that is fundamentally viewed either communally or individualistically. So I was looking at some of the literature, and it's very interesting. There's I was very glad to find studies that are looking at the way in which not only is it that in the shamanic cultures the psychedelic experiences are having a beneficial effect, but there's also a greater social effect. Uh, Fernandez refers to it as a social binding. And it's a symbolic element which incorporates ritual and tradition. And these are two things that we have strayed very far from in the West. The West is increasingly growing atheistic. And not that theology has anything to do with that comment, but that the emphasis is on the individual. And from my experience, and I believe others who have had the experience would agree that the psychedelic experience, I would say that it is interchangeable with the mystical experience. And by nature, the mystical experience is, by definition, direct contact. And so you, or the I, the individual, in the mystical experience no longer exists. And there seems to be something curative to that. There have been great advances in technology, different scientific frontiers, so on and so forth, in the West. But we have not addressed the relationship between the individual and their greater society, culture, and you could go further in terms of the environment as a whole. And so it's very interesting to find that you find, for example, a vast body of literature touches on the community engagement paradigm. So it discusses how communities that utilize, for example, peyote and ibogaine, within the ritual context that they have, they see when Westerners have gone and studied it anthropomorphically or anthropologically, that they see the same mental health benefits that, for example, the sterile conditions of, for example, John Hopkins using psilocybin has found. And so there's this implication that there is something to learn from these communal indigenous ceremonies, that I would say both is separate from the psychedelic use, but I would say also has a synergistic effect. There's been also some conversation about the potential flaws of Westerners attempting to emulate these sort of psychedelic uses, but without the knowledge of the or the guidance of the elders, without the sort of rites of passage that are intrinsically built into these indigenous communities. And I think it's a very important issue that needs to be discussed, especially as we are on, well, I would no longer say we're on the cusps of, we are at the beginning stages of developing Western approaches to reintegrating psychedelics into Western society. And I think, because this is an inevitable course, and I think for the better, what we really need to be doing is not necessarily, because I don't think that it is either appropriate or necessarily possible to mimic and adopt another culture into a culture which is fundamentally been formed differently. However, I do believe that we can, by studying, communicating, interacting with these other traditions, that we can pick up on the wisdom that has been developed over, God knows how long, and to take that and to integrate it into our Western culture. Because, like I said, I don't believe that we can appropriately mimic it. And at the same time, I don't think that we can appropriately sterilize it and separate it. So to develop such means that we can uh, come to fully appreciate the benefits of 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 societal and cultural sort of uh, coherence. You know, I'm kind of just going off of whatever comes to mind right now. We saw with the pandemic, just specifically, although of course we knew this before, the damaging effects of social isolation. Now, especially in our culture, when we have the technology we have, our sensitivity to isolation is incredibly amplified. Um, if you were to imagine living in a communal society, um, that disruption, I don't know if it would be possible, but it certainly wouldn't be as easy or as widespread as we saw happen here. And, a civilization as complex as we have right now is very easy to decompose or to deconstruct. And so I think that recognizing the necessity to create spaces in which we can connect on a deeper level. And perhaps if we are creating a Western model of that, perhaps our paradigm, our Western paradigm, may be something like these online communities that we are seeing here. We are creating a communal space where we are having long form dialogue and we are having connections that are deeper than the ordinary connections that you would get living in a city. Driving down through the traffic to your 9 to 5. And I think that there's not enough emphasis given to the value of this sort of communal connection. And so that's like I said, I was not extremely prepared. That's a lot of what I wanted to say was the key points here. If we're talking about developing such systems in the West, we need to look at the importance of rituals and traditions, and we have had that in the West. Unfortunately, we have become more and more detached from those. If you think of the West, I think it's fair to say that it's I would say a Judeo-Christian sort of conceptualization. And whenever you take something like that and you abstract it, or generations have passed and it's been utilized for different purposes, it loses its meaning. But even in Judeo-Christian, for example, theology, there are mystical elements. There is Jewish mysticism, Kabbalism, and there is Christian mysticism. And I believe mystical elements, they lie at the core of shamanic cultures and Eastern religions. And so I think that if we can tap back into sort of the root of the mystical elements, which actually, in terms of mysticism as a core essence, I mean, that is a part of all human societies. So that doesn't require trying to adopt other cultures' traditions per se. So, I would not claim to say that I would even have suggestions on how we go forward in the West. But I would say that it would be very wise for us to look at other traditions which have been using these rituals and ceremonies for a very long time for therapeutic benefits. And when I say the word therapeutic, I even hear myself saying almost a loaded word, because in the West you think therapeutic, okay, biomedical model, okay, treating some disorder. What I mean by therapeutic is I mean more so a healthy culture. I do believe that there is a cultural sickness developing in the West. And I do believe that is at least partially driven by a sense of isolation and alienation that is associated with the Western culture for a variety of factors. And what I see as a potential saving grace is that forget who it was that made this analogy, but there's been many different forms of these sort of ritualistic traditions that lead to alterations of consciousness, and psychedelics almost seem to be a hack to get there very quickly. And ironically, it's also sort of the Western, for better or worse, that is the Western ideology. We want what we want, and we want it now. And I'm sorry, I forget the name of the individual earlier, but he was speaking very brilliantly to the fact, to the researchers who speak of these things but have clearly not had the experience. And I think that the more people that have the experience, the more that they are inclined to recognize the interconnectedness, and then to take actions to develop systems that are more interconnected. And the more interconnected systems that we develop, the more that we are able to create the traditions, rituals, and cultures that further solidify this project that we are engaged in as human beings and as a culture. And so, while I can only speak to a limited degree about native use, and would not try to say more than I am capable of, I suppose these have been my reflections on the topic. And I have very much enjoyed the speakers that I've heard. I think also one of the best ways to it's also a way to overcome stigma and bias, but just in general to understand other cultures. Uh, you know, it's not sufficient to read it from a textbook. It is interaction with individuals of that culture. Um, Not only do uh, through through constructive dialogue are you able to exchange knowledge effectively, but you're able to see the humanity in cultures that are different than your own. Another concept that had come to mind when another person that was speaking, I can't recall, speaking to the dangers of, perhaps they didn't say this specifically, but in group versus out group mentalities. And that is, I mean, that's not a Western or any cultural phenomenon. That is a human phenomenon. And psychedelics intrinsically, they break down barriers. They you know, that egoic mind, which starts at the most fundamental dichotomy of the self against the environment, is the same egoic mind that creates the in-group versus the out-group, and that extends from the individual to the other, to the uh, you know, the one town to the other, to the country to the other, to whatever it may be. And um, I think tying together this aspect of community and the role that psychedelics can play, neither both alone, but also synergistically, is something that when I contemplate that, it makes me very excited for the future because um, there's uh, there are a lot of conversations that can be had about the future that could go to many different places that 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 we don't want to head, and I think that um, a more constructive approach is to imagine the future that we do want to have, and that through human ingenuity and through collaboration and through collectiveness, that you know, whatever catastrophes we face, I believe that we can face together. I believe that it's when we I think through history you see that it is when we are faced um, with an external force that threatens us that we are able to come together the most. And I believe that that external force right now is, I would say, ideology. It's a philosophical external force. But it's this ideology of separateness, of polarization, in group and out group. And these are things that are addressed in the psychedelic experience. And and this concept in and of itself is nothing new, not to the West, certainly not of my own. Um, uh, and and I think that that its existence within native cultures, indigenous cultures, communal societies, throughout history is indicative that it has an evolutionarily beneficial purpose. And facing so many threats, I do have this inclination that that these sorts of movements and ideas uh, may be our saving grace. And so, with that, uh, I feel like I have done enough rambling. I don't know if anyone wants to just jump in. You can feel free
Thank,
to. Yes, please hop
thank,
hop in,
yeah,
whoever.
thank you for rambling.
Thank
Well
you.
said, and thank you for filling in. I posted a question in the chat, but I did want to say thank you to everyone here. And the ideology of separateness is something that I think most of us all here are going to be able to relate to. And yeah, that's a significant part of therapeutic healing, personal healing, communal healing. It's definitely hitting the nail on the head, so to speak. The one of the interesting parts about these meetings that we've been having is that we are um, restricted to our own personal, experiences as individuals, and the communal part of it and experiencing things together does have such more power to it than the individual going through an experience, whether it's through sound, um, energy healing, breath work, just figuring out how to get into a flow state, or using some tool like entheogens, plant medicines, whether they be synthetic or not. Um, and part of what I get out of being in this space, not only as someone who just wants to be present, listen, and hold space, but also share, is that I do have to have, or I get to have the time to share my personal experience. And that is a weird kind of dichotomy between me and I and what I'm going through, but then also sharing it and being my experience and what I've learned from it, what things work for me, what things don't work for me. And there's still this separation factor, but because we're doing it in a community setting, we are benefiting from it. So if you're willing to, I would like to hear if you have any personal mystic experiences of any type, shape, or form.
Yes, I love that last part that you said there. I believe that is that is one of the qualities that I think really separates humans from other species in terms of the way that our society develops, is that we are not only able to learn from our own experiences, but we are able to learn from the experiences of others. That's a potent factor in what allows us to feel. But direct experience, that is also something to another degree. The mystical experience I've had, you know, there it's difficult to try to um, distill it into a message that can't be corrupted. Which is why I'm very hesitant to even put words to it, because it's almost as if, well, okay, so for example, the essence of the nature of mysticism is direct connection with the divine. Um, I've studied various religions. In Taoism, they say that as soon as you attempt to put the Tao into language, you have stepped below it. The experiences that I've had, there's no, okay. I'm sorry that it's taken me a moment to formulate what I want to say, but I do believe that I've caught the thread now. When I've had that experience of ego death, that truly mystical experience, an experience where I am at sort of the peak of the experience, the eyes are closed, the self does not exist. It feels as though the universe is running through my body and through my bloodstream. I think that one of the powerful elements that can contribute to, and I apologize if this strays slightly from the topic of Indigenous traditions, but in terms of my personal experience, if I, because I am interested in the field of mental health, when somebody is extremely depressed, often, not always, but often there is an extreme sense of alienation. There's not only a sense of alienation, there's a sense that everything has become dull, that you are no longer able to, uh, the term, what is it? Hedonic adaptation, stimuli that you once had seen with awe, the way that a child sees the world. You become numb to that, and you become sort of lost in all of these contexts or constructs that are created by the ego. And I want to emphasize that I'm not saying that in necessarily a negative sense, because I do believe that there is, I mean, everything is happening. So it is happening. And so for example, I'm getting a little bit twisted here, but in Buddhism, there's this koan that's described where the Bodhisattva will go into the forest and he will meditate in the forest in isolation until he reaches enlightenment. But then the role of the Bodhisattva is to come back to society and to take on a role, whatever position that may be, and to play the game. But having had that experience, he is able to play the game, recognizing it as a game. So although he still experiences suffering and pain and fear and anxiety, he has also experienced the opposite. And even though that experience was temporal, he carries with him the knowledge that that state exists, and in doing so can live a mindful, enlightened life. It's not what they would say is to stay in the forest would be to become a stone Buddha, which is would be a derogatory term to sit in that state and not be of any use. And so I would say that what I have gained from those mystical experiences, having had lived experience with severe clinical depression for long periods of time, was that I don't mean this to be cliche, but in the words of Aldous Huxley, when the doors of perception are cleansed, you see reality as it is, infinite. And when an individual is stuck in that gray area for so long, it's easy to forget. It's always easy to forget. And so I think what I have taken away from the mystical experiences and what I part of how I view them in such a distinct and therapeutic and just unique manner as opposed to any other narcotics, euphoriants, whatever it may be, is that you can come back from the experience and feel as though you have gained some sort of knowledge, and you don't take the knowledge with you per se, because the experience itself is ineffable, but what you take with you is what you take with you is the remembrance that there is something that transcends your pain. And it's unfortunate that for some individuals, I would say everybody's susceptible to some degree, but more so than others, that you can forget that there is an experience that is transcendent. And no matter how many self-help books you read, or therapists you speak to, or lectures you listen to, sometimes, or maybe not even sometimes, but most potent is the direct experience. And I would say that that is probably the most profound takeaway I have had from my own mystical psychedelic experiences is remembering that there is a state, uh, there is another state, and even when I am in my darkest states, I have practiced, and I have made this a practice after having had these experiences. When I am in a state per se where I am not unwell, I tell myself in my mind, I say, remember this moment, remember this moment. Because if you don't do that, when you go back into that depth, it's not, by its very nature, you fail to be able to remember it. And so I believe that a person can be trained to teach themselves, or teach/be trained, that when they're in that moment, they can say, okay, I am in this moment, but there is another experience, and I have been there, and I can get back there. And I think that sometimes it's necessary, or perhaps done correctly, it could always be beneficial. I don't know if I'll go that far, but perhaps it's necessary sometimes to have that experience, because when you are confronted with that, it's not a matter of, oh, do I believe this is true or not true? It is, I am experiencing a truth. I don't know what to make of that, but I am experiencing a truth. And you will come back, and you won't be able to put it into words, and you won't be able to tell what the truth is, but you will know that it exists. And even if you are no longer in it, you will know that it can be tapped into. And that, to me, has always been a powerful sort of reflection in my own experience. So if if that's an example of my experience, I would say that that about encapsulates what I've taken away.
That was a wonderful share. Thank you very much. You hit a lot of cool, interesting points about the that personal direct experience and how it's going to be absorbed and integrated. I think that is something that I've tried to focus on as far as my own personal experiences is how to transition from that state back into your normal life. And what is that normal life after you've downloaded some knowledge or some truth? The integration part is very, in my opinion, it's very underrated as far as having a mystical experience. And you're right, it's most oftentimes hard to put into words and give it justice. But the term comforting came to mind as you were finishing that share. The comfort of knowing that it exists, it is there, and there's some knowledge and some truth to it. That comfort, I think, helps alleviate some of the separation parts that can develop through trauma or depression or feelings of seclusiveness. So yeah, thank you for sharing. I'm moderating the next hour, but I also did not come with a whole speech or anything. I'm just freestyling it because I feel that that's probably the best way to be real. Anybody else has any questions, feel free to chime in. I know it's late, but the parts of what I would like to speak on as far as mystical experiences goes has two different directions I can go with how I would utilize plant medicines for my own personal development as far as looking for the truth, looking for spiritual enlightenment, looking for answers to questions I don't even know what they are. And then also the other side of that coin, though, is that the maybe not so mystical experiences, but still impactful experiences I've had are directly related to community. Myself being an Alaskan Native tribe member, I was not raised on a reservation or directly impacted at an early age. My childhood, it was mostly westernized. My parents were Christians, and there was still a strong presence of Native American culture in my upbringing as far as exposure to it. My father being our family historian, and his aunt lived near where I grew up, and my father and I took care of her often, and she was respected in our family as one of the elders, very outspoken woman, very opinionated, as some Native Americans can be. But I was able to go up to Alaska for a celebration, which happens every other year, when I was 14. And this is like hundreds of dance groups that would get together. And, I was 14. I liked, cannabis and alcohol recreationally, but I hadn't really had an impactful psychedelic experience yet. But just going up there to this celebration and being surrounded by this prideful community of people who have grown up on reservation-like areas was something that I felt drawn to and connected to. Like I have a place in this world. I have a place where I can be myself and be a proud Native American. Since then, I've obviously, well, not obviously, but since then, I've had quite a few humbling experiences as far as Native pride goes. Mostly because um, I have sought out um, religious explanation and spiritual explanation through psilocybin. Uh, Definitely a tool I appreciate and respect. More so now through the medicinal purposes of it. Microdosing has been a big part of my life in the last 3 years. Um, I went down a pretty dark hole during the pandemic, and I ended up putting myself into a treatment program, um, mostly for substance abuse. But there was this tremendous amount of depression involved correlating with that. And coming out of that, I had a non I had an experience while I was in the treatment center, but it wasn't related to, any psychedelics. It was a calling to understand the deeper meaning behind spiritualism. And for me, it's a connectedness, being in a community, and also like-minded people. I was semi-isolated, but not completely. It was a healthy environment to rehabilitate. And the profoundness of this experience was related to a Vedanta philosophy that I had never heard of anything about. The oneness and the connectedness, that the truth of that was very profound, and I was able to understand the substance abuse problems I had, correcting some of the relationships, the semi-toxic relationships that had developed through my life. And the most the most benefit I got out of that was, one, getting sober, and two, loving myself, like finding love for myself again. And it's kind of odd for me to hear myself say this again, but it's like this ego death experience that I've had before, also translates into it's still important to me to have love for myself first as an individual. And then in the process of that humbling love for myself, I am able to love other people openly and have acceptance for whatever it is they may be going through. So that's just a little bit of backstory on where I'm coming from. I know that there's probably going to be a few more. I was down to 12 people. It being late, I'm actually in New Mexico right now in a little town called Truth or Consequences. I'm an hour ahead of you guys, so it's already 2 o'clock for me. But this was an interesting place for me to land, because it used to be called the Hot Springs, or the town was called Hot Springs, and there's some healing waters here for sure, rich in lithium and other naturally occurring minerals. The town used to be a gathering place for the local tribes to congregate and settle their discrepancies, have discussions about how to correct the wrongdoings of certain tribal interactions, whether they were battles or theft, or who gets to go where and harvest what. But the interesting part is that this place was a congregation place for them to peacefully correct whatever was going on in their society. And the naturally occurring antidepressant lithium is just bubbling up out of the water. It's just Mother Earth is just like, come here, get in the hot water. Like, who doesn't like a hot bath, right? Rio Grande goes right through here, and the water is nice and cold, so you do cold plunges too if cold water is your thing. Anyways, the experience I've had here for the last couple months has definitely been a healing point for me to recenter myself. I was traveling, was down in Mexico, did van life stuff, and I was just enjoying life. I was living very free, and I needed a place to settle for the winter, and this place called to me. So uh, that's where I'm at right now. I haven't been microdosing consistently lately, but I'm feeling called back to that medicine. There's an event coming up where I will be selling some chocolates, but the tool the tool is something that I've used um, as more of a recentering. And I've had enough experiences with it now that the knowledge isn't necessarily new knowledge to me. And I think might have been, it was either Ram Dass. I've been listening to a lot of Ram Dass and Alan Watts lately. And I think it might have been Alan Watts. He said, once you get the download, once you have the knowledge, there's really no reason for you to do that again.
Once you get the message, hang up the phone is what he said.
There you go. It's a very interesting message. Not the message itself, but it's a very interesting quote, because I think the Western society, like the Western culture of 9 to 5s, and the probably not so obtainable American dream pursuit, the capitalism, the comfort levels of where you're at, and this Western culture is difficult to stay aware of that knowledge. It's of the download, the whole divine spirit truth that we're relating to. But there are places like here, and other areas where the environment is conducive to communal healing, and or specific resorts and things like that, where there are all kinds of different ways to ground yourself back to that, remembering the knowledge. Like, I think most of us in this space have either had a psychedelic experience or religious or mystical enlightenment of some kind. But I would be surprised if anyone could say that they are always in that state. Like, to always be in that state is a truly difficult thing. For me, it is definitely. And in the process of learning this about myself, I've started to gravitate more towards non-material tools to ground myself, like breath work. I'm very interested in sound baths, more or less the frequencies that are potentially healing for whatever it is, whatever the ailment is. The separation is a continuous battle. There's for me, there's always going to be this awareness of myself, and thankfully, gratefully, there's an awareness of me being aware, and that's closer to that state of connectedness with the one. Refer to the one as in the philosophy of Vedanta, that we're all connected. We're all part of one human earth race. Like, that is a lesson that I've gotten, is that I want to love all my brothers and sisters. And sometimes it's difficult for me to understand how cultural significance, whether it be locally indigenous for North America or not locally indigenous tribes in Brazil, or cultures in the Europe or Asia. Like the term indigenous seems kind of confusing to me now, because I have this understanding that we're all part of the same family. And the difficult part is that I run into people or have conversations with people that respectfully don't want to lose that specific culture that they've grown up with, something that they feel so connected to that doesn't seem right for Westerners to be what's the word? They're it's attributing. No, it's appropriating. It's a big um, topic on should we be doing this? Should we be letting these healing ceremonies be utilized by just anyone? And from my perspective, I think yes. I think that everybody as a planet, as a planet of people. Another Alan Watts quote: "Apples or apple trees apple, and the earth is peopling." Love that. So respectfully, yes, there are probably certain ways that cultural appropriation is having a negative impact on quote unquote Western society. But in other ways, this is something that we should all be able to benefit from when it's done respectfully, and it's done with tradition, and maybe there's a gray area of compensation or allowance for these things to happen in a positive way. I want to believe that there's a way to get through whatever it is that you're trying to get through. There's a way to receive that message, that download, the truth. And there's countless traditional ways of doing that. And for some people, just finding the right one, or finding part of the right indigenous healing ceremony, may be all that you need to get through whatever hurdle or struggle it is that you're getting through. That goes back to the individualistic kind of, how do I fix me, right now. One of the things that I did gravitate that I learned pretty heavily in my rehab program was that community is absolutely essential for proper healing path. So it's something that I wouldn't say I struggle with, but as a Native American, I want to be open to the idea that if someone is interested in my culture or the culture of my ancestors, that I want to share that with them and open up that dialogue. I don't know what that was. Somebody put something in the chat. I missed it. It was long. All good. Yeah. No, we ramble.
Brian saying goodbye.
What's up, Rick?
I was just checking it all out, man. It's good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you too. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it sure has.
I'm just over here rambling.
Yeah, no, it's great, man. I'm glad. Is it somebody? Is it supposed to be somebody's hour starting up at 1 o'clock? Do we know?
I'm pretty sure that I was scheduled for the 1 o'clock hour,
Oh, okay.
which is why I just kind of took it over.
Okay, sure thing. Yeah, if I don't think Leo hadn't sent me usually she sends me a little roster of who's coming on at what times, but
The
um
the 12 o'clock. I can't remember the name of the person who was, but she didn't show up. So Brian and I were just filling in, holding the space.
yeah, no, thanks, man. And then if that's okay, I know I'm 3 a.m. So we just we'll figure out who 2 a.m. is. We'll just wing it as we go along. I'm gonna be here till 6 a.m. So
Yeah, I want to say I appreciate you doing that, being here.
thanks.
This is these 24-hour events can take a lot of toll on Leo, her being the host for a lot of it. It's like, yes, you got to get some sleep at some point, right?
Yeah. No, she asked me to take the 3 a.m. hour. She's like, "You're half Mexican, right? We could fudge an indigenous something out of that." I'm like, I don't know, I'm glad to fill in, but uh, but anyway, so yeah, that's how I ended up. That's how I ended up here. But no, man, thanks for chopping it up. So I've heard the Alan Watts when you get the message, hang up the phone thing, right?
Yeah.
And I like the best I've been able to like what I the one like I'm not sure, does that like when is it okay to pick the phone back up again then? Like what's that, which time, when is there like a too soon? I know like the odds, especially if you have that like really deep, profound, like what we call the mystical experience, the third eye experience. Like these are terms I found myself using only when speaking about psychedelics. Like no, there's not a whole lot of other mystical I allow into my life. You know what I mean? But like it's not the kind of thing that like you can control, or like it's not like you're like, I'm going to eat these mushrooms and I'm going to connect with the universe or the divine in this way. It's kind of like that's what one of the first hard lessons you learn as a psychonaut, is that you're not in control of when that happens, meaning that like that's why I think like hang up the phone, like don't try and spend more time than necessary chasing that down, is kind of
Sure.
like.
Sure. No, the quote is interesting, both because some people do just have one mystical experience in their lives and they get connected, and the rest of it all makes sense, and they don't ever have to pick the phone up again. And that's part of it. It's like, but from my experience, I think and what I've heard from other people is that um the the message or the truth of it um can be one forgotten, and then of course pick the phone back up, right?
Right,
Like
yeah.
if you're spending a lot of time pursuing something that isn't as fulfilling, uh and the message becomes diluted with
Yeah,
distractions of comfort and suffering,
right.
then yeah, pick the phone back up. Another thing that just came to mind while you were speaking just now is that um, sometimes picking up the phone isn't necessarily a introspective or self-healing manner. It really is just staying connected in a
Right.
community. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a trip or a journey as far as taking psychedelics or having some kind of external tool. Like, I think that's what Alan Watts was referring to. He might have even been specifically referring to LSD. But to become or make it a practice to be connected with a healthy community, whether it's an AA, NA group meeting that you go to once a week, or it's church, or it's dancing with the tribe, a tribe team, like and going out and singing, or learning the language of your ancestors' tribe, whatever that may be. Sometimes picking up the phone isn't necessarily like a psychedelic trip. It's more about creating the practice of staying connected with whatever healthy social dynamic that brings you back or keeps you there. I think those are the most healthy ways to stay connected, is creating or finding or establishing a healthy habit of being connected to community of some kind. And one of the interesting things that's developed over, you know, decades, if not hundreds of years, is the glamorization or fantastical idealization. That might not be the right word, but the fantasy of what a tribal or indigenous type of experience can become. And this is something that I can recognize from, living in Seattle, growing up in Seattle, and being around a lot of Western civilization, Western culture. The concept of um, how rare or how beautiful, that's not the right word either, but the difference of what stereotypical tribal experiences are is not as abundant or present in these urban cities. Unfortunately, like the history of so many and I speak about Native Americans, but this is true all over the world with indigenous cultures. But the genocide and the conquering, and the disease, both just viral and also from a counterproductive arena of like alcoholism per se. Like the amounts of people who've been destroyed essentially, or types of cultures that have been lost from that impact, has made, in my mind, and I think this is very stereotypical kind of generalization, that tribal culture or indigenous culture has become so rare that it's kind of glorified, or it's special in this rarity. So the desire to be put into this experience of drum circles or sweat lodges, ceremonies with or without hallucinogens, the rarity of that and the mysticism of that from a perspective of not being exposed to it is kind of, it's kind of touchy. It's kind of like, well, there's a lot of bad things or maybe negative things that are still present in all cultures. There's a concept of this, and when I learned about this, it kind of blew my mind. But like, my tribe had slaves. I mean, there was a certain allowance of slavery, and I don't think it compares necessarily to the African,
like
all
you didn't
that.
have breeding programs going and shit like that.
Right. But there was still like, we're having a battle and I'm stealing and we win and I steal your daughter, and now she's, a slave in my tribe and eventually acclimates to the new family and becomes part of it and accepted. But I mean, that's you're yanking someone out of their home and out of their family, and like that's kind of a vicious part of human culture over a millennia. It's not just
Yeah.
Native Americans and our Africans or
Right.
Brazilians, or that's just part of how tribes interacted, unfortunately. That that was one of those kind of touchy things about learning about something about my culture that was like, oh, I'm not really that proud about that. I don't know how to feel about that.
Yeah. Right.
Another topic that's kind of related to that, that isn't as well known is that, or maybe it is, the tribe I'm specifically from is called Tlingit, Southeast Alaskan tribe. And there are agreements. That's very true. Yep. And that's part of how tribal systems worked. There was a code of conduct and it went back and forth. Those things were, for the most part, accepted as normal. So my tribe, the Tlingit tribe, was considered to be pretty peaceful. Um, Lots of art in the culture, like totem poles, dresses, drums, um, some face painting, tattooing, um, enough jewelry. Like there wasn't much metallurgy, so there wasn't a lot of the same type of things you'd see like from like European, um, like pagan style cultures of like swords and shields and armor and stuff like that. But there was some. Um, but part of the reason that the Tlingits were so successful with developing their artistic skills was their neighbors, the Haida. They were a warring tribe and they built huge canoes and they would go off like Vikings and rape, pillage, steal, plunder. And because the Tlingits and Haidas were cool with each other, the Tlingits didn't have to be, they didn't need so much of that conquest or violence, that in their culture. And I don't want to peg Haidas as being a violent tribe. Tlingits were violent too. I mean, that's just unfortunately part of human nature.
Yeah.
But that transition of like, you guys are going out and being a badass tribe, and we can just chill and stay home and protect the area. It was like a weird balance and coexistence of two different styles of Alaska Native cultures. It was just an interesting thing for me to learn about. Um, my tribal affiliation is still a combination of the two. So my membership is Tlingit and Haida. So there's a council for that, and we're all mixed together now. And well, for the most part, there's very few Tlingits that don't have Haida relatives, and very few Haidas that don't have Tlingit relatives. I fell in love with Pacific Northwest art. For one, it just kind of was in my blood. My dad is an artist, and that's part of the culture that I really want to embrace. I really want to continue doing that. I make copper medallions. Well, they're more like a little shield. It's called a tana. Got a huge tattoo on my back that my dad designed for that. That was a rite of passage for me in understanding that this is an important part of my life. This is an important part of who I am, both respecting my ancestors and also something that is unique in a way that I was just explaining, that there is a rarity to these indigenous cultures that is in some ways dying off. And so that rite of passage for me was a huge thing for me to take on. It was my first tattoo. I mean, it's my whole back. It was a big deal for me. I get plenty of great compliments on it, and it's like I rep that, you know. That's part of my native pride. But just being able to sit here with people and share it and say, look, there's also these other parts of indigenous cultures that aren't so pretty, is still being respectful of the culture, but also just bringing some awareness to that there is a dark side. You know, you don't have light without dark. And that balance, that understanding of balance, is part of the truth, part of the message, that yin yang is not just black and white, it's a circle. You know, it's the combination of the two, the oneness of both of that, having that balance. I didn't really transition into another thing that I was going to speak on, but if anybody has any questions or wants to chime in or anything, feel free, interrupt.
No, man.
Problem.
I'm just
All right.
checking it out.
So one of the things that happened with my family specifically was my great my dad's a historian. Sometimes I kick myself for not knowing this better, but I think it was my great grandmother. She was respected in the community as a headstrong woman. It's a matriarchal society, so most of the power in the house, the family goes through the mother, head of the household type situation. She had some kind of extra powers of some kind. She had maybe clairvoyance, is what I would call it. And the last known shaman for my tribe was a powerful healer. And he had tools that he would use in his healing ceremonies. One of them was a necklace of bone and claw and wood, and another tool he had was what's called a spirit catcher, but it's not like the woven style kind of dream catcher thing that you would think of. It was more of like a hollowed out bone. I believe it was like a bull femur, or I don't remember exactly what animal it was, but it was hollowed out, and it had a thin stick with it. And I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he could tap it and make sound with it, like a drum.
Right.
Anyways, these two things were robbed from his grave, and I don't have a direct relation to the shaman, but when the grave was robbed, my great grandmother like basically knew and threatened indirectly whoever had robbed the grave better return the stuff, or they would be cursed. And the next day, like within a day or two, those two items, the necklace and the spirit catcher, were returned to her doorstep. And now those two items have been getting passed down in my family. Well, we had a long discussion about whether or not, this was a couple years ago actually, that we had a long discussion about whether or not those items should be returned to the grave or put in a museum or kept in the family. And through the process of us trying to figure that out, these two items ended up at my house, or at my parents' house, and I was staying with them at that time. And coincidentally, and maybe there are no coincidences, but simultaneously, maybe the or there's another word I was going to say there, but I can't remember what it is. The the items kind of arrived at my place of dwelling right when I was going through one of the hardest times of my life. So some aspect of these healing tools showed up physically in my place of dwelling, and that is when I decided to put myself into a treatment program. Kind of an interesting thing to have happen, right? Like these shaman healing tools show up right when I needed some kind of healing. And it was kind of a profound, like, okay, this is kind of tripping me out. But the ultimately my dad decided that and I think he kind of did this without really respecting the whole family. And I know why he did it, but what happened, and it's going to get figured out as a community of people who were still talking about this. But he decided to take him up to Alaska and put him in the museum, and there was a lot of people up there who were afraid of these things, because the concept of having shamanistic tools that were robbed from the grave of the shaman and then returned with the ultimatum of a possible curse
Right.
creates a fear. And so some of the people up in our hometown Wrangell were not very happy about this and said that it should not be displayed. And I think that there's some validity to having an opinion about that. If you feel strongly about material items having power, then yeah, maybe that's something that should have been addressed.
You mean like it's like too sacred to be like displayed like some cheap carnival trick or something?
I
Like,
mean, yeah, kind of in a way, but it was being displayed respectfully with some background. It was behind glass, so it wasn't something that anybody could touch. And they're beautiful pieces I mean, they're beautiful pieces of art in my opinion. There's a certain personal connection to it for me, that with the story and then also the timing of them physically arriving in my life.
Yeah.
I can't deny that there's some meaning behind that.
Right.
Does that mean that it can't be something positive for someone else? I mean, in the museum, it's there. You don't have to go in the museum if you're afraid of it. But someone who may be interested in exploring the closeness of being being around something with that kind of power may be helpful to them.
Yeah.
So to deny everyone versus making it available in a respectful manner, there's different opinions about that. I I don't think it's going to stay there. I think this was more of like I think my dad, and I talked to him about this a little bit, I think he wanted to dispel the fear of these things having power.
Oh, I see. Like it's an object that can curse people, hence it's like dangerous to just leave around or something.
Well, on the one side, it was being displayed respectfully in a case at different locations within our family. And it was never staying in one place. Like it wasn't in a box, like, hidden away. It was respectfully displayed in the living rooms of my family members.
Okay.
And I think it was like every year it would get transferred between, there was 4 different cousins in the direct lineage of of how it was getting passed down. So every 4 years it would be in a different house.
Right.
And it came to my dad, and he was taking photographs of it and build it and developing the history of it, the story of it. And he went and spoke at a conference up in Alaska and brought them with him, and wanted to display them, but there was controversy about whether or not they should be displayed, and some pretty important people said they didn't want it displayed, so it didn't get displayed. But he did show pictures of it, and the sharing. It's called Sharing of Knowledge Conference. The parts that he was sharing were important parts of our tribe's history. Not only the shaman necklace and spirit catcher parts of it, but my great grandmother was a civil rights activist. She voted before it was legal for women to vote,
Oh, wow.
or Alaska Natives, and she got arrested for that. Like
Wow.
you know what I'm saying? So like,
Uh-huh.
there's this kind of like backstory that's kind of more inspiring and more motivational, and it's a history. It's part of what was going on in Alaska back in the the turn of the century, basically. I mean, it was a big deal. It was more like, I think it was the 20s. Anyways, the facts of the story are not my forte.
Yeah.
The parts about it that are inspiring to me to be connected and stay open to discussion about these types of things is more important to me than necessarily saying like, oh, my family's got a shaman's necklace, like that's not, I'm not trying to brag about that. I personally had an experience with it that I consider to be some type of power or have meaning behind it, but I'm not afraid of the objects, and I'm not here talking about that to say that I think everyone should do it the same way. Shaman's tools, shaman's practices, ceremonial things, in my opinion, should be dealt with or allowed in case by case scenarios. I think it's important for the people who are literally that culture to come up with their own decisions about how to deal with things like this.
Right.
Whether it be cultural reappropriation of things from museums, or allowing that were like, just sold, but potentially like to the museum, or allowing certain artifacts and things like that, ceremonial items, to be displayed if they're not being used. And that's actually something that happens. Like the Smithsonian in New York, they have tons of stuff that's just not even displayed. They're just in curative protected boxes down in a storage locker, and it's like
Raiders of the Lost Ark, like all those things,
I
like
mean,
all those
kind of,
crates.
yeah,
I
kind
know
of.
what you mean.
Another aspect to that part of this story is that in the process of my healing and my process of my getting through rehab, like I felt very much called to do something as far as being a healer.
Yeah.
Shamanism looks different in all different countries and cultures. It can be a very generalized term, but having gone through a healing process myself, I'm feeling called to explore how I can be a healer, or and that, like, it's not that I want to be a healer. It's just that if I can be supportive in the healing process, I want to be available and open to that. How that's going to play out for me, I'm not 100% sure.
Right.
I have a couple different directions that I feel called to, and neither of them are specifically indigenous styles of healing that I'm familiar with, as far as my own tribe goes.
Yeah.
But hydrotherapy and um, communal therapy, I guess it would be just ceremonial experiences where someone can be open to, the message, essentially the truth.
Right.
That those types of things I want to potentially create, hold space for. And so this is one of the things that I'm actively trying to be a part of. I first got in connected with this group through Adaptwa, which was and is a um, kind of a political agenda of legalizing psilocybin and plant medicines, and
Yeah.
and that's I'm pro that, right? I advocate for that.
Yeah.
But doing it intelligently, doing it respectfully, and of course the law, white man's law, is something that we have to deal with. Um, and it also it's a process of getting resources and getting access to people who do need the help.
Right, right. Yeah, I'm the same way, man. Like I want it like regulated just enough to keep all the cranks and quacks and con artists and fucking all those like dudes like out, but not like so overly restricted that the people that need help can't get it. You know what I mean? Like it's yeah, it's kind of it's a fine line, I suppose, you know?
It is the the ownership part of it is one of the laws that I've been trying to figure out for myself, because one of the things that I have a dream to do is have a piece of land that I own, where I can build a safe place for people to find that type of healing, have some type of ceremony, and then also to have my own space to keep doing art. Um, but the ownership of the land thing is kind of like I don't know, it's kind of a weird concept, because I almost feel like I would be more of like a shepherd of the land, um, and maybe it's not something that I would ever have to do in order to facilitate a safe place for healing, but potentially traveling around,
Yeah.
and doing that. Not sure how that's going to play out, but for now, I'm happy to talk about my experiences, strength, and hope.
Yeah, how did treatment go, man? I think like this family, symbol shows up and tells you it's time to go clean up your act. How did it go?
Um, it was mostly successful in that I was able to get sober. I was also able to um, realize that I had a relationship with someone who um, wasn't wasn't good for me,
Right.
and um, I tried to reconnect with that person later on, and um, it didn't it didn't work out as well as I had hoped, but it was still important for me to
Yeah.
make sure that I wasn't blaming someone else for what was going on. I went to treatment because I needed help, and it was something that I was having to deal with, my responsibility. Um, I think that the place I went to was a reasonably good um, place to be, as far as the a healthy environment. Um, the therapy and training and experiences I had while I was there for 5 weeks. Had a positive impact on me, mostly because of what happened after that. I mean, the place was literally called Turning Point, and that's what it ended up being for me. It was a big turning point in my life where
Yeah.
I understood substance abuse in a much deeper level, and I understood the message of community at a much deeper level, how important it is to stay connected. And I've had slips, I wouldn't necessarily call them like major like relapses
Right.
per se, but I've enjoyed substances since then in a not a destructive manner, and
Right.
that's not necessarily always a good thing to have a slip and appreciate it or glorify it or in any way, shape, or form. But the substance abuse is a symptom of something deeper, something, an issue, some psychological thing, or some behavioral aspect that needs to be addressed. And I understand that much better now. I would definitely recommend inpatient therapy to someone that is truly wanting it for themselves. I think that unfortunately, a lot of people end up in treatment centers when the law demands it because they've broken some law and they're fucked up, and it's part of
I've been there, man.
court order,
Yeah.
ordered, or
Yeah. I've been there.
or family members are concerned for a particular person that's not ready for the healing. They're not ready to make changes.
Right.
And unfortunately, there's a low success rate of people staying sober after going through treatment programs. But
Yeah.
one day at a time, and the lessons that can be learned, if they're practiced and absorbed, then you can. It's another form of healing, right? It's another form of communal uh, connectedness that speaks a lot to how indigenous cultures have dealt with the human issue of whatever problems may come, that human issue of separation, and that pain, that suffering that comes from
Right.
not feeling connected.
Right.
Because
Like the separation from your relationship, you mean?
well, I mean, to some degree, it would, for me personally, it wasn't separate. It did have something to do with separation from a partnership, but not only that, it was also, there was a lot of separation from community for me at that time, which is why depression is more or less the reason I was
Yeah.
abusing substances,
Right.
but the traditional way of dealing with problems like that, is not, it's not necessarily just taking some pill or some medicine or something. There's usually some kind of community ceremony of some kind, um, shamanistic tools or shamanistic ceremonies tend to involve plant medicines often, but they don't always. Um, and part of what's going, I mean, I'm not an expert, but part of what's going on with that interaction is that a doctor or a medicine man or someone is giving you knowledge, telling you something that you've either forgotten or had not learned yet. And it's my understanding that most indigenous cultures have some kind of integration factor that's involved with that healing aspect. Like going off and having a journey on your own isn't necessarily a bad thing. But then when you come back to your tribe or your family or whatever, there's a tremendous amount of acceptance and patience and understanding that has to happen. And I think that's still true. I think that's still very true in today's, society. It's the integration part of it, of whether you go on a personal journey or not, like getting reintegrated or getting connected communally is a huge part of healing, if not the most important part. Yeah, take a deep breath. You need to relax. Your exhale should be longer than your inhale. You can count it out, or you could box breathe, or just breathe in through the nose, out through the mouth.
Okay. The type of like disconnection from community or loneliness that you're describing is like a common thing in this day and age, you know what I mean? Especially like kind of post pandemic, I guess, you know what I mean? Or it's almost like the pandemic kind of like shone a light on like how many people were already like living like quarantined off from the rest of the world. Or anyways, I don't know. I read something or yeah, it is a mental health journal about like uh there's like people not having like friends like they used to. Like there's more people that are cut out like that, I guess statistically that wouldn't like, check the box of like, yes, I have a group of friends I interact with frequently. Like a lot of people are shut off, you know what I mean? And some of them, yeah, can like turn to like dark corners of the internet or substances and whatnot. So yeah, what you're describing is like a thing. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, right. You're right about that light being shown. Um, it made things much more apparent when we were forced to isolate. We were forced to be separated from family, friends, um, because of this, because of a fear of a virus, and I don't have a strong opinion on whether or not that was successful. Maybe there's some silver lining to it about having the light shown on a problem that was getting bad. And without getting too political about it, there's other opinions about whether or not it was handled the right way. I don't want to get into that necessarily because that's not why we're here. We're not here to talk about that. Although having an opinion about pharmaceuticals and synthetics is, I think there's a gray area about how those are new things. Those are new ways of treatment. And if we were to stick on the topic of how indigenous ceremony and indigenous cultures utilized medicines, it was, I mean, it was always an all natural thing, you know, respecting the power of nature, whether it be a poison defense from a fungus or toad or cacti that creates some kind of connection to the divine, the mother earth, you know, some naturally occurring substance, um, or some kind of experience of heat and air, fire, sweating things out, detoxifying, or dancing and drums and sound, like the power of going through an experience that has so much energy packed behind it with all the intent of love and healing. It's, I mean, I've been to ceremonies where like I was completely sober the whole time, but felt like I was high on that, you know, some kind of energy was getting to me, and those are really powerful experiences. Those are things that have been developed over, you know, countless generations. Um, yeah, some truth, some truth to that.
So I had my like most powerful, like potent mushroom experience yet, just not even that long ago. And that's quite a statement, dude, because I've been at this for like about 3 years now of like growing my own cubes and having, you know, these yeah, what we call mystical experiences, connections with the divine and whatnot. And you like it's like the fact that I'm still like breaking new ground, you know, each time I hit the top floor in that moment, like I'm about 100% positive. Like I could not have a more, I couldn't be more like tapped into the, you know, that the divine than this, but there it's still just like there's yeah, it's just new, there's more there waiting for you. And I like one of the things that's helped me along is like not getting is that like instead of like trying to experience the same thing over again as like last time, like kind of like reaching for these new heights, you know what I mean? And like the amount of time, like usually I, you know, if I were to have this type of experience, if I were to experience anywhere from like 15 minutes to an hour of it is enough to have me like, you know, I'm just telling everyone I know about it for like weeks to come, right? Like, um, but yeah, this last time, dude, like I was there for hours. It was unbelievable, Jared. Like I'm good. And like, yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, there aren't any words for it, but holy shit, man. Like, if you just, yeah. Anyways, I was still like my bell's like ringing a little bit, right? Like just like the holy fuck of it all, man. Like the fact that like Mother Nature provided this at all. It's just something that still just blows me away to this day. But yeah, man, that's what I'm telling people from now on. Like if you feel like you're stuck in one of those like schlumps where nothing, you know, you're kind of like doing psychedelics, but nothing really like deep and meaningful is like happening, just like stick with it, I guess. It will. Meditation, dude, that's been like my little, you know, if I were gonna have like a like kind of like narrowing, like I'm gonna eat mushrooms, and I kind of have like a list of like 4 or 5 things I can do that like really will like greatly increase the chances of me having one of these types of experiences. And meditation has been like key for the last like at least like 2 years, if I do like have one of those like experiences, it's while I'm meditating. And it's just yeah, man. Anyway, I guess I'll shut up for a little bit, but
It's all good. That meditation was something that I started to practice heavily uh, after going through treatment. Um, I didn't know what I didn't know. I didn't understand meditation before that. The whole idea of trying to quiet your mind and like think about nothing kind of thing wasn't really true.
right.
You know, I didn't understand the practice of focusing um, and redirecting my focus when distractions come up.
Right.
The I used a I used a meditation app to get started so that I would kind of be holding myself accountable for
Right. Right.
daily meditation. And it got to the point where, guided meditations um, were a little bit more repetitive in
Yeah.
a way. And so then I started to develop the practice of just, you know, meditation um, on my own without the guidance. And
Right. Right.
it's been um, it's been a tool I use um, almost daily, but more specifically um, when I do feel like I need some kind of remembering the message, remembering the truth, or if I'm feeling some kind of disconnection or some kind of schlump, as you would say. There's a lot of different ways to develop meditation practices. And I don't think there's any one way to do it. I think it's an important process for people to learn how to do it, what works for themselves, whether there's, guidance or um, sound of some kind, like birds chirping in a forest or water
Yeah.
trickling, or if it's certain times of the day, certain breathing techniques, um, mantras. I think mantras are actually a really important part of understanding meditation, and the power of sound, the power of words are I think underestimated as far as mantras go. Like learning something about how language, the power of language, and how it's been diluted over you know many transitions of language. Like, I mean, it's a mantra in English is probably still better than not having a mantra of any kind.
Right.
But
Right.
but to learn like a Sanskrit mantra or something like that, I think
Yeah.
that it's going to be a little bit more impactful if you truly believe in the power behind it. That's an important part of meditation for me is a
Yeah.
mantra. And um, journaling. Journaling is another major thing that I started to do after treatment. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Do you know who's coming up next?
Oh, who we got at the 2 o'clock? Oh, it looks like someone's trying to count. I have no idea whatsoever. Oh, it's Lynette. I haven't seen Lynette in a long time. Hi, Lynette. Um, yeah, no, I think I'm gonna actually check my email real quick to see if
Yeah. I'm also
see if
double checking when it.
I'm gonna yeah, maybe Leo, she may have emailed it to me and I just didn't notice. Is,
I got a message from Leo saying Pamela Sea Monster might show up.
okay. Oops, I'm probably muted. Oh no, I'm not. Okay, so Miss Sea Monster is. I'm gonna step off camera for just a second. Let me go
Yep.
check my email stuff. I'll be right back.
So all good. I'll just keep rambling so that it's not dead.
Yeah,
But
go for it, man. Dude.
One of the things about my experience as being a Native American and my tribe was that there wasn't writing. There was no written language. Everything was passed down verbally, and the stories coincide with depictions of art and like paintings, totem poles, dresses, attire, and stuff like that. But there was no written language, which is in some ways it can be viewed as a disadvantage, and in some ways it could be viewed as an interesting amount of power on the topic of how words have power. This language is getting passed down verbally from generation to generation, and there's dialects. There's different dialects. There was like a really large region of Tlingits in northeastern and Canada, northeastern Alaska and Canada, spanning over hundreds and hundreds of acres, probably thousands. There's maps out there that'll show you some different tribal areas. They didn't really have borders per se back then, but and writing has always been something that's been helpful for me. At least in high school, I liked creative writing, but I wasn't very good at it. I used to write poems and write raps and stuff. And I fell away from writing for quite a long time. Up until just a few years ago, I started journaling again, and not just diary entry stuff, but really getting into expressing my emotions and feelings through writing. Was super helpful healing process for me, and most of it is all in just freestyle written, handwritten journals, and I still have a couple of them, and it's been really beneficial for me to go back and read some of those things and see how far I've come as far as my my journey, my path of healing or rehabilitation, or in some ways artistic creativeness. I've also been told that I articulate myself better when I write, which I think is maybe something that a talent that I've underutilized. But just specifically in my own path of healing, journaling has been very, very helpful. Journaling, meditation, exercise is also a big part of it. I'm a very physical person. So dancing, basketball, running, core, all kinds of hiking, like those types of physical activities are very, very helpful as far as keeping my physical and mental health, in alignment. There's quite a bit of writing now, as far as maybe there's not quite a bit, but there are books being written in Tlingit now, and there is a push for revitalization in the language. I haven't felt called to learning the language so much in that it's difficult. It's a really difficult language to learn. I really appreciate people who do take the time to save and perpetuate the sustainability of indigenous languages. One part of that is appealing to me is the singing. The power of song and storytelling through song is something I think that is widely used in all cultures, but in order to learn how to sing and play it, I would have to practice quite a bit. There's certain words that are important to me, like saying thank you is gunakjish. That expression of gratitude is something that I've learned to harness both for myself, my own well-being, but also expressing gratitude towards others is actually a very healthy way of transferring positive energy. One of my favorite podcasts, Andrew Huberman, he talks a lot about these topics that we've been discussing, not from an indigenous point of view, but from mental health, spiritual health, physical health points of view. And he has one segment that talks about how the impact of gratitude is there's a stronger impact on the receiver of honest gratitude. So I do gratitude lists every day. Every morning I make a list of anywhere from 1 to 20 things that I'm grateful for. Sometimes it's really simple stuff like, clothes on my back, roof over my head. Sometimes they're not so simple, but honest things like I'm grateful for having a loving relationship with my mother and father and friends that care about me and support me.
Yeah.
The to be able to express that gratitude to someone, though, it'll actually have a greater impact on them than just doing gratitude lists for yourself.
Right.
So that being said, if anybody's hearing me and saying, I agree, I would encourage you to practice expressing gratitude towards other people and just see how it happens. See if you can notice any effects of it indirectly. Point of it is not to receive something for being grateful. The point is to be grateful simply with no reward. And it might be counterproductive to see what happens when you're being grateful, because if the intent behind it is good in nature, then it will have an impact. But that's another thing that I've done, changed my life in a lot of positive ways. It's being grateful, waking up and practicing gratitude. There's a certain amount of service, I think, that we can do that is also a helpful tool for battling a personal or societal healing of some kind. Being of service to someone without any expectation of compensation is humbling. It's helpful to people
who are in need. And it's a good way to stay connected, being part of a community, whether it's feeding homeless or talking at a meeting, spending time with someone who may or may not have very many friends, or maybe geographically away from their normal family or lost family. But just there's a lot of different ways of finding ways to be of service to people, and I think that's something that comes out of tribal society, is the togetherness and the like helping each other for the benefit of everyone, not just to be compensated for your services. But the things that this is a tool bag of stuff that I talk about, right? Like meditation, exercise, journaling, being of service, expressing gratitude, potentially a journey of some kind, medicinal journey. These are all tools that we can use to better ourselves, and in the process of doing that, we become we become part of the community, a better community. If we're all working on ourselves and staying connected, then together things improve, things make more sense, there's less suffering, hopefully. And that's kind of what life is for me. Like I want to have fun. I want to enjoy things. I like getting my adrenaline up, and I like going to beaches and swimming in the ocean. And I skydived one time. That was amazing, but it's way too expensive of a habit for me to get into. And I like those things, but ultimately I'm finding a lot of peace and happiness with very simple, inexpensive activities. And some of that has a lot to do with the community, the connection. And that's definitely one of the biggest values that I've pulled out of having my experiences and my connection to an Indigenous tribe.
Well, cool, man. Well, thanks for sharing so much, Jared. It's been thank you. You did a good job. It's been fun listening, man. Participating.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
I'm not cutting out. I'm here to hold space. So if we don't have someone else speaking, then I'm totally fine with continuing the discussion or talking about a mystical experience, maybe.
Yeah.
I've had near-death experiences with substances that I was mostly taking in a recreational form, but the integration and results of getting through that process was definitely a spiritual awakening for me.
Yeah.
I've also had the ego death experience with psilocybin, and it's really, I agree with multiple speakers who have mentioned it. It's hard to put into words the experience.
I was weird because we were talking about this. So when I hear people talk about ego death, they talk about it the same way like I talk about a mystical experience. Like they don't like there's you know what I mean? Is there like what's the specific definition of ego death in the common use?
I mean, we could look up, we'll see what Google has to say, but for me, um, the awareness of self is not present. And the humility of that experience lasts for varying times. It can, like I said at the beginning, like it can be a one-time experience that changes your life. And ego, I mean, the ego death experience, I think I would say is there is a certain amount of time where you do not feel separate. Your awareness is not focused on any particular subject. So the death of ego is not permanent. We all have ego. It's it's going to be there. But the benefits of going through this type of experience is that it's very humbling in a way that you will probably, there's a high probability that you will not come out of it with egocentricness.
Yeah.
And the I think that more or less is what someone would describe as ego death, is that they're they're feeling more connected and less egocentric.
Right. Okay.
Like it.
That's funny because actually Steve and I have covered this topic before in a previous thing. I actually made it in one of my videos. So the topic was that there is also like a certain type of like ego steroids within psychedelics, right? Like people in that have like a really powerful like mystical experience and then start to like see themselves as like the next incarnation of Timothy Leary or whatnot, and like you know what I mean? Open up the
Here's
plastic shaman website and all of that stuff.
here's Britannica.com's definition. Ego death in psychoanalysis, mysticism, and some religions, the disappearance of an individual's sense of self or the removal of one's perception of oneself as an entity separate from one's social or physical environment.
Okay, right.
So yeah,
Then I would say,
the disappearance sense of self. It's like that
right,
flow state. It's like you're not thinking about yourself thinking. You just are. You're just being,
right.
and not thinking about you as a self, as an awareness of self uh disappears. Perception of oneself as an entity separate from one's social or physical environment. It's it's uh it's definitely like that connection to divine, that connection to the one, and not necessarily a state of mind that you are connected to it. You just are it. You become the one. Like, and become is probably not the right word to use, anyways, because we're always part of the one. We're always, one of my good friends used a cool metaphor, is like we're all pieces of the same pie. I don't know why I like that metaphor a lot, but everything in the universe is a piece of the one pie.
Yeah.
Like consciousness. I mean, as a metaphor, I think consciousness is definitely something that relates to a higher power of some kind. You know, like an overall oneness. But if we're talking about matter, everything is moving. Everything is made of bouncing particles and frequencies, right? Like
Yeah.
it's all the
Yeah.
same. It's all one thing.
So I would say like when you know, if I well trying to like describe this experience for me, you know, with these heroic doses of mushrooms, well, like it's not just like the highest levels of like spiritual bliss and ecstasy a human being can reach. It's like while simultaneously being like the highest levels of like consciousness a human being could like possibly reach. You know what I mean? Like it is like yeah, that higher consciousness like really is that moment of like spiritual ecstasy, I think. Or the two for me, they're like the same thing, like indistinguishable, you know?
Yeah, I do. I do. And there's a certain amount of, like you use the word ecstasy, like there's a certain amount of joyousness, joyfulness that is happening. At the same time, you're not a really good trip gets you into that state of mind where you are not aware of being in a state of mind,
Yeah,
like the ecstasy part of it.
right.
And there's just coming out of those things, like it's humbling, but there's also that desire to want to stay there,
Yeah,
um, which can be really difficult. It takes a lot of practice to hold on to something when you're not supposed to be really even aware that you're holding on to something.
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
kind of a conundrum, right? It's kind of like
yeah,
it's not an oxymoron, but it's like
right.
the um the experience is something that I've had in different forms. Like I've done combo, and there was moments of um consciousness connectivity that I was not aware of myself, but that process, that experience was um more of a shadow work, realization type of scenario where I let myself be completely open to whatever emotions were being blocked, or um, whatever it was that time in my life that I was seeking answers for. And I felt a lot of sadness, um, exploring that vulnerability. Um, Definitely not fun. Not like most of the psilocybin trips that I've had. Those are more or less fun. I mean, sometimes they get really deep and it's not about fun, but yeah, combo that was a hard one. Ketamine was also a very interesting experience. It's a disassociative. So I felt like, I mean, it was kind of like an out of body type of experience where I was aware of being present, but the overall experience felt more like I was watching myself have the experience without a lot of control. Uh, but it was very peaceful, and I did enjoy it. The conversations I had while on ketamine were extremely interesting. Um, and it was therapeutic, definitely therapeutic. I think but psilocybin has definitely been the most beneficial for me, whether it's been in microdosing
Me
or
too.
macro dosing.
I'm ready. I want this to be the year I step off into like the DMT ayahuasca realm, as well as like with community. I've always been kind of like a loner, right? Like I started growing mushrooms. Like I didn't have like buddies to eat mushrooms with. Like it's just been me and my dog out tripping balls in the park for like the better part of 3 years. Minus some time, me and my girlfriend did like reach some really awesome like tantric, levels of spiritual ecstasy together. Like that was mind blowing in its own right. But like yeah, I never had like that type of psychedelic connection to the divine while in a group with other people yet. But I think I kind of like that's what I kind of want to be like my next I don't know, whatever little psychedelic realm to explore.
That's interesting because I've had one good experience in a group setting, but the experience was not so much of a spiritual enlightenment as more of a connectivity.
To the people around you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think there's probably, there's benefits to both of it. I mean, whether you're feeling like there's something that needs to be addressed, something that needs to be worked on, from a therapeutical viewpoint, having a journey or trip, doing a ceremony of whether it's psilocybin or ayahuasca or whatever your ceremony is. It could just be drum circles and flutes. The experience a person's going to have as an individual is going to be way more introspective and therapeutical in the sense of like dealing with trauma or dealing with depression or dealing with something that's personal versus an experience where you're feeling connected to community or connected to a group of people or a family or a spouse, a spouse or partner. Like the experience of going through it with someone versus being guided or letting the divine guide you on a solo trip. They're gonna have different results for sure.
Yeah.
And then that's one of those things that's important to be aware of. Whatever kind of ceremony you may be going into, if it's something that you're familiar with or not, the intent behind what you're doing this for is important. And then also, as I said before, the integration that happens afterwards is probably more important than the journey itself.
Right.
And that can look like different things. Integration is kind of a generalized term for the most part. It can look like, if it was an individualistic type of ceremony for healing, journaling and talking about your experience with someone, and maybe doing art, but then also like meditating and understanding all of that, the message and the truth that you may or may not have picked up. That's an important part of that personal integration versus a ceremony where there's multiple people involved or a group setting may be something that is repeated still writing and journaling and doing those things are probably important too, but doing it together with the group and being part of the group, being part of that community, maybe learning how to do the dances or learning how to do the art or learning how to sing or play the drum or something like that, and being a part of the community and not just an observer that would be a different way of initiating and getting integrated
Yeah.
after the ceremony.
I was at I attend an online, it's called Sacred Garden Community. It's a psychedelic church, basically. And I was at one of the integration circles and just trying to like explain that's the only way that I know. I've been eating these like heroic doses like by myself. But for most people, I think are encouraged to like have like a safety buddy around when you consume psychedelics or like a sober zone. But this dude at the circle like asked me like, what's the amount of like mushrooms you can take before you walk yourself off the edge of a building? And I was just like, what? Like I've never had like even a remotely like scary moment where I thought like I was gonna like wander off into traffic because I'm so high on mushrooms. Like that's just not even been like so you know what I mean? Like it's just
Yeah.
then
What's
I think people are under the impression that like if you don't have a buddy around while you're eating mushrooms, like you're not gonna or like that you're like in danger of harming yourself in some way. But I don't know. It is a bit overhyped, I think.
what is SGC?
The Sacred Garden Community. Oh, it's a
Oh,
psychedelic church that where I met like Eric Swenson. I think I met at one of these things. He turned me on to it about a year ago, year plus, something like that. It's pretty
okay.
cool. I'll put a link in the chat if anything. Steve, how you doing, man? It's been a while, buddy. It's good to see you.
How you doing, dude?
All right.
At 10:30 in the morning over here. Well done.
What time?
Handling the night shift there. Thank you very much, Jared, by the way, for speaking about your ceremonial experiences. I have a couple of sort of like reasonably authentic ceremonial, officiating experiences.
Would you
And
like to
I'm
share?
really glad I don't have to be the guy who says, "Hang on, is everyone having too much fun? Do we need to like fun everything a bit and get back to kind of being intentional?" I'm glad I haven't had to be that person. I suppose it's more about setting an overall tone, isn't it, rather than sort of jerking everyone's lead. I was trying to think of something I wanted to ask Jared, and I suppose that would be along those lines. In your ceremonial experience, has it ever got kind of too much fun? Because I'm a lot more pro the interaction and live music side of the ceremonial than I am the keep yourself completely to yourself side of ceremonial. But again, I'm not the guy who has to regulate that. Sorry, mate, please.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Most of the work that I've done for myself has been like solo, partially because mostly because the experience tends to be very personal. Now, that being said, I've done plenty of microdosing, and the amounts of we're talking about such a small amount that I'm not hallucinating. I'm not, there's no issue of being uncomfortable or worried. I have taken what would be referred to as a heroic dose, and felt out of place when I was around people and had to separate myself. So I've tried to be in those environments, and for me, it just works better to have my own space.
and I can think of one experience in Mexico 5 years ago. Bless you. I think 5 years ago I was in Mexico with two of my good friends, and we went on a walk in this park, and it was a lovely day. We discussed, a few topics of like feeling connected and being at peace and having love for each other as friends. A lot of that walk was quiet though, so it was kind of funny that like the discussions we had were all good. I mean, we were tight, so like it wasn't nothing. There was nothing to be uncomfortable about. But at one point, I heard the message that they were a couple when, so I was kind of a third wheel, and I kind of heard the message. I was like, they want some time to themselves, and I didn't have to ask or anything. I just got up and walked. We were all sitting down at one point, and I just got up and walked away because like I heard it, like I just knew they wanted to have their own little time together. That's one of the cool parts about these experiences, is that you can hear the freaking universe. Like you can know something, and if you're around good people, like you're probably just going to be able to have fun with it or be okay with it, leave, come back. And those are good people. They're people that you can trust, and that's an important part of journeying, in my opinion, is that being around the right people and the right environment is crucial. Setting is crucial.
That's a super interesting one. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I always think about folks who, and there's nothing wrong with this, of course, who go away to Peru by themselves to take ayahuasca or whatever. And obviously most people are okay. But, you mentioned doing it with people who trust. And I think the kind of traditional version is supposed to be all the village sit in the circle together so everyone can see each other and etc. And again, it's kind of important to me to do it with people I know well. And in the couple of sort of contemporary situations I've been in, I haven't really known anyone very well. It has been a kind of consideration at the back of my mind. But anyway, sorry, please.
No, yeah, that's fine.
You're out with the couple, and I was thinking maybe this is the beginning of a sort of very long epic trip story where you felt that the couple to be buns. So I thought I'd wander off by myself for a bit. And
no, it wasn't. It wasn't turning into that. It was just a very beautiful experience to be out there in nature and with some people that I love and I know love me, very comfortable, and being able to just know that I can walk away from them, and that was the right thing to do without having to say anything, and then connect back up later and continue enjoying the time and the experience. It was later, conveyed to me that they wanted some date. That's exactly what they wanted, but they also didn't want to tell me to go away. You know what I mean? So that's one of those tricky things that, like, if you're having fun with someone, as far as the experience, and it's not necessarily in a therapeutical environment, to be aware that there's certain things that certain people want to get out of it, and sometimes a third wheel needs to take a different take a little side trip or whatever, and that's okay. It's all right. No, there was no epic crazy thing that happened after that. It was just a really beautiful experience that I had with other people. I think that being open and aware to the universe and like the message, whether it's coming from the people you're tripping with, or if it's coming from the tree that you're hugging, or it's coming from the brook or the stream that you're, you know, visiting. Whatever it is, there's a lot of knowledge and power behind opening your mind up to this knowledge, these messages.
But that was a beautiful vision of going to visit a brook or a stream.
I mean, it's one of the lessons that I've learned from doing that frequently. I mean, over, you know, decades, is that nature is usually going to be a better environment to explore being connected.
Oh yeah,
like
absolutely.
going to like a music show, whether it's like, you know, some kind of concert or something, can be fun, can be outdoors. A lot of people can have overwhelming experiences with being in crowds though. And
yeah, I can't recommend sporting events.
And music can be a wonderful experience as well, whether it's just on your own or in a you know, a concert type of setting. But then there's also the concept of, you know, having a safe place, having a safe space for you to go through the experience that you're about to go through. So like loud sounds and that type of energy can be counterproductive to what it is that that's coming to you. With enough practice and enough experience, you can usually still enjoy yourself quite a bit. But I've found that like being in that populated high energy intensity can diminish the effects of truly getting deep. Not to say that it can happen. That's just my own personal experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Where I'm in Devon in the UK studying the world first psychedelic postgraduate qualification. And nearby to here is Dartmoor, where Sherlock Holmes set the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Oh, right.
There used to be like the British equivalent of Alcatraz, used to be like right in the middle. And, you know, there's a military base. And it's the whole idea is it's very treacherous countryside. And what looks like some flat moorland could easily be a bog or, you know, or marsh, or and people get themselves in a terrible pickle on Dartmoor. Even it's one of the few places in the country you can just wander around absolutely freely as well. And the benchmark apparently is 400 UGs by yourself on Dartmoor, and I was wandering around there on considerably less inspiration the other day, and I remembered, hang on, you're not even supposed to be walking around Dartmoor by yourself without psychedelics. maybe you should be a bit more conscious of like where you're putting your feet and stuff like this. And after a while, I realized it was quite difficult actually to do anything other than be in the moment. And it was almost like that, yeah, thinking, having sort of active thought patterns was as difficult as quelling my active thought patterns normally is. It was almost like I kind of had to stay in the meditative state. And if I tried to pull myself out of that into something that was more self-conscious, it sort of dragged me back in, to paraphrase the movie. So everyone, by the way, don't take 400 UGs by yourself on Dartmoor. The other thing that occurred to me was I did the Vital course at Psychedelics Today, and one of the most wonderful things about that, one of the many wonderful things about that, was you know, we had exclusive lectures, just 100 of us with some of the biggest names, and Bill Richards, who's the guy, you know, he's still working, he's at Johns Hopkins now. And he was like in terms of medical records and the medical testing, he was the first guy to have a inverted commas mystical experience, because up until then, but this is in the early days when they thought LSD simulated madness. He said, well, I'm not surprised it simulated madness when what they were doing was putting people in straitjackets and handcuffing them to beds in mental asylums and then giving them the LSD. And he said they did this to him as a young student. He was a young theology student in Germany, I think. And he went for the test, and obviously it was horrific. And he called on his like Methodist upbringing. He wasn't a particularly religious person, but he had this, was doing a theology degree and had this Methodist upbringing, and he kind of called on that, and that gave him the sensation that we can get familiar with. And from then on, he was known as Bill, who had the good time, Bill, the guy who had the good time. And he said he never had another mystical experience except for one, right? Which was the fourth trip, which was when him and Stan Groff thought, why don't we try it outside? Wow. And that was his other mystical experience. And he says he hasn't had another one, right? And he is, he's very, he's very, what comes up, comes up.
Yep. That's one of the things about medicinal, journeys and ceremonies, is that sometimes some things come up that you may not be completely ready for or expecting. Yeah. But that's part of the lesson. That's part of the healing,
right.
Tearing off that scab.
It's the one that like I'm still having the toughest time like making heads or tails of, or like the time when I'm like, it's like that psychedelic divine presence, but there's like distinctly a feminine like characteristic to it. It's like it's just like the complete like Mother Earth, goddess experience, right? And like, like sometimes it feels like it's something external, but like there've been other times too where it feels like it's coming like directly from inside of me. Like I'm making contact with my feminine side in a way that like it could only be made possible like through psychedelics, or at least for me. But it's like one of the things, like I still like very much like atheistic science minded kind of dude, but like that's as far like I'm just still just like I got nothing for that one, you know what I mean? Like it's just absolutely like drop to my knees and weep like beautiful, and it's like I don't really know how to make sense of that one yet, but. But it's definitely something that's happened.
That same time I went down into Mexico. I mean, I was traveling. I was traveling with my friends for like 9 weeks, but we went all through central Mexico. And when we got down into the state of Oaxaca, south of Oaxaca City, we happened to find a sweat lodge with a shaman who was doing ceremonies for people, and that was another very profound experience for me, mostly because I was still going through some personal healing stuff. That's part of why I went on the trip in the first place. But the shaman didn't speak English, and so my friend had to translate. And because my Spanish was still not very good, almost non-existent then, but he asked, what it was that what was the intent behind me going through the ceremony. And that was probably, I mean, it was definitely the first time I had ever had a shaman, like an actual legit shaman, perform a ceremony, because the other ceremonies that I've been through, were mostly related to my tribe, which we don't have a shaman in our tribe anymore. So this was like the first time a shaman's asking me a question. And I kind of stumbled over that, like the answer. Like I didn't really have anything to give it. And so I don't know what I don't remember what my friend said, but she said something about family. I mean, I caught that word, and I asked her later, and she was just like, "Oh, it was just a generic question about family," and I was just like, "Okay, that's awesome." But in the ceremony, like I had ancestors visit me. Like I had what I think were grandfathers visit. I had visions of my grandfathers, and the the weird part is that like he saw him too. The shaman saw him too, and it wasn't like he said something and then I saw him. It was like we both saw them, and then afterwards we were doing an integration thing, and I had my friend translate, and like we were both in like agreement of like what happened. Very, very profound. Don't I mean I know that there was some message there about respecting my ancestors, um and that there are, and this is kind of hard for me to really elaborate on, but there's some kind of angelic presence maybe, of ancestors watching over, or potentially spirits that were there that just look like my grandfather, that look like not my grandfather but like my ancestors. um Very, very unique experience as far as like ceremonies go. There was no drugs involved of any kind, and yeah, it was just it was like I've learned since then that it was just a really basic sweat lodge ceremony. It was pretty simple, which is done in a lot of different indigenous cultures. Um, the the visions are, I mean, they're not. They weren't. It doesn't even feel like the same kind of hallucination that you can get through psilocybin or DMT or combo or ketamine, which is like, there's all these different variations of how pupil dilation and energy awareness can get in. Um, it was very unique, very different. So that being said, like I I am an advocate for psilocybin, and I that's probably my favorite choice of medicinal tool for psychological, mental, spiritual healing, but it's not always necessary. That's one of the things I feel called to advocate for, is that taking a substance is not always necessary for you to have a profound mystical experience. The ceremony itself can provide a certain ceremony, and intent and openness, mindfulness can provide a mystical experience without without any psychedelic substances. Um, if anybody ever gets to go down to Mexico and someone offers you a chance to go into a sweat lodge, I highly recommend it.
Yeah, dude, I've done sweat lodge ceremony. That was freaking gnarly, man. That was like, yeah, I was
It looked
like
horrible.
tapping out. It was rough. That's definitely a test of, I don't know, something. Or like getting a tattoo. Like it was like the like really painful tattoo that takes like 6 hours or something. It's like one of those like kind of like tests of endurance or whatever.
I mean, that's the idea, isn't it? You go through the tunnel. I mean, I haven't done one, but they're kind of big over here. You go in the tunnel and then you're jammed into the small space that you can't kind of see how you got into, and and in comes the heat, and like it does sound testing, certainly.
there's definitely a level of endurance involved.
Don't do the mushroom.
Uh, the, I mean, my experience, the only real physical danger is dehydration, and so that's an important part of preparing for it. Like going out and getting smashed and drinking a lot of alcohol or something the night before would be a horrible way of going into a mindset of any kind of ceremony. So some people who are off on vacation or doing something, like, please be aware that, you know, there's a certain way to approach things like this going into a ceremony. So like if you're in Cancun and you're partying and some dude says, "Hey, you want to go to a sweat lodge?" Maybe that might be a good opportunity if you can prepare for it versus just like willy-nilly, jumping into it. Definitely the better prepared you are going into a ceremony, the more you will get out of it, in my personal experience.
The sweat lodge is an interesting one because kind of indigenous practice, the druidic indigenous practice, is a little bit disputed. Having said that, there's a bunch of it comes from stuff like Julius Caesar's writings, which, you know, where else did he get it from?
I mean, like the Druids had their own, like a similar practice to sweat lodge. Like
they definitely had the sweat lodges, was the thing. And I mean, the rest of it, you know, you can certainly, you know, is sort of borderline. I wouldn't blame anyone for saying it's a bit problematic. But there were these, you know, these consistent tropes, and the sweat lodge is absolutely one of them. And I mean, the whole thing's very much above my pay grade, but yeah, you know, throughout the rest of the conversation today, I'll be interested in hearing, you know, opinions on Anglo-Saxon appropriation of indigenous practice or not. Is it, you know, or not? Because I think one of the various theories is that, you know, is it Indo-American? That's right. Kind of population went sort of that way, and that could have covered Western Europe on its way to America, or when Western Europe was kind of welded to that continent. So it's all, like I say, mega above my pay grade. Maybe if there is some kind of indigenous historian, they'd be able to shed some light on that. The other thing I was thinking was peyote, right, is the grandfather spirit, right? And there's a lot of conversation about the divine feminine, and I always kind of wonder whether divine masculine is in all this. And then I find out that it's in peyote, and I know so kind of little about that. But that I would, if somebody knows a bit more about the, you know, how the divine masculine manifests in peyote.
I've always wondered, like, if women have like a similar experience with like a psychedelic divine.
Like, Jung would say that, you know, men have an anima, which
is, the anima,
the female side of themselves, precisely. And you can interpret that in various ways. And women have the animus, which is the male.
Right. So one of the things that like brings it out of me is the type of music I listen to. Like, I love that like ancient Norse music that sounds like it was like written in the year like 700 something, you know what I mean? Like Odin's freaking longhouse type of like music. And there's bands around.
The rest you can listen to that over here, man.
Yeah, you know, like the Vikings TV show made, you know, Norse and Viking culture like kind of a pop like phenomena thing. So there's all these really like awesome bands that are like all the instruments they're playing on are like from that era. And it's just like, for me, psilocybin's already kind of like activates this ancient ceremonial like region of the brain. So something about this like also like ancient chanting and drumming, particularly like women, like female vocalists have been part of like what connects me to that like psychedelic divine feminine, like they're like singing it out of me in some way. That's just like undeniable, because it's like it's happened like a few times now, you know what I mean? But yeah, no, I just have this really like rad set list of like just ancient badass Norse music that's become kind of part of like my psychedelic journeys, you know, while I'm like meditating or doing the qigong like exercises and stuff. But yeah, well, I believe I am starting up on the 3 o'clock hour, since yep, it's 3:01. Jared, thank you so much for holding it down for the last couple.
Thanks, Jared.
Yeah. You're welcome, guys. I'm at the end of my rope, and I'm gonna have to get some sleep, so I'm gonna cut out.
Well done, man.
Thanks again, man. It's been fun chatting with you. Luckily, I brought a prepared, like, I don't know, 15 so minutes of reading. I'm gonna do a
Yeah, do
little,
throw in a little breath exercise or something.
yeah. I'm just gonna read what I threw together. So I'm half Mexican. If anyone's wondering like how I ended up with an hour slot, Leo was looking for people and figured, yeah, I'm half Mexican. That's enough to squeak me in as Indigenous for 3 a.m. This event. So I think I've been made an honorary for the evening. And so, yes, what I wanted to talk tonight about, we've been covering it actually quite a bit already, is meditation, and how like meditation has greatly enriched my psychedelic experience. The two have kind of become, you know, indistinguishable. Oh, I click on my mouse. Like, obviously I do like, you know, kung fu and meditate and all that stuff while I'm not on psychedelics as well too. So but like it's hard to imagine my psychedelic experience without squeezing in at least a little bit of like, you know, qigong or kung fu and stuff. So anyway, so the first time I practiced Zen was at a small little temple in Santa Cruz, California. I responded to this little like ad in the paper. They were trying to drum up attendance by giving away like a free meditation session. I started getting like several books on the subject before it really started to like click. It's kind of like it was very similar to like Einsteinian relativity, right? Like really trying to like understand like how all that stuff works and like frames of references and curved space-time and stuff. Like understanding Buddhism and Zen and the purposes and of like meditation really took like a lot for me to like before it finally started to like click. And it's like just like anyone else starting off, right? Like there's times where it's just like it seems like boring and frustrating, and you're not sure if you're doing it right, or it's just really, really hard. And anyways, so when it really like I started taking karate classes, I got really interested in like MMA, and some of the buddies that I met when I first moved to Washington were karate instructors. And so I started training martial arts, and that's when like it just fit like hand in glove with meditation. And the school I was training at, we did like a small little meditation both before and at the end of every class. So that's when like meditation really started to become like a regular practice thing for me. And so I wanted to cover a small topic in Zen called beginner's mind. And it's kind of this counterintuitive notion within like Buddhist practice that you don't want to lose touch with what it was like to be a beginner, no matter like how much meditation experience you get or how long you've been doing this. You always want to like keep in touch with that you that like just, you know, started off at square one. And I will go over a couple examples of that a little bit later on. So for anyone that's been doing it for a while, like obviously there's many different types of like meditation, from like how you're sitting, half lotus, there's walking, stretching, how you place your hands on your knees or underneath your belly. There's a lot of different like shrines and bells and gongs and chants and mantras. And they're all kind of like tools used to achieve one purpose, and that's to bring you into the here and now, right? Like to kind of like close down the busy runaway machine that is your mind for just a few moments, and breathe and just be in the here and now. And anyone that's tried this knows that it's actually a lot harder than it sounds. Like the mind is an extremely busy place, and just trying to like even quiet it down for those few seconds can be really difficult. And if I were going to use another analogy, it was a lot like learning to play a new instrument, right? Like there might be instruments that are easier to learn to play than like others, but there's not really like an easy instrument. Like anything you want to learn how to like to pick up and play, it's going to take some time and effort. You're going to have to put some work into it. And there really aren't any shortcuts. Some of the like tricks I give to beginners with meditation is to like start with breathing in the word here and exhaling the word now. And like, using whatever, I mean, if guided meditation and stuff, these little tools, like eventually you'll learn how to like bring yourself into that meditative state or into the here and now, without having to rely on like mantras and words. It gets a little bit easier. And so there was also a couple of oh wait first, yeah, okay, so another thing that was also really helpful was learning to like bring meditation like out of like off of the pillow, right? So like trying to squeeze in a few moments of bringing yourself to the here and the now, like when you're stuck in traffic or doing dishes. And for me, I was working on a fishing boat, and this is when I first started to practice this, but like I was doing these 12-hour shifts, and I had just like this, small window of time to get ready before each shift. And so I had like a 5 to 7 minute like stretch routine to get my body like ready for another day of fishing. And that's when I started to like meditate while doing those stretches. Was another little like, I don't know, one of those little Buddhist breakthrough moments. And one of the pitfalls I really try to warn people against is piling on too much, like putting and setting like unrealistic goals for yourself at the beginning. As we'd all like to think that we can be, work towards being Gandhi, where we meditate like every day for a half hour. And it's actually can be like, especially when you're a beginner, like really you can get caught up in worrying about like other people's definition of what like meditation is. I knew a girl that I dated. She had gotten PTSD from meditation. And I know that sounds weird. I'd never heard of it. Actually, Steve, I've told you about this before. But she had actually joined a cult that was like using Buddhism as a facade, as this like way of like roping people in. And a common cult leader tactic for keeping people under your control is you form like a trauma bond with them, right? There's always like some type of like long ruling punishment. And this dude was making these people do these like 5 or 6 hour long like meditation sessions where it was just like its own form of like torture. Like that's just unreasonable by any like measure. So yeah, one of the things you want to watch out for, like don't ever let anyone tell you, what the right amount of meditation is for you.
Hurts your bum.
I also there was this one of the places I lived at, there was this martial arts school just like right down the end of the cul-de-sac, and that dude did morning meditations, and it was really cheap. So I started doing that with that guy for a while, and he would attend these like seminar things where they would meditate for like 8 to 10 hours a day for 6 days straight. It's this huge like Buddhist to do thing that happens like once every year. And the guy was like kind of snobby about it. Like you really don't know true Buddhism or true meditation until you've done one of these like seminar things. And that's just like the guy's knees were completely torched out. Like he could not sit down cross-legged for more than like a couple of minutes, because it's just like, anyways, really rough on your body. Don't pile on too much. You know what I mean? Just do what you can and keep sticking at it. And also, yeah, don't beat yourself up too much if it feels like progress is slow. It's a practice. It's something you gotta stick in. The next one too is one of the pitfalls. Like this was the hardest one for me to dig myself out of, especially when I was like younger. And it's been something I'm calling transactional spirituality. And so if you surf around, especially like on YouTube, you're gonna find a lot of really like bad information. That through meditation you can like be given the ability to read people's auras or move objects with your chi or harness energy from the quantum fields or stuff like that. I'm not, it's like, okay, to believe in that stuff, I would just highly caution against thinking that you can use meditation as a avenue towards those things. And I think I will just simply leave it at that for that one. And so a little bit more fun of a topic, and then we're about to open it back up. And this was what with my experience with the psychedelics, and this comes back to like the beginner's mind thing. I was at one point, like I had been that individual that was like indulging my ego in unhealthy ways through psychedelics. You know what I mean? Like I'd been tripping by myself pretty much for a couple of years before I like met the rest of the psychedelic community. And like, yeah, within that, I think moment there, like one of the humbling things about finding community was like realizing that a lot of things that like I thought made me like unique or special in some sort of way was like actually commonplace, and it stuff that was like painfully obvious to the rest of the community. And it's funny because I used to use the story of the burning bush, right? The Moses, going up to talk with God, as like this allegory for the psychedelic experience. And like I've actually turned it more into like a cautionary tale, right? Like if it's really easy to get caught up in that, like the burning bush chose me attitude towards like psychedelics, where you feel like you're like special, you're like selected by the divine force in some way. And so yeah, that's more like the cautionary tale, right? Like if you're starting to think of yourself as like the only one person that can connect with the universe in this way, then you've probably started to indulge your ego in ways that are unhealthy. And it really was like a whole nother like way of getting, like my ego in check. And I guess that's yeah, what I think of like, yeah, meditation. It's not an ego death thing. It's more of like an ego management thing, right? Because you're never really gonna fully shed your ego. Anyways, all right. So that's all I had. That was my little talk on meditation I prepared for this thing. And if anyone else wants to jump in with anything, that'd be awesome. Or if anyone has any
Tell us
questions.
a bit more about the Kung Fu and the Qigong, although I think Lynette might have wanted to ask a question there, and I would urge her to go first.
Oh, sure.
Oh, I didn't really have a question to ask. I was just really listening to what you had to say. It was kind of funny that you mentioned how the burning bush chose you or whatever, how people feel that way.
Right.
And I've been reading this book, How to Change Your Mind. I finally got a copy of it
Oh, cool.
on Amazon and decided to read it. And even Albert Hoffman, who discovered or invented LSD or whatever, said
Right.
that. He said, LSD found me, I was
Right.
like, well, that's kind of interesting. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, that's just wanted to chime in with that. That's all. Kind of made me
Oh,
think about that.
thanks. Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah, I noticed too, like the ego kind of has like its like built-in like defense mechanism, right? Like it really doesn't like being like told what to do, and it's kind of like highly resistant to like change, and it's kind of like set in its ways, And like has, yeah, I can kind of feel like that little voice inside that's like working again. That's like telling you that meditation's too hard, or you're just not getting the results that you want, and like stuff like that. That little voice. But yeah, no, thanks for chiming in. What about you, Steve? What are your ideas on meditation, particularly meditation and psychedelics? Have you ever given that a go? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was going to ask you about kung fu on psychedelics.
Oh yeah.
And I've got a video actually from Breaking Convention, which is a whole other story which you need to see. Also, I would recommend John McAfee's The Secret of the Yamas. That's probably coming over the wrong way around, isn't it? Like Mirror Screen. But this actually does crop up in the top 10 yoga books. John McAfee was the meditation teacher down Silicon Valley way, as well as the coke dealer.
Right.
He nonetheless managed to rest himself from cocaine long enough to write this book, which is a very, very good book about the meditative aspect of yoga, like the 8 limbs, which I can wholeheartedly recommend. Right. Not just because it's by John McAfee, who I'm vaguely obsessed with. Yeah, psychedelics and anything anything that is meant to invoke a Gnostic state or a magical inverted commas state at the same time. I've been sort of urged caution, but I don't think putting your hood up and closing your eyes and going deep during the psychedelic ceremony is necessarily a bad thing at all. No, definitely not. Absolutely, I think that's what we're all kind of like looking for, isn't it? And I think you kind of go in and out, don't you? I don't think you can spend the whole time trying to chase that.
Yeah. Have you ever had that like absolutely like fearless moment where it just like feels like you could like dodge bullets, or you know what I mean, or like move things with your like it's just that like I don't know, I guess going to speaking to like with martial arts, like it's not something like my balance and like agility is like it seems enhanced in some sort of way. Like it's actually like
the only time I cleared the pool table in one go, I was like high on acid.
When you're on mushrooms, right, yeah. Oh man, there's this famous story about a pitcher for the Pittsburgh Pirates back in like 1972 named Doc Ellis, who he pitched a no-hitter while high on acid once back in the 70s.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, it's one of the great, look it up. The Doc Ellis LSD story. It's kind of just like both psychedelic and like a baseball legend now.
No, I do. I was quite interested. The one time I did peyote, and I assure you, it was about as authentic as it could have been over on this side of the channel. Certainly, I fell on that venison at 6 a.m. God, it tasted so good. And but I at the end of that, I could have submitted someone with my ass. Certainly, I felt certainly very fluid and not aggressive, but it was my first time with a plant, and it did feel quite different in a sort of feral kind of way.
Yeah, so there's also, and this is like disputed by historians, but some of the like mushroom lore was that the Norse berserkers, you know what I mean? Like the ancient, just like,
oh dude, I got papers about this coming.
About like the berserkers getting like all ripped out on like mushrooms and like running off into battle. I'm not like it's, I guess also kind of like I help perpetuate the stoned ape theory a bit too, that like, you know, when it's during like it made us better hunters, like gave us better like, you know, targeting with like spears and projectiles or some.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they got studies saying that was ADHD as well.
Oh, that made the better hunters out in the
apparently, yeah. There's one study they looked at indigenous people in Kenya, where kind of half of them still live traditionally and the other half live, the modern way. And amongst the half that still live traditionally, it's the ones with ADHD symptoms who are in the leadership positions. And back in the city, it's the ones with ADHD symptoms who are sat on the sofa eating pizza. But sorry, back to the topic in hand. I think the berserker thing, that there's all kinds of theories on that, and definitely it's one of them. The Hashashin, of course, the assassins of Arabia were on hash, and that's where the term actually comes from, assassin.
Right.
And in terms of the berserkers, the various ropey theories. One of them is that fly agaric is a bit more wild, apparently.
Right.
When you take it, it's our resident fly agaric expert isn't here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've also heard that like ancient Norse shaman used to follow around reindeer and collect the yellow snow. Because like when the Amanitas, like apparently the reindeers love eating the Amanita mushrooms. And so the shamans like something about the way it gets like distilled or filtered
it's even
out.
Stronger.
And
it's even stronger the first time around. It's about 4, but you can use it about 4 times. I think you can have it go down.
So I would love to try it, man. Sure. Oh, hi, Lynette. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I saw the funniest video it was one of those TikTok videos the other day of this guy who took the fly agaric mushrooms, and he said, I'm going to do a little experiment here. And so he was carrying a cup around, and he goes, I'm going to pee in a cup and I'm going to drink my own pee. And I was like, oh, this is not going to go well. And that's exactly what he did. He turned around, he peed in the cup, and he says, I'm going to hold my nose, and here he goes. And he's drinking it. He starts vomiting.
Well, I guess, yeah.
And he's like, yeah, that didn't go the way I thought it was going to.
It's a traditional Eastern remedy, right? Lyoto Machida.
What's that?
Lyoto Machida, the half Japanese, half Brazilian MMA fighter, is notorious for drinking his own urine. And it is a kind of I don't know, Chinese slash that part.
Like some of the fringe health nuts, right? Like it's kind of like some of the more like whacked out like wellness and vitamin people like kind of thing. I don't think there's much science between like it actually being beneficial unless there's mushrooms in it.
There's got to be a better way to take these mushrooms. I'm in Tennessee right now, and visiting family, and I went to a head shop, so to speak, and they actually sell. I bought some voodoo mushrooms. I don't know if you can see these, but they're Amanita.
Oh, right.
And I've never tried this type of mushroom.
Yeah.
But I don't, I thought, well, give it a try.
Those are like.
Have you ever taken them?
No, and I've heard it's like I've been growing my own cubensis. It's so it's completely different, like kind of like psychedelic mushroom. But I think the reason they're able to like package the Amanita muscaria is because of it being a different type of psychoactive hasn't been made illegal the same way. Right.
It doesn't have any psilocybin in it, but it does have muscimol, muscarine, and then it says ibotenic acid, which I understand is probably not a real good thing to have in there. And so
I guess so you can just dry it and eat it. It was one of those things for the longest time. There was like I guess just rumors or old wives' tales or however the saying goes, that if like it wasn't dried and prepared in like a special certain kind of way, that it could be deadly, almost like blowfish, like sushi or something like that,
Right.
But I guess just drying them out and eat them, it's not as dangerous as people say. But I've been told like not to expect a similar thing as you would with psilocybin.
With cubensis. Yeah.
And I'm sure in like microdoses, it's probably not gonna, really do much or be harmful in any kind of way. But
Yeah, I mean,
It's just so
third-hand
I was
knowledge.
just surprised that they have them in Tennessee of all places, because
Right.
Tennessee is so like
Right.
1950s, and I walk in this place and they're like, "Oh yeah, we have mushroom gummies," and I'm like, "What? Gotta check that out,"
I kind of saw that all these kind of mycelial, mycological nootropics, they're kind of topping the supplement sales charts.
Oh, right.
In the health food shops. So maybe it's become a boomer thing, because that's normally they drive the consumer economy, don't they?
Yeah.
So I think as soon as it catches on with the boomers.
Yeah, I think with all like supplements like that, like especially in this day and age, you really gotta like source and check out how it's manufactured. Cause like I've heard about like people doing tests on the supplements they've been buying, and it wasn't actually like lion's mane, the mushroom. They just took like the block of mycelium, which is like what mushrooms grow off of, and ground that up and pilled it up. So like you got to make sure you're dealing with someone that's not making some bootleg made in
You guys got an unregulated supplement market over there, haven't you?
oh right, yeah, it's the Wild West.
Very.
It's right, exactly, man. So
So Steve, when you go to like, a head shop or whatever, do they sell mushrooms? Do they sell LSD? You know, any type of psychedelics?
No, here right now, psychedelics are still illegal. They did actually make mushrooms. A class C
Like
drug.
decriminalized?
Yeah, which is kind of lower than marijuana. Marijuana is still illegal here, and my friends who moved to my friends who moved over to the States, they come back and they go, "Oh, isn't it cute how it's still illegal? Oh wow, yeah, you must let me have some the the minor criminal buzz, yeah. And that they think it's hilarious, and it does. To be honest, a lot of police forces have come out and said you can grow your own and stuff like this, but at the same time, anyone renting a house not allowed to do it, and all that. So it's a bit kind of easier said than done. Yeah. For quite a while, for a couple of years, magic mushrooms were available on the streets, and it was a big thing. They had quite a big revival around it. This is about 15 years ago, and rapid in that way, governments somehow can, even though other things seem to take them decades and decades, that they reverse the law but pretty quickly. I think a similar thing happened in Holland, where because that they can't actually sell the mushrooms there, they sell truffles, right? And somehow that makes it okay. And I suppose in the scheme of things, that the kind of super normies, that they won't ask for the truffles, or they don't know about the truffles, or whatever. But
so
they
truffles are chocolates that have psilocybin in them. Is that what you mean?
Well, it is actually the truffle, as in the underground bit of the fungus. It is a
okay.
Now, please don't hold me to any of this, right? But okay. I think it is a truffle, as in an actual fungus, fruit. And I don't think they're necessarily mushrooms. I think it is actually a psychedelic fungus. Again, please don't pick me up on this. And this is how they kind of get away with it. It isn't actually a mushroom per se, right? And it is actually a shit ton stronger than like a bunch of Liberty caps or something. And in fact, it's this stuff we had Atlantis. They said, oh, it's really good, and I was like, cheers. And it was great.
I'll try it out. The truffles, that's worth looking into. Yeah.
So this has been, so they do sell the truffles legally. I did actually see somebody, from the scene over there interviewed on an American podcast, and the podcast interviewer asked, so you know, now truffles are legal in Holland, then the psychedelic renaissance is just underway, right?
Yeah.
And she went, and I thought of the one shop that sells truffles, which also sells like bachelorette party accessories and like gongs and stuff like that. And thought, yeah, psychedelic renaissance is underway. Underway in Holland, but it's kind of happened. Yeah, you know, Amsterdam's such a kind of post psychedelic city as any other. I don't know how much further.
Well, I know here in the States you can't go into a store of any storefront of any kind and buy mushrooms, you know, psilocybin mushrooms. This is the only kind that I've ever seen,
Yeah.
you know, legally, because it doesn't have psilocybin in it.
Right.
But I've been to a store in Vancouver, BC, and walked in and was able to buy whatever I wanted. I even bought Enigma there, which was incredibly strong. And you know, it's I guess it's not really legal, but it's decriminalized in Vancouver. I don't know about other parts of Canada, but I know in the city of Vancouver, there are a few shops where you can actually go in and buy it. And it's not a big deal there, I guess. So, but you can't bring it back to the States
Right.
legally.
Yeah, I'm in Oregon, or excuse me, I'm in Washington, but we're like hoping to get the similar like type of laws passed as Oregon did recently to at least like clear psilocybin for medicinal use.
Yeah, I live in Washington State. I just happen to be in Tennessee right now, which that's what shocked me. I'm like, I'm in Tennessee. What in the heck are they doing selling mushrooms in Tennessee?
Yeah,
I guess it's not illegal. So I mean, I even have seen them at gas stations. You can pull up to a gas station and get supplements of all kinds here in Tennessee.
Ooh, man.
I was shocked.
That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. What do you, I'm kind of like on the like I'm not sure. We're obviously like I'm enjoying that there is a psychedelic renaissance, particularly concerning like mental health and the latest like revolutions in mental health treatment. Because I'm one of those people that like was incredibly broken and damaged and like was healed by psilocybin. Like, when I started growing mushrooms, I got 4 years off of hard drugs coming up next month, which is just a freaking miracle in its own right. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So yeah, no, there's serious peace and healing to be found. It kind of seems like capitalism is gonna like kind of have its way with it first before, and I'm just like, I'm curious to like see how all that's gonna like play out, you know what I mean? Because there's already like forces at work to patent down even just like the set and setting type of stuff. So that's and it's already become like incredibly expensive too. Like just like out.
Yeah, that's actually, I'm finding that to be really sad. I started taking mushrooms a little over a year ago, about a year and a half ago, because I wanted to get off of antidepressants, which I had been on off and on for 15 or 20 years.
Yeah.
And I got myself completely off of them for about a month. And then I took a very large dose of like a heroic dose my very first time out. And, it
Nice.
literally like changed me overnight.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, it scared the hell out of me because I was launched into another dimension. I couldn't even speak. I had a trip sitter. Somebody was there with me holding my hand the whole time, but I was like, oh my God, what just happened to me? And it opened up a whole new world for me.
Oh yeah.
From that moment on, no depression. I have not had a day of depression. I maintain it monthly. I'll do, a regular size dose. Nothing like that first one. Believe me, I don't. I'm not ready for that experience again anytime soon.
Yeah.
But my mental health has improved so much. I'm I'm absolutely not only functional, I've become more creative. I started painting, writing. It's just opened up a whole new world for me. And, I'm not here to preach about it, but I'm here to tell you it made a huge difference in my life. And I want to see psychedelics not only decriminalized, but I'd like to see them legalized. But yeah, I think the whole capitalization of psychedelics is kind of disturbing, but it might be the only way that we can go to get it into the society and get it to work for people who have PTSD, depression, bipolar
Yeah.
disorder, whatever it's used for different people, even just for creativity.
Yeah.
I want to see it go that direction. That's why I'm kind of, trying to help out and
Right.
work with Leo and whoever I can to
I
get the ball rolling,
Right. I can't I was at an integration circle that just like that setting of like say the Johns Hopkins, like we've all seen the video, right? Where like they show you and they got the little like, may your journey be meaningful, give you your little pill and you the little blinder things they put on, kind of like put on some soft music and then just let, someone's there kind of taking notes and someone else is holding it. Just that like ceremony alone is like $1,500 I think at like the cheapest you're gonna get that like for, which is just like insanity. I mean, of course there's gonna be the market, there's gonna be so it's someone out there is gonna pay for it, but like still it's just freaking like,
Well, thank goodness for the underground. That's all I can say. Thank goodness for my local folks that, help me, find plant medicine. But yeah, the commercialization of it is really disturbing how people are capitalizing on people's, you know,
yeah,
depression and trauma, you know.
right.
I don't want to see it go that way.
No, me
But
neither. I know I talk about it all the time. I actually got to get my ass in gear on this one of these days, but I do want to put together like some type of I don't know, coalition or like collective that can like make mushrooms available or like that type of, I don't know, mental health treatment to like lower income communities, like migrant communities and places that are like really where people are really like struggling with a lot of issues. Like it's just to see like an eighth of mushrooms is probably like going for around for like $40 or something now, which is just it's out of reach for some people that just can't like afford that too. So some type of like coalition or group of people that would be able to like run some type of program that made psychedelics available to lower income communities. I have no idea what that's going to look like, but that's definitely something I want to work on. Yeah.
well, there are thank goodness a lot of resources available online now where you can buy spores and do your own growing if you need to, or if you can find a community near you where people share, you know, resources, that's always good.
Right.
But yeah, even if you don't know anybody, at least you can watch enough YouTube videos to learn how to grow them yourself, and you can
Yeah.
get the healing that you need,
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I got my start. Yeah.
Yep.
Actually got really lucky. There's a lot of stuff that isn't like available anymore. It's like from when I first got started, like they kind of did a crackdown on a lot of the like channels.
Yeah.
Just
And
shortly
those
after right.
those that are available are very selective about the words that they use and where they source their materials to
Yeah,
grow and things like that. So at
yeah,
least there's still some information out there. They
right,
haven't taken it all down, but
right.
for those of us who depend on um, the medicine to keep us healthy mentally, without I was a zombie when I was on pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
I was on 4 different medications at the same time. I was on an antidepressant, antipsychotic. Um, I was on benzodiazepines when my anxiety would go through there. I'm off of
Oh.
everything now.
Yeah.
I'm completely clean except for the the one plant medicine dose that I do a month.
Right.
And that's, I take 5, 6 hours out of my day, get myself together, do a lot of journaling, painting, sharing with
Right.
people, and then I'm fine. It's just amazing. And no depression at all.
Amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing. It's
Yeah.
shocking.
Yeah.
Years and years and years I feel like I've wasted because I didn't know about this,
Right. Yeah, I remember that first year of growing mushrooms, like I did quite a bit of crying. Like a lot of it was like it seemed like for like at least a good like 8 or 9 months, like every trip I was on, I would set aside at least like 2 hours to just like bawl like a baby over some freaking, something going, who knows what, but yeah,
or
definitely.
laugh. I
Yeah.
would laugh or laugh and laugh, and it was such a release for me.
Mhm.
I mean, I remember listening to Buffalo Soldier, and I just thought that was the funniest damn. I mean, it's not a funny song, but I laughed for like an hour about that, and I just thought, my God,
Yeah.
it was such a release. All that, all that anger and tension, and went through a lot of trauma when I was a kid. A lot of
Yeah.
trauma.
No, for many of us, it's like the first time you ever experienced like anything you can really call true peace, like that's like was for me. I'm like, oh, this is what true peace feels like after the lifetime of, right, exactly, emotional scarring and whatnot, for sure.
Mm. Yeah, I don't drink alcohol anymore either. That was another thing. It just took away my craving
Yeah.
completely. And I drank. Oh yeah, I drank. And I haven't had a drink for almost 2 years, you know. Yeah, it's been an amazing transformation for me.
Yeah,
I-
it's funny. Occasionally I hear someone say, like I have a neighbor lady, um, that still it's just that old myth about psychedelics that like you could try it one time and it would like radically alter your brain in some way where like you would never be you again. Like she was really worried she would have this experience and then not be herself anymore. And I was trying to explain, like, that's the best part. Like, that's what, like, that's the, like for us people that like have that like deep, like down, like icky, that's just been haunting us our whole lives. Like, yes, please make me into something new. Yeah, yeah,
yeah, that's absolutely the best part about it, is
yeah,
releasing all of that anger and depression, and finding out who you really are deep down inside,
yeah.
letting go of all that, and finding out who you really are. Yeah, it altered me.
Mhm.
Absolutely. In such a good way.
Yeah,
Such a good way.
yeah, for sure. No, it's not easy to. It can be kind of scary taking that look inward sometimes, But yeah, no, definitely part of the whole spiritual growth and transformation thing is learning how to make peace with all of that stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, it like it kind of felt like the mushroom like knew me in some way, right? Like it like got inside and did this like head to toe, analysis, and then just like wrote me up the exact prescription that I needed. It's kind of like a yeah, that unto itself is just like a trip.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of I don't know if ibogaine is considered a psychedelic. It's definitely a plant medicine that works for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I've been researching it a lot lately. I I have a friend who um is not in the psychedelic community, but I've tried to get her some help. She she's a chronic alcoholic, and it's affected her marriage, her job. You know, it's going to affect her home here pretty soon if she doesn't do something about it. And she's dipping her toe in the waters. You know, she started going to ketamine therapy,
Okay.
where she goes and pays hundreds of dollars every time, you know, she goes. It's like her actually her insurance covers part of it.
Mhm.
So, you know, she has a medical insurance company that actually does pay for part of it, and she has to still pay a big chunk of it.
Right.
But I don't think that's actually helping her as much as just giving her some respite from but then she'll come home and she'll drink a 12 pack of beer. And so I want to see more plant medicines like ibogaine being studied here in the United States,
Yeah.
everywhere in the world. But, you know, I know that in England, I don't know if Steve is aware of it, but I know that in England, I've seen documentaries about people who are underground that use ibogaine, and have people come to their homes and, you know, and treat people. And it literally seems like overnight it cures their alcoholism, you know, for a large percentage of them, you know, 80% or something like that, they say. And I'm like,
I've
like
heard that
that.
too about alcoholism. Yeah, no, I've heard something similar to that for sure.
I mean, I would love to be able to send my friend to a retreat in Peru and pay $5,000 or something. You know, I don't have that kind of money.
Yeah,
But
no.
what I love about ibogaine is all my friends who kind of, well, not all, but you know, my friends who work in kind of finance and areas like that, where the ayahuasca ceremony just isn't for them, right? But hang on, there's this other thing, right? That's from Africa and it's fucking terrifying. That's the one for you, dude. That's the one. That's the one. The ibogaine is for the kind of people. Oh, ayahuasca, I'm not really feeling it. Like,
Yeah, what's it like in comparison to say other psychedelics, right?
dude, I haven't had it. I did actually have a friend went to Gabon the other day, sent some absolutely incredible videos of especially where all the women have to have like red faces and the men all have like white painted faces and stuff like this. You know, that they certainly did the full works. I always kind of smile a bit because my friends go off to do like ayahuasca or ibogaine and they haven't had you know, any other psychedelics since they were a teenager or whatever. Are you going to be okay, mate? And they're like, yeah, I'm shitting myself. And you ask them after, you say, well, what was it like? And they go, oh, it's all right. It wasn't really as strong as I thought it was going to be, to be honest. Now, I think they were, I think they were cautious, yeah, but
Yeah, no, right. No, I'm still, it's I do some pretty big psilocybin doses. Over this last summer, I got it was really expensive, but I had just enough money to buy these gel tabs of acid. They were $20 a hit, a single one. You know, it was just ridiculous. But I did get to like finally this like last summer explore the like spiritual side of LSD, and it was just like absolutely fantastic, man. I took 3 hits of acid, and about like 2 or 3 hours in, I piggybacked on like about a 5 gram cup of mushroom tea, and oh lordy, like it was such an amazing trip. It was seriously one of the raddest nights of like my entire life, dude. Yeah, that one was pretty wild. But that's just like really expensive. Dude, 20, I'm like, that's just too much. That's too much for a hit of acid. That's not, that shouldn't be a thing. It shouldn't be allowed. Should be against the law. Oops.
So, Steve, where were your friends when they did the ibogaine? Did they go, you know, out of the country?
yeah, no, I am listening. I'm just redoing the blinking social because the YouTube link changes, doesn't it, over the 24-hour periods. So I'm just like changing all the YouTube links, yeah. But I am aware of you know, addiction services, you know, operating independently. I have no idea how it plays out. And my friend, I mean, I think she's based in Singapore, and she went to the Gabon, yeah, in Africa.
Oh, in Africa. Okay.
Yeah, to the heart of to the heart of it. And yeah, to get the full experience. But I do gather that what you alluded to back there, is a thing. Yes, absolutely. There's quite a there's quite a big recovery community
Right.
here. Maybe crosses over into the more adventurous and proactive community as well. So I think there's quite a lot of interest in ibogaine compared to, say, psilocybin or ayahuasca, even for addiction. I think ibogaine is what's being used in some of the addiction clinics as well. Some of the European addiction clinics, certainly.
I saw a documentary about it, and there was a practitioner who, it was underground, of course, but she had folks come to her home and administer the ibogaine and then watch them for several days and in her home. And
wow, several days.
It was pretty intense. I mean, yeah, I don't know how much money she was making off of it. And that's the other thing. It's not regulated. It's, there's really not a lot of safeguards. That concerns me. But I would love to see my friend get help. I just don't know, I don't know how much longer she's going to be able to hang on with the addiction. You know what I mean? So, man,
Steve,
that's a tough one.
What about like larger problems like climate change or like wars and stuff like that? Do you ever see like psychedelics playing a role in trying to like bring humanity into a more like enlightened age, or is that all bunch of pipe and smoke or whatever they call it?
I think that it's definitely moving that direction for a lot of people. They're coming to understand that can help society as a whole. It was funny. In this book that I'm reading, How to Change Your Mind. This is a really good read. I don't know if anybody's ever read this book.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a
yeah.
Netflix documentary about it, but this is such a good book. I saw the whole documentary, and that's what led me to it. But this is really much more in depth.
I'll have to check it out. Yeah, I did catch the Netflix documentary.
Yeah, one of the things that someone mentioned was when they were researching back in the 80s or 70s or something, they were talking about someone sent the Russian, they were in peace talks with Russia, and someone sent large doses of MDMA to the Russian government to distribute to the people who were doing the peace talks. And that kind of, I thought, oh my God, if they took that, you might actually see some progress,
Yeah. No, sometimes.
I mean, I think they kind of did it as a joke, but maybe hoping that they would take it. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know. It's not really a joking matter when it comes to, life and death and war and whatnot. But yeah, I think it definitely could help. Something like MDMA definitely could help people to, I've never taken MDMA. I don't know what it's like, but from what I understand, it does bring people together. So
it's hard to imagine a dude like Vladimir Putin or someone like that, like just like having one like right.
You want to spike his tea,
Yeah, just like totally coming back a new change Vladimir.
Yeah, put a couple of hits of MDMA in his tea. He needs some.
So it kind of reminds me of back in the old 90s, if anyone's old enough to remember that. A friend of mine was working for a certain clothing brand, and on a Friday, he was asked to send some samples to a certain well-known reality TV show, and that was going on at the time. And he thought, hey, wouldn't it be funny if we put some pills in the pockets? And sent them off on the Friday, woke up on Saturday and just thought, shit. And got himself down there as fast as humanly possible.
Oh.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, we got some new people in. I'm not sure who's up at 4 o'clock yet. I was not sent a lineup of who's on tonight, but it's been real. Thank you so much for chatting with me this last hour, guys. It's been enjoyable for sure. Not that we
My pleasure, Rick. We'll do martial arts another time.
Oh yeah, no, we can still go. We still got 5 minutes. What were you thinking? What did you want to know?
Yeah, I was just thinking in terms of getting the moves down. And would that be more of a like you mentioned Qigong is Qigong is Tai Chi, right? And Gong is more
I'm
like abrupt martial arts, more like active. Yeah.
So Qigong is actually like a more of like a breathing kind of like stretching body motion, like dynamic kind of like exercise. Look up Qigong, the 8 brocades. That's where I got started. It's just 8. So it takes about like maybe 16 minutes to go through all of them, and it's a meditation / stretching. But it's like kind of just like more like a supplement to the martial arts kung fu path. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, no, it's still just like another. It's almost like if you like take a handful of like yoga stretches and and then add some interval breathing things. Yeah, look up the 8 brocades. And then of course, it's been so I started training bow staff a couple of years ago, and like it's been a lot of fun, really. Especially it's like when I'm on mushrooms out in the park, just flinging around my bow staff. So yeah, I try and take at least like, I don't know, half hour or something out of any psychedelic experience to get in a little kung fu bow staff action. And then usually when I come back home and then kind of that's when I start doing the like qigong and meditation stuff. But yeah. Anyways, well, hey, hello? Are you the speaker that's coming on at 4 o'clock?
I am. Bless you, brother. Namaste.
Hey. All right, cool. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, family. Blessed to be here.
Yeah. If you wanted to get started a couple minutes early, you're absolutely welcome to.
Absolutely. Well, for all that are here in this experience directly, but here in life experience, bless us. Thank you. Thank you for the creation that we're in, right? For anything at all, for each breath, for each heartbeat, for a mind that inquires, for an earth that is spinning, for a light, a sun that is shining, for vibration to dance across the cosmos, for this experience. Bless us. I'm Vishnu. I'm checking in from Florida. I am from California and was invited. Well, actually saw that there was support that I could provide. And so I reached out to Leo over here and feel very much involved in the whole, it was labeled psychedelic movement or even plant medicine. I personally refer to the practice that I do as entheogenic medicines is what I work with. And I say specifically entheogenic because, with these medicines in the world right now, and to each his own, you know, and how we're finding our healing, our enlightenment, ourself, our journey to love, to really acceptance of ourselves as totality. However a person is doing that, to each his own. So I found, you know, in a great consistency that all those who approach any kind of molecule as it's sacred, to approach it with honor, to approach it with respect, whether that is a plant-based medicine or even out of some of our amphibians or fungi, which is its own kingdom, right? However we approach any of these molecules, you know, the sacred cactus, if we do so with reverence, that the entire function of life itself is to remember that we are creation itself, that we are the universe, the energy of the universe and us are one, just like the light of the sun and us are one. We're the water, right? We are the air, and so we are consciousness itself. And so these molecules, you know, entheogenic is like the most appropriate reference I can suggest for these medicines, because even if it's, you know, a synthesized molecule like LSD or MDMA, it can lead you to that same centralized place within your being, which resides in all of us because it's the core of us. And if you approach these medicines in a sacred way, its primary function is to help us have right relation with spirit. And so, you know, I felt that my particular practice and voice in the community is something that would fit in here. I do have the bloodline of Hispanic, or actually more Mexican, my father, and yeah. I'm not supposing that anybody is going to speak in here from what I've watched. I just want to say thank you to all those who've already presented. Was checking in many hours yesterday, listening to great stories and information, and it's such a beautiful diversity of experience taking place across the planet, you know, from indigenous practices and ancient practices, you know, like I can feel it in my blood that mushrooms have been a part of just my, I don't know what you would call it, ancestral lineage. And I felt called in this lifetime to discover that. And so I love the place that I am as a American born Mexican bloodline, where many of us, I'm sure at this point, you know, was listening to a lot of the natives that, yesterday that were speaking. And so the experience that particular group has been through, and the practice that has been a part of Native culture for so long, and the intimacy with you know the all of nature as medicine. You know, it's not just the psychoactive compounds, you know, like all of, from my understanding of Native culture and what I've been exposed to, you know, it's a relationship with all, a relationship with the elements, with the water, with the air. And we're in a time where, you know, the indigenous cultures practices, you know, had been under threat, and people were dislocated from those practices. And I feel like that I identify with that, having been American born, California born, major dislocation from my culture, and still was inherently drawn to connect with Mexico. So I moved to Mexico, lived there several times, and learned the language and a lot of the culture. Spent I don't know, getting seasoned back in like kind of like where my blood is from. And the whole time that I had been doing any kind of experience in my adult life, I've been with psilocybin. Psilocybin came to me at 19 years old. And I would love to say that I was someone who like was trained on how to use them. But the reality for many people in America, at least, you know, these things come to a person with almost zero regulation at all. Like, you know, it's underground because of the policies and regulations here in this country. People are pushed out to find these things illegally. Ideally, they're working with someone who has some sort of moral value, that they find it's not just a drug dealer, right? There's someone who actually like is invested in the actual production of a quality product that is medicinally serving, therapeutically serving. I would even say spiritually serving. But in, you know, in my personal experience, the mushroom came to me at 19, and it was just something that I had to discover on my own. You know, people shared some knowledge with me, but learn by doing. There was a great value and not having any kind of I don't know, container placed on me in terms of what the mushroom can do. It left me open to gain this beautiful relationship with the mushroom that has been with me all my adult life. I feel like a living relationship with a species of this fungi. You know, it's and so I work with this medicine now, and it's actually really wonderful to watch. You know, back to the range of from the indigenous to, you know, the psychedelic movement, where it's actually talked about on a market, you know, as like $1 million, maybe $1 trillion market. I don't know what it is, but you know, it's a wave that there are companies investing in. Laws are changing, and I'm watching like tides meet, right? Like these and it's and this exact thing is happening inside of me, because as a dislocated person from my culture, there was this wave coming back to myself, and how to incorporate my bloodline into just an American culture raised person. English was my first language. You know, I went to American schools, and raised by my mom, you know, here in America, and having this what felt like ancient roots inside of me, and psilocybin helped me reconnect with myself. Like it just was there for me as a beautiful travel companion to point out things for me to connect. And so since I've been through this journey with this amazing medicine, and as nature would have it, when there is a need for anything, nature makes it. Like nature's like, hey, we have these, you know, like this capacity to change. And I feel like I'm a part of an evolution of Earth and nature itself, to be able to connect with the fungi and have an awareness to myself as something that is far transcendent than the human thinking process, that it's rooted in something that is so silent and so still and ever present and omnipotent. It's incredible. And I believe it's what we call spirit. You know, it's what we would call the highest of any kind of belief system. It's the supreme. It's the ultimate. And so to be rooted into that, to have a life that has been brought to root into that awareness, and then embrace fully the expression of it as as uh, as a human, as a body, as an elemental experience of light, as an elemental experience of water. To know that I am the dust of stars, flying across the cosmos, and descendant of fungi. All of us carry this, much of the same genetics, fungi and human beings. Everything's so interrelated, interconnected in the oneness of creation. And having, have made this journey, having these connections, it was just natural. I found myself helping people with their journey and exploration and medical conditions being improved. I have a thorough grasp of the human machine that we are, on how to keep it healthy. And that's just natural because of the schooling that I've been through. Excuse me, family. I was blessed to have training experience in psychology, and have experience with just simple things like first aid. And these little things, I believe, are significant if a person's going to be available to assist other people. There's a certain confidence that knowing that everything is going to be okay if you're going to help somebody, even if it appears in a time you're going through a process that it's not okay. There's got to be space for things to not be okay too. The scariest and deepest traumas of a human being to arise and be witnessed and non-judged and loved and supported as the process unfolds. And having some psychological awareness on how processes, how trauma works, this stuff is very helpful. Having your heart open to love, unconditional love, and non-judgment, because we're healing right now as a species, and there's really nothing that has ever happened that is non-forgivable. Everything can be forgiven, and that's one of the power of these molecules that is hitting the time of this planet, is people are realizing that the healing capacity of these medicines, even the natives have known with peyote, and the South Americans with ayahuasca, like how profound of a healing one can get, which is physical healing, because of reduction of inflammation in one's body. When communed with sacred molecules, one finds a tremendous amount of alleviation, relief, and come into right relation with our body, with our diet, with our habits. And that reduces stress, which reduces inflammation, which I have seen take things completely away from ailments, physical ailments away from a person, or maybe not take them away, but provide a space where they just don't exist anymore, like they're not a part of that person. Knowing how these type of processes work in the body is very helpful, combined with the medicine. But I just feel so blessed to be able to carry this medicine and be a safe space for healing. Actually, it's psilocybin. I work with psilocybin. I actually have all my medicine comes from Mount Shasta. A brother of mine, it's over there on the mountain. We are sincere in what we do. Like I have to say, we believe that our energy matters, and how we approach and touch everything, how we think, the good thoughts that we put into the cosmos through the vibration of our thought alone, through the vibration of our words, through the deeds that we take. We're setting forth waves and ripples constantly. And so a medicine procured under conditions of love, vibrations of gratitude, using the mineral water straight from the mountain, that it has no chlorine, no fluoride. It's never been ran through pipes, so it has like the highest geometric shape of water when you feed it to the mushroom, and these kind of things, these all make a difference. And nature, like I said, it feels like it was involved in my life to get me into position to even be able to do this, because we need safe places to procure or to secure, especially right now with how many people have turned in the microdosing wave to like trying to get mushrooms. There needs to be beings like me who are here to offer clean, safe medicine in a safe way. I've picked up all kinds of beautiful, wonderful lessons in life, and many sweat lodge. You hear all types of great stories, and learnings from my own Hispanic lineage, and studies of even biblical stuff, right? You pick up all these wonderful, wonderful stories, but I can't claim to be any one of anything, because I'm just a being. I'm just what the universe is. Like I showed up for the journey, and life shaped me in a way to be available this way. And we need people that are safe out there, that know what we're doing, that know how to produce a product that I can take you to the roots of how it got to you, and the energy behind it, and how to use it in a therapeutic value. If that's what you're seeking, is therapeutic relief. You're looking for a medicinal to address something physically, like you have a physical ailment. And then also how to use it to expand your consciousness. If you're looking for answers on who and what and how we got here, and so I just feel blessed, and even to be here, and on this call, to be able to show up and participate in the living web of life, and thank you guys all for being here. Is there anything like question wise that I can speak to? Let me see if there's anything in the comments down here.
No, you said you're in Florida right now?
Yeah, that's where I am. I'm in Florida.
All right. What part of California did you grow up in?
Chico, California, man. Yeah, I love Northern California. It's such a beautiful state, and like all of California is a beautiful state.
I grew up in Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz, yeah, brother. Yeah.
For the first like 30 years of my life, and then I moved up to Seattle. But yeah, that's where I'm.
Excellent. Yeah, I mean, all of this country is beautiful. All the planet is beautiful. I love California because I'm born there. Maybe just biased by the fact that my body was born on that land.
Yeah.
But I love it there. I love Florida too. I'd have to say, thank you to the medicines that have helped me get to this place where I live in a heavenly state. It was interesting because I went through some new age spirituality stuff as a part of my consciousness expansion. And there is a lot of woo, a lot of just like, talk in the head, and not so much embodiment, and some, to teach his own again. But there is a way to evolve one's consciousness where you live in a heavenly state. Like, I'm so healthy. Like I talk to my cells every day. I think my water as I drink it. I know this may sound like woo, right? It's like, oh, he's got love on his water. I tattooed love on my arm, like this stuff makes a difference. Vibrational awareness of frequency, because that's what we are, right? We're a dance of energy. And these molecules have helped me remember this. I also work with the toad medicine, the 5-MeO DMT, and it just, again, nature brought me to the desert. I was on my journey of healing myself, and I found myself in the desert talking to this giant toad, and I had no idea 5-MeO DMT even existed. I was like, what is that? But in developing a relationship with this toad, I came to discover that there was this medicine in it, and had began working with it. And again, I just feel blessed. For whatever reason, the universe unfolds in the beauty that it does. The geometric, mathematic geometry of the cosmos. I get to be involved in it. I'm here, and I have made myself available to participate, and I'm called to these places miraculously. It's poetic. The universe is poetic. My name, where I was born, my parents, like all this stuff. If you really, take a look at your own life, I'm sure you'll see the same thing. It's so poetic, like everything about this creation. And so that I get to show up with open eyes to participate. I ended up working with this toad medicine, and I have for 8 years now. And I've served a lot of people. This medicine is a very, very profound molecule, 5-MeO DMT. I can never tell anyone about it, and that's the coolest thing, because none of us can. It can't be put into words. But you can experience it because it's the heart of all of us, right? It's the unity that we experience in this experience with the molecule, generally speaking. But I just feel so blessed to be in this time where laws are changing. Like I say, I'm seeing the waves of different culture, from sacred ceremonial practice, which I encourage. Like, it's really the way you're going to get the most out of a medicine is to honor it, to love it. And then it really will like, through your body, even, you have to embody it. You can live in a higher state here on this planet. And I believe it's really the future of all of us, is to step up into a place where the highest human qualities shine. They're present. We walk through life with respect and with gratitude, and we say hello to ourselves, family, because we are one family, and it doesn't really matter where you're from or anything. You're like, even the plants and the soil, it's all one system. It's all an extension of ourselves. And so walking on on this planet in a way that honors the water and honors the air. And I just believe, like, truly it's what's happening to all of us. We're coming into this place of right relation with truth. It's that we are, whatever this life is, we're one with the web of life. And I'm just feel so grateful again to be in this time where I'm seeing even a science emerge that supports ancient knowledge. My father's a perfect example. I was shared with them a decade ago that I felt that mushrooms were going to revolutionize psychiatric care and mental health care. And I was cautioned by him and my mother. It's like, these are Schedule I substances and punishable by law to be involved with these things. And he's now witnessed the last 5 years of John Hopkins study, San Francisco State University, or was it UCSF? Anyways, these sciences that have now come out and that he's read and he's like, wow, actually, like he's made a different, he feels different about, yeah, Bufo. Yeah. What's the, see what you say, wrote there, Steve? Hang on a second.
I think Lynette had a question a little bit ago. I saw her, saw her waving her hand.
Yeah, I have a
Bufo.
question.
Okay, yes, Bufo. Go
So,
ahead.
yeah, so a couple questions. First, is Bufo the toad medicine that you're talking about, or is
That's
it
correct.
called
Yeah,
something else?
that's
Okay,
Bufo.
I
so
thought that was combo. What's the difference between combo and bufo? Oops, sorry.
So
I just totally.
combo is the medicine that is administered generally through these ports. They're burned into the skin, right? Like there's a hole that, and it leaves a scar on a person. And that medicine comes from it's a jungle species that the secretion is designed to detox an individual. So I believe it has like 125, 128 different like peptides in it that just do a flush through your whole body, and so it's a like a purgative detoxing experience with the combo. And Bufo is see.
is Bufo a different type of toad, a different species of toad? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Absolutely. And location wise, the Bufo is located in the North American continent and the combo is in the South American continent.
Okay. I had another question for you. You brought up something that really spoke to me. One thing that I was thinking about is, you were talking about the source of your plant medicines and how if you feed your mushrooms spring water from a natural source that doesn't go through pipes and things like that, and the way that the mushrooms are grown, do you feel that the experience that you have is different? And the reason I ask this is because uh, mushrooms that I've purchased from someone who is a plant medicine provider in my area, I've had one experience, but when I learned how to grow and I my very first uh flush, I I I picked and um ate them fresh, and I grew them myself and I gave them lots of love, and it took me months of tending them and spraying them and talking to them and fanning them and giving them love. And I'm telling you, it was a completely different experience for me. And am I the only one that feels that way, or is it just because it was in my head and I'm thinking I gave these mushrooms love and they're loving me back, or is it because everyone experiences that when you give them love?
I would say it's all of the above, love. So you're having a multi-dimensional um, upgrade. I like across multiple planes, right? The psyche of being involved in the process. There isn't I would say like an emotional fulfillment in producing, being involved in your own process, right? Like I grew these, and it's my
Right.
product. You gave it your own love, so there's the placebo effect in like working for you. Like you're excited, you're enthusiastic, you have your own. You can ensure the quality. Like there's no, it's like if you're an organic person, like I can ensure these are organic. These are the cleanest. And I would even say, like Dr. Emoto's work on the study of water and just how our vibration impacts it. All of that is in play and I would even say the mushroom itself is in play when it's alive. It's a living, it's alive. And just like any living,
Spiritually, for me, spiritually, I talked to the mushrooms when I was growing them. I was telling them, I love you. Thank you. I know that you're going to help me, in the future. And I just want you to know that I love you. And I know it sounds woo-woo or crazy or whatever, but I've talked to my mushrooms when they were growing and they grew beautifully. And then when I picked them and consumed them, it was just like you know, whenever I have a journey with mushrooms, I talk to the mushrooms. But sometimes I have a more challenging, you know, scenario, you know, when I take mushrooms, and I ask them to guide me, and I ask them, I know it sounds crazy, but
Not really.
I just no. Okay. All right. What's your experience been, Rick?
Oh, you know, I mean, I'm a cultivator as well, you know, you do form a relationship with your with your plant, you know, mushroom, and kind of like yeah, you know, it's part of you, it's your baby. And so some of these journeys, yeah, it does feel like the energy you've poured into the cultivation kind of has a little I don't know, it's got a little extra zip on it, or a little some little extra zing in the sauce or something like that, right? Where you kind of I've also noticed too, as like cultivators, right? Like we've got more quarters to pump into the old proverbial slot machine, right? Like as growers, if you have a constant supply, you can kind of take a pull on the lever that, you know, others don't, which greatly increases your chances of having more deeper, you know, mystical experiences and journeys and stuff like that, you know? My experience.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I feel spiritually connected
right.
in a way that I can't describe.
Yeah, it
You know,
becomes like
when
a teacher of sorts, you know, right? Like,
I show them love and they show me love,
right.
and they've taught me lessons that, you know, mushrooms that I've bought from somebody kind of, you know, under the table, and I felt kind of weird about it, you know, and it's like,
All
you
of
know,
that
and you
comes
get
into
it
place
home and it's
energetically.
just,
Right.
yeah, there's an energy there.
Yeah, it all comes into place energetically. I mean, because back to some of the most basic fundamentals of even life, you know, there's reap what you sow. And this is actually one of the reasons why I really enjoy introducing people to ceremony with the mushroom, is because you can introduce someone to the simplicity of taking time to burn some sage and to say some prayers, all the way to the depth of, you know, opening space and blessing the space, because it shows that if you invest some time, energy, actually really invest some energy into growing your own mushrooms, into having a relation, to establishing a relationship. If you invest, if you give, you shall receive. Like literally give. And so ceremony is a lot of giving, right? You take time, set up an entire space, uh, and you do so ideally, you know, with nature in mind, on celestial calendars. You know, you're taking the moon calendar in mind, you're taking the sun calendar in mind, you're taking you know, like even for beings, like their birth date, and how to align these dates, because they're significant for, especially for a ceremonial experience, right? These are things that people might do once a year, twice a year. You know, some may upwards of 5-10 times, depending on the medicine and stuff. But these are like huge shifting points for a person. So, you know, considering all these factors, you're investing your energy of awareness and into a space. It can take hours to set up the musical instruments and everything that you're going to use in a ceremonial space. Reap what you sow. The world will be as you are. And so if you're making beautiful gardens, we'll have a bunch of beautiful gardens. If you're a person of peace, there's going to be peace. And so ceremony is that way, right? And your process, Lynette, with the mushroom, is you took the time to invest energy into a relationship, into your own cultivation, and you've benefited directly from that. You had a better experience because you reap what you sow. You received your own energy input, and it's just basics. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You have peace of mind too, because you know the source, you know its quality, like you love them. And all of that is the awareness of why what people would even consume such a medicine, is to bring such awareness that, hey, like, I'm here to be involved, I'm here for connection, I'm here to share the experience of life, you know, because even if you, no matter what you get on this planet, if you get a lot of it, it won't really be satisfying unless you share it. It doesn't matter what it is. You can get a lot of money, money's not fun unless you're sharing it. You could have all the wisdom in the world. You can be, like, oh, not much. I'm like, whatever wisdom, it ain't going to do anything. It's to share it, share that wisdom. And you can have your heart loaded with love. You're just love, all love, pure love. It's like, so what? Share it, like share it. You have to share stuff on this planet. And these medicines help us, they help remind us to thank our water every day, it helps you, I would say, even breathe. These medicines, that they help remind us that, breath is life, and we are alive, and we're part of the most, like the magic of creation. And to really just be here now with it, to enjoy it. And that's what I really love about the medicines, because, there's this like thing of like, people think, oh, you're getting high, you get people high. It's like, no, like, it's not about getting high. There's no escape, really. It's getting deep within yourself. And feeling all your feelings that have been suppressed, being in a safe place to process trauma, having someone there that can be with you through the process, and at the same time be out of the way, because a big part of the experience is like you're out of the way of that being, whatever they're going through and need. You're more like a midwife, like a doula, like you're like providing rags and like a purge bucket, like making sure the person may be drinking some water, that they're not rolling into the fire, like you're just making sure they're all right, but you're not really, you're not, in there orchestrating the experience. They're having the experience they need to have. It's between them and the medicine, or them and spirit really taking place. And you're just making sure it's a completely safe way to do it. At least that's my experience. So, yeah.
I used to tell people that, especially as like a recovering drug addict, like someone that started with, heroin back as like when I was 16, like it's been a lifelong thing. But I would like try to explain to people, like, this is the only like drug I've consumed where it feels like I'm running towards something, right? Like all the other drugs I do, I'm like running and hiding from something, or trying to like cover out the pain or change the way I feel. But with this like mushroom thing, like I'm heading directly at like the main nerve, like this completely.
And the more you run towards it, the better experience you have. If you get into a challenging experience and you try to get out of it, and you fight it, because I'm all new at this. This is all like I'm a first for year and a half into this, and I'm just like, the more I fight it when I get into a challenging experience, the harder it is. But if I, like John Lennon says, close your, open your mind, relax, float downstream, then it reveals to me what I need to work on. It's such a huge difference when you're running towards the experience instead of away from. Oh my God, it's just such a huge difference from alcohol or opioids or anything where you basically try to run away from your problems. This makes you run towards your problems, but it's so healing. So healing.
It is. I'm so happy. My heart is so happy to hear your experience, Lynette. I mean, I've had the honor of working with, I don't even, thousands of people, from microdosing to ceremonial to, I would even say, pure straight enlightenment. I've witnessed, with all the honesty and humility that I can say this, as a human being aware of a spiritual foundation. It's like I would say it's like the silence underneath all sound, or the stillness underneath all motion, that I have an awareness to something that is greater than just my human identity or what I think that I am. And I didn't know that I could experience life like this that I do now, where I live in a miracle. Every day is a miracle. And I'm a source of positivity, health, inspiration, wisdom for a lot of people. Uh, uh, and I encourage people to live a healthy life. It's the simplicity, like I said, of just honoring your water, being grateful for the sun today, waking up and having these practices. I teach people practices to incorporate into their life that'll help them tremendously, or to help us. And I didn't know that I could live this way, and felt incredibly isolated when I first started to feel mostly this way. Uh, um, and now I have actively participated in the blossoming of individuals around me into what feels like an enlightened state. And enlightened state meaning that they are also aware of a divine essence that permeates everything, and have since this enlightenment brought more balance and harmony into their lives, a different way of conduct, as just like a living awareness. And so, hearing you, Lynette, with your experience, it's like, that's, to me, that's the greatness of being involved in this medicine, really, is to hear how it's working in the world, right? Like how it's like all these beautiful, wonderful experiences. And some, people have the opposite. They're like, oh no, I'll never eat those. I ate them and had a terrible trip. And it's like, well, what were some of the conditions that it was under? And you hear, it's like, yeah, I can imagine that was not a very fun experience. It's like, here, maybe try them under these kind of conditions, right? Go out into nature, or set up a nice space, put some candlelight on, some light music. And so again, nature, giving me this opportunity to do this. I'm really excited now that they're I would say a place of contention is the regulation, because with with as much love as I can say about how easy the wheel of regulation spins into manipulation. Self-serving industries happen when they get power over regulation. Like, now we're going to regulate in my personal selfish favor, or my family's favor, or whatever agenda we as human beings constantly roll out, right? God bless us. That there needs to be, definitely voices in any kind of regulation of those who know the transcendent, that it's not just some sort of scientific molecule extraction being administered to people in some very sterile way, because these are, at least the molecules I work with, they're living molecules. I work with the toad medicine, comes out of a living entity. Fungi is a living entity. Cannabis is a living entity. They have a spirit, right? Like they have this their own wisdom, and that needs to be honored, like in using these medicines. Like at least from, I would say, I would voice that those need to be honored, and to have purely clinical administration is not having the total experience with these. Now, it may start clinical, it may start with a person having many therapeutic sessions, though ultimately, the connection with source energy is the ultimate healing. It's the source of prana. It's the source of energy itself. And so to connect with it is like the ultimate healing. And so there needs to be voices of who are conduits of that in this emerging I don't know what revolution was it being called, the psychedelic revolution, which is fun to call it. And I would say it's even important how a person frames it in their mind, right? Some people come to me and they're like, they call it a drug. Rick, I heard you use the word drug, and I encourage people to upgrade how they call it, because there's a collective social programming around shaming of drugs. And when one consumes something they consider a drug, they're going to feel something in either their solar plexus or their sacral plexus around shame. Like, I'm having to hide this. Like, this is bad or illegal. And so to start referring to them at the minimum as a medicine, that I'm actually having some medicine, because I'm using it with intention to treat something very real within my being, to improve mental health, emotional health, maybe again, consciousness, to become more mindful. And so the vibrational relationship to it as a medicine, psychedelic is one of those terms that's widely used, but I would even say an upgrade from psychedelic is the entheogen, because entheogen means like of God, right? It's a God generating experience, which is ultimately a self-generating experience, a connection with oneself, divine union with creation itself. And so entheogen, referring to it as that, brings one into a vibrational alignment with approaching it that way. Right? And so, yeah, these are all just little things that I like to share with everyone who's got an ear for them. And definitely in the medicine space, it's really nice. There's a really deep connection. I'm now connected to a mycelium network of living human beings through this medicine. It's really beautiful. I've got really deep soul family. I feel supported by life, and I'm watching the improvement of those around me. I'm the ones I love are benefited through this medicine, and just God bless us all peace to life, peace to all. And may every human being come to know this heaven that we live in, as it was created for, is just a paradise to enjoy. It's like it has more than enough for everyone. And as long as we're honoring it and taking the time to show our respect to our mother, I feel what is natural will happen. We'll stop using as many pesticides and chemicals and start to learn how to be more organic in nature. And doesn't mean that we'll get off this technology. We're able to have these connections with these phones now, and who knows what AI will do, like what, I suppose none of it matters as long as we're in a vibration that we're showing up in a way that's just grateful to be here and to work together. I'm sure there's plenty of tools that will unlock in coming decades that we have no idea exist right now, and we'll fold those into our human awareness as well. And yeah. Anybody have any more questions? I'm gonna check the comments down here. Yeah.
I actually do on the terminology. Another thing too I noticed since I started like growing mushrooms is like occasionally like something will break in the news, Oregon passing a law, yeah. And like one of the late night talk show hosts will run with it and like make some joke about everyone in Oregon being on mushrooms or whatever. And like the camera will start to do the like wavy line thing and distorted like colors or whatnot. And it's almost just like turned into like the cheesiest, most like stereotype joke about psychedelics. It's just like, you know, if you're gonna clown on it like that, like at least mention a little something about like the lives that are being like saved and, you know, changed or about like the like healing things. You know what I mean? Not legit. Like it just felt like kind of cheapened and sullied in some way, you know, like something I take serious or that's important to me now, you know, like more
Absolutely, bro.
meaningful
Thank
than
you as a cultivator, brother. Like for being that part of the process, man. I mean, the type of story I'd like to hear is like, you know, a veteran who called me and he's like on the phone with me saying, you know, like look, you know, I was suicidal, you know, like he had a gun to his head, he was drinking
wow.
every day, you know, like he was bad off, you know, as he's a veteran, going through this major PTSD, and then he found mushrooms, and mushrooms changed his life. He's become the husband that he wanted to be. You know, he's showing up as a father, and he was about to check out, right? Like those are the type of stories. It's like, man, you know, this is like a person's life has been completely changed. And this is real, brother. And you're involved in the process as a cultivator, right? Like the medicine goes out and has these profound results. So thank you. And thank all of us for being here. It takes all of us to make this experience happen, man. It's really incredible just to be alive, to have this temporary experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, voices like ours, those of us who the plant medicine has really, really helped, we need to get our voices out more in the public. You know, I'm always nervous about talking on things like this because I know it's going to be recorded. I know it's going to be out on the internet. I have a job where, you know, legally, if anyone finds out that I take plant medicine, they could
Oh, right.
test me, or, you know, it's one of those kinds of things where it's a
Yeah.
federal test, you know,
Yeah.
and so I have to be really careful. But at the same time, you know, I'm almost 60 years old and I feel like my time's running out and I need to get the message out how much this has helped me in 20 years of antidepressants didn't turn my life around the way
Right.
one dose of psilocybin did, you
Mhm.
know, and I need to get my message out, you know, and then it just you know, talking about things in the news, I have to bring this up. I felt like the story about the pilot who
Oh,
took
yeah.
mushrooms and
Yeah.
then a few days later
Tried to
after,
kill
you know,
everyone.
yeah, he tried to take the plane down. It's like,
Yeah.
oh my God, that's the big story that gets out in the
Yeah.
news. Well, all these people, millions of us probably who've been helped, you know, by
Mm,
psychedelics. We don't get our voices heard, but then a pilot uh, goes off the rails because he's looking for the same
right.
thing we're looking for. He's looking for help. He's depressed. He
Mhm.
decides, well, I heard mushrooms help, so I'm going to take a big dose of mushrooms.
Yeah.
And he went off the rails. And then that's what you hear about on the news, you
Yeah.
know, and then everyone gets nervous. Oh my God, mushrooms are going to make people go crazy and take down
Yeah.
planes,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So I
It's
don't
like
know. I
reefer
just had to throw that out.
madness, right? Reefer madness, those like, you know, propaganda from like the 30s where like someone, yeah, they like start puffing on a joint, like turn into that like manic, you know, like shows them, yeah, beating some little kid and taking away their violin so you can go buy more pot. It's just like,
But that also gives you the you know, recognition that this does need to be studied more. It does need to be regulated. You need to be in a safe environment when you're using psychedelics. You need to, you know, you don't need to be operating an airplane or sitting in a jump seat trying to take a plane over, you know.
Right. Well, these things
You
are
know,
powerful. I mean, they're powerful, right? And so anything of power needs to come with some level of education. I mean, it could be a knife. You give someone a knife, you have to let them know, hey, this is sharp. This can cut you, you know, like, yeah, use it to do what you're doing, but be aware it's very sharp. You know, if you hand someone a knife,
yeah, yeah,
fire, you know, like it can be given to somebody, but if you give fire to somebody with
yeah.
knowledge, they can use that fire now more responsibly, even more specifically. You can, and these, you know, mushrooms and other medicines, you know,
Yeah,
are
yeah, yeah.
power.
You guys
And so
remember the QAnon shaman? the like dude that stormed a Capitol that had his face painted and had like the buffalo horns and shit. Like that guy got turned on to the like Donald Trump cult through mushrooms, through like these kind of like new age Facebook memes and stuff like that. Dude was in county jail, like griping that they wouldn't let him abide by his vegan diet in county jail. So like this dude stormed the Capitol in the name of Donald Trump through mushrooms and shamanism. The message like being some. I mean, he saw himself as that. You look at this guy's freaking like the horns he was wearing, and she was like. Anyways, yeah.
I didn't know that story. That's interesting.
Yeah,
Wow.
dude was a shroomy. Yeah, it's called this. I hear it called woo-anon sometimes, where it's like because of the close proximity to like conspiracy culture, the new age scene sometimes is, and some of these like things, I guess. Yeah, anyways, just a trip that like I would not expected mushrooms to like to make some dude go in that direction, yet there he went,
Something that I could say would help anyone how to balance whatever life experience happens after mushrooms is that if the mushroom or not mushroom, if you as an individual haven't got to a place where there's no story, like no story, you don't identify with anything, right? Like mushrooms do help this a lot. They help break down our sense of identity. It starts to strip back this stuff. It's like, oh yeah, you think you're that? Check this out. It's like, whoa. And then it's like, yeah, you think you're that? You think you're this? You think you're whatever? It starts to strip all this stuff down, right? And if an individual has not been able to access that place where no story exists, and this is really for me the greatest space I can hold for someone in a ceremonial space, is that to be a space where you can become not identified with anything. You're not man, you're not woman, you're not your body, you're not your mind. There's no story attached. There's just I am. That's it. I exist. All I'm really aware of is that I'm aware. That's it. I'm awareness.
Right.
And there's no story at all. Is that to tap into that space. And it doesn't even mean like just like entheogenic molecules, but like you can do this through breath work and through meditation and through yoga as well. Actually, you can do it through art. Anything that brings you present, like that will bring you, fully here into this moment, can bring you into that space. To stabilize into that as often as one can. That way, whatever comes after I am, the ... part, the part that we make our story, the manifest world, because that's what we're doing. We have to believe this stuff to make it real. We coalesce the universe through vibration. And so the belief in it makes it real. Like literally, we believe this to be. And because we believe it to be, it is. And so whatever we're going to reconstitute as a belief system in our life from the I am state, when you're in the I am state, you're not identified even as a human being. But whatever you reconstitute, that you reconstitute lovingly, like that you do so like with love. And if the action is of love, and you're from the I am presence, and you move with love, that outcome is going to birth amazing whatever it is in your life. And this helps stabilize a person because there is a great deal, I would say, of psychosis in the medicine world, where people are using these medicines and they're unstable psychologically, emotionally, and can have exaggerated mental fantasies, like super like exaggerated, again, back to each his own his experience, though very ungrounded, very unstable, and dangerous. The rise of and here in Florida of the term and practice of neo-shamanism. People who are activated through 1 cup of ayahuasca, who have a vision that says that they think that they're a shaman now. And in one sense, yeah, you are. Maybe you were in a previous lifetime, and if there's a shaman who exists and you're tapped into the field of consciousness, you'll feel yourself as everything. So yeah, you're a shaman currently, but doesn't mean you're qualified, ready, or a safe space to be practicing with people that are putting in their trust into you, and you're definitely underqualified for this. That there's a rise of psychosis in the medicine world that is, I would say, the shadow aspect, kind of like the not so glamorous side of the use of these medicines, to even abuse of the medicines. And again, back to having regulation, it really helps to have, regulation to bring these out into the light, and have official like standards like that. And I'm not saying they need to be set by our government agency at all either. If there's standards, they should be set by the ones who have wisdom with these molecules. They should, people that have long experienced they're carriers of this medicine, should have a voice in the conduct and the culture around the official regulations, because there is a shadow aspect, all like the abuse, like I was talking about, and people having the wrong intention for these. Like some people now are choosing it as a job, right? Like it's like, oh, I'm going to try being a psychedelic practitioner, and it's like, try, it's like maybe you to try another job. And this is more, I would say, like, honestly, if you are anyone's interested in serving medicine, it's my life. It like there isn't something else. Like I've been doing this now for like full time for the last 12 years of my life. And there isn't anything else. It's what I was born to do. It's what I came to do. It's what I even was asked to do by nature. It's what is effective. And so if a person, like, I'll say this is specifically, I know we're getting close to my end. Oh, I'm past my time. We have an 8 a.m. I'm sorry. You guys are on California time. So 5 a.m. Is that 5 a.m. with us? The moderator? Rick, you're on mute there, brother.
Oh, so yeah, I've been kind of just been helping things out from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. But I wasn't sent a list of who's speaking, so I'm not exactly sure who's supposed to go on at 5 a.m.
Well, I've got one from earlier, but I don't think it's an especially. I don't think it was done in the last 24 hours.
Oh, it's not like updated, you mean?
It would be what with you guys right now, 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'll continue to share if until the next person comes on. That I had
Sure.
something that I definitely felt is worth stating. This is so important to say, is that I work with this bufo molecule. It comes out of a toad, and it has grown in popularity. And if one goes out to the desert to find this toad for any reason that's not love, the transaction energetically after is not going to yield the best results. Like, and really, that goes with anything. Like, your intention on how you approach any particular thing makes all the difference. Like, and so approaching these medicines, and if you're going to serve them, to really ask yourself, why do you want to be doing this? Like, what's your intention? Because if it's to make money, that's an industry, and that's one of those waves that's now emerging, right? It's like, well, it's a market, everyone's doing it. There's money. And yes, money, currency should be generated around this. It's worth investing in 100%. But if money is the root reason of why you're doing it, that's going to affect the whole process, that medicine process and that healing process. Because healing is about healing. It's not about money. And love is about love. It's not about money. Being of service is about being of service. It's not about money. Whatever your reason, whatever a person's reason is, I would, if a person is considering being involved at a server level with medicines, to really ask yourself why. Why are you doing this? Why, and what is in it for you? Is it your ego? Because some people down here in Florida, they like the egoic accolades of serving ayahuasca. They're able to buy some Shipibo cloth and get some agua florida, and God bless these reflections that I am, because they're me and I am them. There's not a soul on this planet that I'm not in connection with, because we are one. Though the safety is greatly reduced around something that is not thorough. If thorough in your heart, it's like, why are you doing this? Why are you qualified and are capable of holding space in a way that is safe, that you can ensure safety to the highest magnitude? Do you know how to dose appropriately? Do you know how to check for prescription medications within a person's body? About heart conditions, epilepsy? Are you taking time to prepare an individual in advance through their diet and these type of things? And if you don't know, then perhaps some training and can help. But to really ask yourself why. If it's like, oh, it's a new field and I want to be an employee of this field, it's like, okay, that can happen too. But maybe that's, you're maybe not serving medicine directly to people, because the care, yeah, right? The care is the utmost when you're serving somebody else. Someone's placing their trust in you. Family, are you the next person? Okay. Thank you for coming on. I was just filling in space.
Well spotted, Vishnu, and thank you very much indeed, mate.
Thank you, Steve. Bless you, brother.
So, Laurie, well done. I've been trying to get hold of you in the chat, which I know doesn't automatically come up.
Yes, our apologies. We're just trying to work out a little bit of technology. Can you hear us okay?
Need any more help? Yeah, but it looks like you've got it sorted.
Okay. Yes, and we're just there are people sleeping in the house, so that's why our voices are low. So please, if we're not loud enough, please let us know.
Okay.
So thank you so much for the conversation and inviting us here. We're just really honored and humbled, and I'm like, wow, this is beautiful to be up so early in the morning and to sit and build this community and have these conversations and remind us why we're here. Thank you. That Vishnu I love why you're here, right? And I that really touched my heart because that's why I'm here as well. So my name's Lori Ann Bird. My married name's Lori Snyder, so you might find me that way, but I really want to claim my part of my history here. My great grandmother, her name was Sarah Bird, and I love the birds. And so I want to, that's part of what this journey is about, is us reclaiming this incredible relationship to the earth, to our mother, also to the stars and the planets, right? The soil, the microbes, the plants, I mean, everything. So I'm here on the lands. These are stolen lands in what we call Vancouver. These are shared territories with the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish people. I grew up on Squamish land, so this is where my spirit has been imprinted. Although my history really goes all the way across Turtle Island of mixed history. So those fur traders coming over, my grandfathers coming over and marrying my Indigenous grandmothers is part of my story that I've been walking back towards so that I know my truth, right? And to see the impact of the machine, like, you know, that's the first word that came into my mind. So of stripping us away from this very, very important relationship with our more than human kin. So it's a beautiful time to be alive. I'm 61 now. I'm like, wow. It's like, thank you, Creator, for helping me along on this journey and guiding me, ancestors and spirits that want me to be here, to bring my voice, to share. I'm only speaking for myself, but really the truth is I'm also speaking with my beautiful sister here, Laura Cisneros, that I'd like to also um, ask her to introduce herself so you have a sense of who are these two women who call themselves in harmony in nature, and what's the path that we are dreaming and walking and inviting others to come and join us on this beautiful, beautiful journey of life. Because it's not always easy, right? It goes up, down, all around like a merry-go-round and a roller coaster. And that's another reason why we need community and to share our stories. So pass it to my sister, and then we want to share some things with you and start a conversation.
Thank you so much, my sister. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation, Leo, and thank you to all our ancestors, the ones that are here and the ones that were here before and the ones that were here thousands of years before. Thank you, all of them. And we are just two gardener girls. We love to teach kids in the garden outside. And yes, all year long. It was raining this week here on the unceded lands that we live on the Coast Salish people. And we still were outside. And it was so beautiful, and the kids were so happy. And we were making music with the mud and looking at the birds and cooking for the birds. So it was so beautiful. And you can see from my accent that I know from these lands. I'm coming from the south. I'm coming from the Caribbean Sea. I like to say that because my ancestors, they were not staying on one island. I was born in Havana, but really my ancestors were all from the Caribbean Sea, and I grew up by the ocean. So what I see when I close my eyes, I'm a dreamer. When I close my eyes, is that the ocean, the Caribbean Sea. I'm so grateful for that. And based on that, we will love to invite you to do an exercise. Since we are in front of the computer, we are going to ask you to do an exercise. So it's for our eyes. So we are going to rub our hands. And you see, you feel that heat, you feel that energy, right? And now we put it on top of our eyes. Close your eyes. Then look what is happening. Look at the lights that are coming through that darkness that you're creating. Making sure that we give time during the day to rest, for our eyes to rest. Breathe in and out. Move your eyes in all directions, but without moving the head. Keep the head straight. Move to the side, the other side, to the right, to the left, up, down, towards your third eye, the center of our head. When you're ready, you can
Thank you, my sister. That's so beautiful, right? To one of the things as an educator, so as Laura mentioned, we work with a lot of children, not obviously with the spirit plant medicines, but with plants. And one of the things is for us to remember our nature is actually to be still, to be quiet, so we can listen. And that we need to go into the dark sometimes so we can find the light again. And you know, this process of these adventures or journeys or ceremonies, you know, are helping us to really bring the light back in, right? That I am love. I love that you have that tattooed on your body, that you are love. That's the truth, right? We're a frequency. And for us to know ourselves, I think that's one of the things that's really coming up for me. And, you know, every day's a new day, the truth is. So what's up for us today and is to know myself and have responsibility, right? Because walking through, somebody tagged me on a post the other day about some of the harm that's been happening with medicines, right? Whether it's with the facilitator or you know, the teacher, but also not really understanding where you're walking, what you're walking towards, and how powerful they really are. And one of the conversations we wanted to bring, because I can go in so many directions, we can all go in so many directions, is to speak about ganja. And people are like, what? Who's ganja? And then I have to, you know, bring her Latin name in, cannabis, right? And then we have people that will also still call her marijuana, which again, you know, being really mindful of language. And I think that's part of our biggest challenge today is speaking in a language, this language that I'm speaking right now, that confuses us, that doesn't bring clarity. And for me, it's about also reclaiming words, names, sounds, right? We know that Sanskrit and other languages, our indigenous languages, hold a high frequency. So the ganja is a beautiful, beautiful spirit plant that really is truly about love, although she can be a bit of a trickster too. And for us to put her back, as Laura loves to say, I love this, back on the pantheon with all the other ethnogens who, in our experience, and we just did this yesterday with a group of very good friends, we sat in ceremony with ganja and we smoked with her and we ingested her and we put her on our bodies and we just asked her always intentions to take us, to help us, to heal us, to play with us. We played musical instruments. Our brother brought his didgeridoos. We had bells and drums, and we were using our voice, our own beautiful musical instrument, and really had a beautiful, beautiful experience. And you know, it's wanting to help people to understand that she has many, many gifts, right? She has many what's the word, facets to herself. So that's part what we wanted to do with a little bit you know, setting ourselves up and to change our relationship, to change the narrative that is being told. We have some beautiful friends in the South. We want to show you some pictures of this journey in this relationship. It's not just the ganja that Laura and I sit with. we also sit with the mushrooms. So thank you, Vishnu, for the conversation around growing and your service. And we too have sat with the bofo, and thank you to the toad that really, wow. If you haven't felt love, she's amazing, right? And then it's that reminder that when you have those really peak experiences, that we want to recall them, right? We want to bring them back so we can create a big, thick neural pathway in the brain. So that when we have those choice moments, because everything is a choice, that we're going to make that choice to go down that nice, beautiful, thick pathway that is love. Because it's remembering that in these traumas and these experiences of life, that we have to keep going back to the love. I think that's the only reason why I'm here now at 61. Because I had some challenges, especially as a young person in my teens, and then recognizing the colonial constructs of that wounding, that trauma, right? That intergenerational trauma that has happened for myself. And that's where, go back to know myself, right? My responsibility is to set myself up so that I can process and let go of and be kind and compassionate in those places. So I would like to maybe pass it to my sister, because as I said, once I get going as a teacher, as an educator, as a lover, I also want to make sure I make space for other voices to come in.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I just would like to add a couple of things of what you said, Lori. I feel honored that we are here because one of our intention is to bring this sacredness around the medicine and the respect for the medicines. And in that sacrality, there are many points, as Loris mentioned, that we can go through, but there is one that has been mentioned recently by our teacher and friend, Ayuyui, Flavio Santi, from the Amazon. We have been studying with him and supporting his people in the Amazon in what we call today Ecuador, buy land back. Flavio has been doing this work for 30 years, protecting the waters, protecting the lands, protecting the people in the Amazon, the forest. And I feel so honored that we can call him our teacher and friend and brother. And one thing that he brought into our attention that is resonating so much in my heart is that we need to stop calling this spirit plant medicine psychedelics. And the reason that he says that we need to stop calling him then psychedelics is because psychedelics one day might be used. Right now, for example, we are able to share the medicine here. But one day, if they decide that the psychedelics means like these are drugs, means that these are not coming from the plants. I don't know if you know, but here in Vancouver, there is a company making ayahuasca pills. And then that's what we are here for, to protect the medicine, to be guardians of the medicine too. And that's when we sit with the plants, we sit in that reciprocity. We are receiving the healing, we are receiving the teachings, we are receiving also the messages from the ancestors and the lands and the plants. But we are also give something back to the medicine. What can we offer to the medicine in reciprocity? In our case, like we are dedicated to the lands wherever we go. And that's what another of our teacher, Malidoma Somé, he's an African elder. Unfortunately, he passed 2 years ago. Deeply sorry for that loss, but he's still teaching us, he's still talking to us. And he says, like, what we need to do is to walk with ancestors of the lands wherever we go in Mother Earth. And don't forget who we are at the same time. I am, that I am, who I am at this moment. Lori was saying she's love. I am love. That's beautiful, right? So our invitation is to sit with the plant medicine in that space of sacredness, in that space of reciprocity, in that space of being open. Because what we are learning to sitting with ganja, to sitting with a buffo, and a few medicines, because really what I can say is for myself is like I'm in love with ayahuasca. I fall in love with her the first time that I sat with her. But before I sat with her, I was meditating, I was praying, I was learning, I was dreaming about her medicine for 5 years. And now in a journey of 7 years, she's every time that I sit with her, I sit as a guardian of the medicine, and she's teaching me a little bit more, and she's showing me a little bit more. But in the humbleness that we are only gardeners, girls, boys, people of the earth. And we listen, and that's one another thing that Lori and I, we do is like September 30 here in what we call Canada, we celebrate the Truth and Reconciliation Day. So we organize a big space in the garden for the indigenous peoples to come and share their stories, the indigenous people of these lands, and other indigenous living here in the city. So they can share their stories, their songs, their music, their love with everybody who wants to come. And 500 people come. So what a beautiful thing. So that is part of the reciprocity that we want to bring. That's what the plant medicine, spirit plant medicine are telling us to do. Just to be humble and create the space for the medicine and for the people who carry the knowledge to speak to us, to teach us again. So we can't relearn what we know inside us as humans. But we also we like to ask if anyone has any questions so the conversation can go deeper in any direction, please. I think Lynette wants to ask something.
Vishnu, did you want to say ask anything?
I just want to acknowledge you two and just say thank you for being here. I jumped on this yesterday when it had began, and there is one soul. She's Solana Booth. She spoke, and I was listening to her shares at the beginning, and she definitely was. It was so beautiful. I could feel the oneness in her. I could feel her acknowledge herself, right? Like as the living organism that we are, as the the earth, and so I just wanted to say that I see you and thank you for being here, and it really is time to to live in that harmony as one family, right? We're here for each other. And we're all doing this together, and wherever we are, and whatever degree of participation, everyone's involved. Everyone's involved, and so it's just nice to acknowledge you and thank you.
Guys, yeah, thanks so much for all the great vibes. I'm not sure where you're at with the whole in harmony in nature thing. If it's just your handle, that's fantastic. But if you do have website or social media, you're very welcome to whack it in the chat. No one will think that you are performing extractive capitalism. What I wanted to ask is, I really hope that is a authentic, gorgeous violet sunrise behind you. Rather background. Oh no, it's some cupboards.
Look at that.
Well, you'll have to remember that for next time. Yeah, and that, I mean, this is that I must say the wall light was looking pretty mystical behind you just then. So there you go. You're enchanting whatever environment you come into.
Well, thank you, Steve, for that. Our In Harmony in Nature is actually what came through us walking. So in 2020, Laura and I met in 2017, sitting in a ceremony with ayahuasca. And there was something, just as she does, she connects, hopefully, the people in the circle, and that you start to walk a journey together, because why did you come together? At least that's part of my thinking. And we got asked to be artists in residence for a community center. And in 2020, of course, we all know life changed, hopefully in a good way for many, many people. I have to say it was probably my best year ever.
Yeah.
And since Laura and I were working together, we could walk together, and that's what we did. We walked with the ganja a lot, along the water to the ocean, through the forest, through the neighborhoods, and we started to dream of a collective for us to really help to bring that conversation, but also the experience. We would do like a sunrise to sunset walk. We walked for 19 hours. And remember, that's what we did. As people, we were walking. We're like seeds. We move everywhere, right? And so we just continued to collaborate, and we invited others to come. And so this event that Laura just mentioned on September 30th, we now get funding for, which is great. And I get to give money away to my Indigenous brothers and sisters. I'm like, okay, how else can we be in service, right? And so bringing community together, doing events. So our good friends in the South, a lot of the women make these beautiful crafts, these beautiful earrings and weavings and pottery. So we have community markets, and really thinking about that trade that happened between the North and the South, right? And that trade is also teachings from the North and the South, right? For us to learn. And thank goodness our good friend Flavio is holding those stories that are 16,000 years old, right? And it's not just the ayahuasca. Tobacco is also a very sacred medicine. And last year we had the opportunity to drink the tobacco and learn from her that way. So this exploration, this conversation to bring the truth back to people, right? And help them to learn that there is a protocol that happens when you sit with any kind of medicine, right? Like, I'm like, wow, 5 years you meditated with ayahuasca? And I was like, oh, I was like, who? Iowa, who? Like, what? Where are we going? So, here was someone who did a lot of preparation, and I just jumped in, which I wouldn't suggest that's always the best way to do it, especially with our young people. I'm an older woman, so I already had my life experiences. So, that's the gift of aging, right? Is our life experiences that we can share. So that's just a little bit of background of the In Harmony in Nature, right? So doing the ganja ceremonies, doing events, doing community markets, sharing workshops, whatever it is, right? And, it's one of the things that I really think about, and this is kind of like my first public speaking outward more around the ganja, because I go into a lot of schools. And so there was this trepidation for me. Wow, if I start to walk this path, what will happen on the other path? But I also see that our youth need to be held. They have to have a better understanding around recreation and ceremonial, right?
Absolutely.
And that this isn't a one fix. Like, okay, I go once and I'm fixed. I've been walking this for 40 years to help heal these wounds, right? These very subtle, insidious wounds that, I had to bring up into the psyche, into my consciousness. So the shadow, I think, Vishnu, you mentioned the shadow work earlier, like it's part of the process too, right? And so how do we support each other and hold each other in that very tender place?
And in that regard, because we love so much ganja, right? And Lord expressed that is our intention to put her back with the other medicine, with the other spirit plant medicines, right? And I said, I fall in love with ayahuasca, but I can say about ganja, she saved my life. She saved my life. When I moved here with my 2 little kids were 2 years old, they are twins, and my husband, we came from Havana to Vancouver, what we call Vancouver, and no family, no friends, working a new language, a new culture, and thanks to the land. Lands here speak so loud if we want to listen. And the land says, don't worry, just trust, walk, and trust the lands and trust the people here. And then ganja came too. And my partner and I, we start to be with her to ask those questions. What are we doing here? And the answer that she quickly gave us was like, you're here so you get to know your own roots. Right? And then you give back something, of course. So ganja has all of these possibilities as many other things. And that's what we're trying to show. And in a gentle way, because she gives you what you ask for. And that's the difference that I see with other plant medicines that might give you what you need. But ganja gives you what you ask in a gentle, subtle way. And I always also say to my kids, the poison is in the quantity, right? So how we sit with ganja again, maybe, and I'm not against coming from work and having some ganja, because I feel like at that moment she's medicine. If you need to get into the sacredness space of your home, of your family, of your other roles in your life, it might be a good thing to do it that way too. But only you know. Is this relationship with the plants are very personal. As we go into that space to listen to them, what they have to share with us, that what is it that we don't know about ourselves, and and the journeys with the plants are like dreams. Those are dreams. We also have the capacity to access to our own dreams without any medicine. One thing that we always share, ganja is not a dreaming medicine. So if you have ganja before going to bed, you're probably not going to have dreams that night. And what the ancestors are telling us is like we actually create our life in our dreams. We dream our life into beings, right? So we need to be also very aware of what's happening in our dreams, so we know not only what is coming, but we are able to co-create our lives in our dreams, within our dreams. And then the plant medicine is like a dream as well. So if we have a practice of dreaming, what I find it is then the journey with the plant medicines can amplify. So, and I'm talking about conscious dreaming. I'm not talking even about lucid dreaming. I don't like to use that term of lucid dreaming. I prefer to say dreaming in consciousness or conscious dreaming. So we are awake in our dreams, and we are part of that too. We co-create with the dream, and then we learn to co-create with the plants. We practice to co-create with the medicines, and we practice to co-create with the universe, and so on. So I feel like also like all of those other practices, spiritual practices that we have in our life, they can support those journeys with the plants. So the breathing, the dreaming, the yoga, the meditation. We also like intentions. Yes, intentions is the first step in the alchemy. So learn to practice with every new moon to set your intentions. It's a practice like anything else. It's a practice. right? And then you said it in the right way. You said it in a way that is positive. You said it in a way that is already here for us. Of course, we are only talking about good intentions. We're only talking about beautiful intentions, sweet intentions, magic intentions, right? And when we sit with the medicine, yes, Lori was talking about those protocols, and part of those protocols when we are fasting, for example, to sit with the medicine, then we are able to empty the vessel that is this body, so it's clean to receive the medicine. We are offering to the medicine this sacrifice of not eating for a few days, or not even not eating differently for a few days, even less for a few days. That's all that the plant is asking in return. And then they gave us even more and more. So on all of those protocols, and as we're fasting, then we actually can set our intentions, because our mind is also very clear and it's not in the way, right? So there are so many of practices that we need to bring back, and that's what we are learning from the indigenous traditions, is we bring back all of that as part of the medicine. We bring back the stories of the plant, the stories of the animal, the lands, the waters, as part of the medicine. Not separated. They are part of the medicine, their teachings. All that we need to know is actually in the stories. So we combine all of that and we create that beautiful space for everything, for everybody. Yes, Lynette is asking, yes. There is a specific diet for Grandmother Hayek. Hayek is the name of ayahuasca in Quechua language. Grandmother Hayek, she doesn't like the citrus at all. That's the first thing.
Citrus. She's talking about oranges, the citrus. I do the interpretation sometimes with the accent.
That's awesome. So no lemons, nothing like that. No salt, no sugar, no spicy. So very simple diet, right? And every teacher might slightly be different, but all of them, for as long as I know, they will tell you no salt, no sugar, no spices, no meat, right? So you want to, the idea is you clean your body before you receive the medicine, right? No beans. It's also like in dreaming. If our body is busy digesting, we cannot fly. Our body is so heavy.
So
right?
no nighttime eating, right? No more eating after 7, 6, 7 o'clock, right? Which can be a challenge. But if you really want to go into that dreamscape and create the life that we're all dreaming of, right? Something better than what's happening, then we really want to be mindful of our food, right? And that, if you go on a spirit quest, you're fasting. And all cultures did this. This was a big part of being able to hear spirit, right? Because the food is affecting us a lot. In fact, a lot of food, I wouldn't even call it food, right? I keep thinking, what is the name here that we need to find to actually describe something that comes in a package? So yeah, we did want to kind of talk about that protocol, right? And something that showed up this summer as we sat with our good friend Flavia one afternoon, we got the tarot cards out. And in what I found for me was a pathway that was talking about food, water, service, and to be a warrior to that path, right? And that's part of our spiritual growth, is how the food is impacting us, right? That's also going to impact our mental health. So the cleaner we can, clean that up for ourselves, the more prepared to walk in with any of the medicines. Yes, Vishnu. Yes, please.
I just wanted to put voice to something in here that I've experienced in my journey and witnessing many people come to a healing state. I can sense your evolution. You're really deep into embracing a lot of these things. Many people who come to me are very far from fasting, very far from getting the processed food out. And even some of their daily drinkers, because those are the ones who really need the medicine, right? They're not the ones who know eat organic. They're not the ones who know fasting is going to get you there. They're very far from that. That's why they're coming to me, because they're like, I'm in a job and I'm working, I'm eating just processed crap, and I drink every day to help cope. And so I just wanted to put a light on that. Thank you. Because one thing I have learned in teachings, it's not good to bend the teachings to accommodate different people. And it's also not wise to cookie cut people, like this is the method that rules them all. It's like, that's not true. Everyone's unique. So everyone's going to have a different experience with cannabis or ganja and psilocybin. So, but yet to have and maintain a certain protocol that's adhered to, that is like, this generates results. I promise you, if you go through this process, you're going to get results. And so with a person's nervous system, like, I have found that if I request a person to adjust their diet, adjust their cannabis intake, their alcohol intake prior, so they're clean, because I want a crystal when it comes to me. Bring your crystal clean in here, and then I'm going to introduce you to the spirit of this medicine, and you're going to get the most. But if their nervous system is like not comfortable because they're smoking less cannabis than they usually do, the diet is a bit straining. Their body's not used to it. Like, they're like literally like, I'm not used to eating this way. So their body's under a little bit of stress. Their mind's under a little bit of stress. That nervous system has to be, I wouldn't say has to be, it's wise to consider how much some people, I won't go through my full protocol, because the adjustment to my full protocol is easy for like two beings like you. I guarantee I could give my protocol and you'd be like, oh, I live that way. So it's easy for me to do. But some people it's not. And there's, again, without bending the protocol, to be able to accommodate people entering from any degree, any place where they are on the awakening journey or the healing journey. And I just felt it was important to put a light out there on that, because, if it's just purely tradition of like, this is the way we do it every time, like if you go to the Santo Daime church and the songs, the hymns are saying, and it's like, it's perfect, but it's not for everybody. Not everybody is going to get a breakthrough under being like through this process that's just like constant, like and so to have these beautiful containers and to keep them intact, and yet to accommodate people that are like, it was like, I couldn't even get the medicine. Like if Santo Daime was the only church that served, ayahuasca, there would be a great portion of people not able to get it, because they're like, that method didn't work for me. It was like, I'm not used to fasting. I'm not used to eating so clean. I start sometimes people, they're on so many prescription medications. Would I want them off? Absolutely. And most people who serve ayahuasca, it's like, you're going to need to take a break from your prescriptions. And some of these people are not going to go drink ayahuasca because they are so chemically dependent upon a prescription medication. And so just to shine light, not to say it's any right or wrong, but that's a place of navigation that I've encountered.
Yes.
And compassion. Compassion.
Yeah. We, trust me, with our brother Flavio, it also, we have to navigate that as well. And that's the responsibility I mentioned earlier, right? Like, I am responsible here, and I need to share what I've been learning in this journey that maybe can bring more insight for your journey, right? Yes, please, take people where they're showing up and gently bring them in. And let's remember, these were protocols that have always been there. They've always been there. So it's about us changing our own program. Trust me, changing my food and making sure I'm drinking clean water every day, that sometimes it's a challenge. And it's my commitment, it's my intention, right? So it's starting the path, right? And get on wherever you're at and start it. But recognize, and that's why I feel it's important to bring it up. The more we actually practice that, I really feel we'll have way more benefits in our lives, because why are we smoking so much ganja? Why are we drinking? Why are we eating that plastic food? It's a coping mechanism. We need to change how we're coping. And so the breath is part of that. Also, that protocol, right? Is to learn how to breathe. And I've watched people go into a bofo ceremony and smoke that, and them
Bufo.
have a
Bufo.
bufo. Sorry.
Bufo.
It's early in the morning, and we were doing ganja all day yesterday. So I mean, it's amazing I'm here. I'm having some coca tea to keep me awake. Is watching our fear of our breath. So, practicing breathing, and we also know through breathing, through the holotropic breath work, we can also have a spirit journey, right? We can have a good cleanse. We can see our shadow. We can, feel that joy, allow that DMT that is naturally in our body to flow. And I've just started to learn how to do the singing mantras, the kirtan. Oh my goodness. I had this amazing blissful moment that I was like, wow, I am generating this myself. So I think that's part of the conversation is we go and sit with the plants, again, going back to create this thick neural pathway that we can recall and recapitulate over and over again, so that we are living a beautiful, joyful, happy, blissful life. It's not to say I'm not going to experience my shadow. Oh my God, the shadow showed up yesterday in our ceremony. It was very interesting. And I was like, okay, here it is, right? And breathing, breathing, breathing. I can't say it enough, right? And that 4-7-8, that 4-7-8 breath, you do that, start doing rounds of 10, you will feel that your own biochemicals, your own DMT. Moving the spine keeps us flexible for our whole life, right? So all of these ancient practices, and that's really, encapsulate what In Harmony in Nature is really about. Lara and I walking this. Let's bring back these ancient teachings, these ancient ways, right? To see the night sky, to follow the moon, to sit in ceremony and ritual, to dance. Can we do a dance party next time? Like really, let's move our bodies and celebrate this amazing life that we are living. One of the things that we did, I think we're almost out of time here, is we didn't get to speak about, no, we're still good
Can I
for
answer
time.
the
Yeah,
question?
yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
because Lynette has a question in
Oh,
the
sorry, I didn't see it.
in the
Okay, good.
chat about grandmother Hayak. We were saying grandmother Hayak is the Quechua language for grandmother ayahuasca. And I'm grateful for all of these questions because it's in that compassion that I found we all come together in ceremony. It doesn't matter where we are at. For me, the protocols allowed us all to go back to the ancient practice, like Lori was saying, but also for me is that's the way that it used to be. Drinking ayahuasca, the women didn't drink ayahuasca. We saw it with an elder. She's 83 years old, and she has never drank ayahuasca in her life. So you see, like, is in that respect, we think like, okay, ayahuasca is for me. No, maybe it's not for everybody, right? That is a question that we have to ask ourselves. What can we see? And we're seeing is that beautiful healing happening for the people that are sitting with ayahuasca in a good way. That's what we are noticing. That's the reason that this clan, Ayuyu clan, they are into bringing the medicine to the north, because that's what the ancestors told them to do. We bring the medicine to the north and we help the healing of the people of the north or in the north. Right? We go to the Northwest Territories and work with indigenous people there, helping with their healing, listening to their stories. What happens and make us cry. And I think that is what the medicine is creating also the space for. To go back to really, for me, what is the truth here? But it's not about my truth. I want to listen to the truth of the people that have carried this knowledge for from millennia, in a humble way. And we respect and we ask for permission to share, right? So about, yes, the ayahuasca, generally, we make us purge. But it's not generally because, yes, if you have eaten in not a good way all your life, for sure, the first time, she's going to make you purge. Because she's cleansing all of that, right? She's healing the physical and the spiritual both. So this is part of the physical coming through the purge, right? Sometimes. Also come through diarrhea sometimes, dizziness, and many other ways that are physical. But there are also those emotional, spiritual energies in our bodies, stuck in our bodies, and the only way that the medicine sometimes find is to purge, to take it out. It's like there is something that is impeding the energy of the flow of the spirit in our bodies, and the medicine bring it out. So we are better, in a better place to do the work. And Lori was saying, yes, you sit with the medicine once or 2 times, and then you have to do your part. It's the reason that I like to use that much co-create, because it's the medicine. Like I have my white hair because the first time when I turned 50 years old, I sat for the first time in my life with mushrooms medicine. And the mushroom, the first thing says, you don't dye your hair anymore. Just it's up to me if I'm gonna listen and follow that or not. But I have to do it. And people ask, oh, why do you have white hair? Do you like it? How is it to like white hair? And so on, right? Like the medicine sometimes might help you with those codependence relationships that we have with the alcohol. For example, I know that these medicines, ganja and Grandmother Hayek, are the medicines that I know deeply. They both help so much with alcoholism. But again, the poison is in the quantity. So alcohol is also a spirit. I'm coming from a culture where alcohol is part of our culture. The kids know that alcohol is a spirit, and we need to be careful of the way that we take that spirit, right?
So they'll kick your ass.
Exactly. Right?
They will kick your ass.
Most dangerous on the planet is alcohol.
Yes. Yes.
Scientifically, it's shown statistic wise, it causes the most amount of mental, emotional, community, family, economic damage, lives lost over alcohol.
Yeah. And it's interesting, Vishnu, and I'm cognitive of time here, that that they were using the LSD in the 60s to help with alcoholism, and that program stopped. So I think our next guest is just coming. So if I can,
thank you guys. Thank you so
much.
I'd love to hear about that tobacco diet. Yeah, please.
Yes, I just want to leave with something that I heard is this acronym MEDS: meditate, exercise, diet, sleep. And put those eye shades on so it's dark when you're sleeping, because that's when our body rejuvenates. It gets a deep, deep breath. We want to regenerate ourselves through these practices, right? And the medicines help us get on track. They tell us what work we need to do. And if we don't do the work, the next time we sit with that medicine, we may get our ass completely kicked. So, and I say that in a gentle, in a kind way. So, this is not for fun, it's for our spiritual growth. Really, more than anything, it is for our spiritual growth. And let's grow up, my friends. Let's take care of our mother again, the way we've always taken care of our mother. Let's protect the water, right? Let's educate our youth and our children. Let's give them our Indigenous languages again so we can reformat our brain. And this is what Flavia would talk to us. He's like, I'm here to help reformat your brain. So, understand the physiology of this beautiful body, access it through that meditation, through your exercise, through the diet, and through the sleep. In Quechua, we say, Achka Pagrachu. And in Shuar, so these are the two nations that we work with in the south. We go on journeys down there on spiritual retreats. We're going in March, so we'll put our contact in the chat. So if you want to talk with us some more and find out about that, that would be great. And our Shuar brothers and sisters, for their thank you is Yumink Samang. So let's bring back these beautiful languages that vibrate throughout our beautiful planet. Thank you so much for this beautiful hour together.
Thank you, Laurie, for bringing the vibes there. Very kind of you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being up.
Getting up, yeah.
Yes. Beautiful. Awesome. All right, we'll put it in the chat there and keep you on schedule.
Thank you guys. Have a
oh my
wonderful
God.
day.
Can't wait to dance with you all.
Ethos, are you making tea? Or are you ready to join us? Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Waiting a couple of minutes there. If you could introduce yourself, Ethos. I mean, the next hour is yours essentially. By all means, chat away, or or start a discussion. Go for it. I see that Leo is back with us. Fantastic.
Amazing. First, I want to thank you all for this time in this space. I do want to mention that I've been wrangling elders to come join me this morning, and we will see if they come because it's elder and spirit time. I'm keeping an eye out on my chats to have them join and also in the audience. I want to also acknowledge that I'm still in Ohlone land. I apologize, I'm in my car. I actually got called in to go into the ER this morning, and actually right after I share, so I'm going to be running to the hospital right after I'm done here. But I'm on Ohlone land in Northern California in Sacramento, and it's occupied land. And then I also want to apologize to my elders and to those that entrusted me in the First Nations. It's protocol from what I've learned from First Nation natives to center elders to speak, and I did my best to have that happen today. Like I said, everyone moves at different times, so I hope that they will come here. But right now, I am centering myself and my message. But I have been given permission as a trusted person of multiple First Nation nations to speak and share this message that we all have. And it might be quite opposite of what you may have been hearing. I have coined a term a few years ago called colonial psychedelia, based off of what I've been observing, particularly in the Americas, of the way that we treat psychedelics and the culture that we're creating and the cosmology and the narratives that we're creating around it. I've been a staunch critique of colonial psychedelia for the last few years. Native Coalition protested MAP's Psychedelic Science Conference at the end during the closing. I'm not sure if you all saw that, and gave a stark warning. But essentially, I've been deeply involved in what I call the industry of psychedelia, and I've noticed that there's a huge discrepancy and that there tends to be a domination of white cisgendered heteronormative people in these spaces. I have found sometimes where I look around me at a festival or somewhere at Burning Man or even in medicine ceremonies here, and I'm the only brown trans person in this group, and I have to ask myself, why is it like this? Why am I surrounded by people who have access to wealth and access to money? And why am I sitting in these ceremonies with not anyone that looks like me or looks different than the dominant group here? And we have to ask ourselves these questions constantly when we're sitting in medicine and sitting with medicine or sitting with psychedelics, whichever we choose. And also, I have a big qualm with the decriminalization and legalization measures that have been passing, but still allowing for Black and brown bodies to continue to be imprisoned, while white men capitalize on the newly legalized substances, making millions and even projected billions of dollars in what I call Big Pharma 2.0. White people have been leading these nonprofits, companies, and businesses newly founded by decriminalization and legalization movements while preaching equity and restorative justice. While unfortunately, behind closed doors, there's a lot of harm that is recapitulating colonized white supremacy and capitalism within the nonprofits, within our own movements. And then what happens often is that we often see the victim, which is usually a BIPOC marginalized human being who had the courage to speak out against oppression within these own organizations and these movements, get ousted and exiled. So we're recapitulating the same systems that we're supposed to be healing and liberating ourselves from by using these medicine and using psychedelics. And unfortunately, there's this common thing called what I call psychedelic exceptionalism, and that is happening in our movement that is leaving out too many people who has been directly targeted by the war on drugs, especially in the United States, that has expanded across the world, that continuously continues to criminalize Black and brown bodies and put them in jails in order to feed the mass incarceration industrial system. The only way that private prisons make money is by filling jail cells. So why is legalization and decriminalization interest of the federal and state local governments? Well, in my opinion, when I've been reading these pieces of legislation, they're not actually decriminalization bills. In my opinion, they are recriminalization bills because they are adding regulation and limits to these substances. And that is not decriminalization. You are now putting these psychedelics and these substances, ayahuasca, mescaline, into these laws. And you are now recriminalizing by adding regulation and adding only ways that only certain people can actually be licensed to grow or to create these substances or patent them. And then you're not even adding reparations to these bills to get people out of jail that have been put in jail for decades and decades and decades because the government has targeted these people. And I agree, Lena, it is all about the money. And I've shared some TikToks on my Instagram, my TikTok page, exposing Big Pharma 2.0. Actually, right before MAPS PBC became Lycos Therapeutics, I was talking about it. If you look at how, yes, it is a thing. Unfortunately. And they also, if you look at MAPS Israel's psychedelic medicine conference that's supposed to be held in Tel Aviv, while there is still a genocide happening in Gaza, supposed to happen next year. Sorry, it upsets me because these medicines have changed my life. They've saved my life. And if you look at the sponsors of that conference, they are all psychedelic pharmaceutical companies. And I know I was going to cry today. But these medicines mean so much to me, and to see the way that capitalism is distorting it is so upsetting to me. Ayahuasca saved my life. And it breaks my heart to see how all these medicines are being exploited and how we're forgetting about the heroin and the meth users and those that are using cocaine and all these things. And we're not there supporting them, and we're getting excited about plant medicine. But these people need our help. And we're not getting safe syringe sites. We're investing millions and billions of dollars into pieces of legislation that's not helping these folks, instead of investing into harm reduction means and services that can really help these folks. So going back to psychedelic exceptionalism, we're creating a superiority complex. That psychedelics somehow, if you use psychedelics, that you're somehow better than those that are using meth, that are using heroin, that are using cocaine. These things are not included in our language, in our narrative here. We also see that there are particular individuals, rich individuals that are consistently funding everything. We see that with the PAC called New Approach. The New Approach is always a PAC that is always behind every piece of decriminalization and legalization legislation that is created. There's always certain billionaires. Peter Thiel has actually spent millions of dollars at MAPS and invested into psychedelics. He's the founder of PayPal. He is not a really wonderful man. Not only that, the Mercer Foundation has millions of dollars invested into this movement. We also, sorry, I wasn't really expecting to get so emotional with y'all today, but I'll be direct. What is happening here with psychedelics is colonization and capitalization. It is the recapitulation of colonized white supremacy with capitalism. We cannot say that our movement is healing or liberatory if we are not advocating for the most vulnerable in our society and centering them in our movement. Our movement has so much potential here. We could be engaging disenfranchised voters while we're trying to pass this legislation. And we can be engaging with them, educating, doing political education, even especially because we know that Black and brown bodies and families were targeted from the war on drugs. Why are we not centering them and what we're doing here? And not only that, let's talk about Palestine. MAPS immediately went to Israel to support the Nova Festival of Survivors, which is completely appropriate. But is it appropriate for the most vulnerable population that's actively experiencing a genocide to need psychedelic therapy right now? No, because what they need is a basic foundation before even folks can even begin to think about psychedelic therapy. They need housing, they need food, they need proper healthcare and proper medical aid and equipment. And where is the psychedelic movement? Why are they not talking about Palestine? I've only seen MAPS talk about Palestine. I have not seen too many others talk about Palestine in this movement. It is gravely disappointing for a movement to label itself as healing and liberatory. Is MAPS going to match their donations that they gave to MAPS Israel and their campaign to heal October 7th to match with Palestine? Are we giving equitable care and equitable access to these things and to basic needs and living before we advocate for psychedelic therapy and healing? And who has access to psychedelic therapy and healing? Who has access to healthcare in the United States? And is psychedelic therapy in the United States actually affordable for everybody, especially the most vulnerable who needs it? I think the answer is no. I think most of psilocybin therapy, ketamine therapy starts at $3,000 a session, and most healthcare doesn't even cover it. So who has access? Who are we creating access for in this movement is my question. And I also just want to say, like, we have to ask ourselves these questions. And I believe the speakers before me were also asking, before you sit in ceremony, what is their ancestry? Where do they come from? Is it just some spiritual influencer who took a couple drinks of ayahuasca and determined their ego determined that they're like, I should be a shaman now, and they somehow got access to ayahuasca and now they're delivering it? You know how dangerous that is. I can't say that I know, but my intuition tells me that you want thousands of generations of ancestry surrounding you while you're in this ceremony, not maybe someone who maybe has some communication with maybe some ancestors, but do we even know that their ancestor even has the idea of their best intention in life that is there with you? Has that individual done such deep work with the medicine and have mastered dietas that they have exposed all their fractalization of colonization and white supremacy within them, that they have shown light on those shadows, so they're not going to recapitulate that unconsciously upon you in that ceremony? Are you asking yourselves these questions before you sit? Do you know where that medicine came from? Do you know who grew it? Do you know whose hands and energy went into it? I see a hand, and I would love to welcome you and hear from you. in harmony in nature.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your words. They really touch my heart. It's so important for us to talk about this, all of these issues around Mother Earth and how they impact all us, right? And yes, that's one thing that we always say to everybody: who are you sitting with? And in my heart, I'm so much like myself against of the way that the colonizers doing business again with these medicines. They are just replicating the system through the medicines. And we put it in the chat. Our teacher, when he said, let's not use the psychedelic word, this is a spirit plant medicine. He says, the colonizers, they stole the lands, they polluted the waters, they dig the earth to steal the gold and the oil, and now they want to steal our medicines too, right? And the first step is let's stop calling them psychedelics. They are not psychedelics. They are spirit plant medicines that come and talk to our spirits, right? So I'm very thankful for your message as well in that regard. And yes, when we are ready to receive the medicine, we sit with the medicine. Not everybody has to be like, this is not fashion thing. You do it when you are called to do it. And how we listen is on our own way and depends on where we are in our spiritual path. We will listen or not, and we will know if we are ready or not, right? So thank you so much for your words. And I would like to know if in your community, if you're using any specific medicine, how these medicines are coming into the indigenous communities down in South where you are. Thank you.
Yeah, so first I want to thank you for reiterating that message. And it also reminds me, you know, my first festival was at Oregon Eclipse, and I ended up being at this panel, eco activist panel, with some brilliant speakers. And the one message that just really landed with me, and by the way, I just started taking psychedelics, LSD, at the time, and it actually saved me from alcoholism, if I'll be honest. And but I remember they said, when the plants are ready for you, they will call you and go. But you should not have to seek. And if you have to seek, then maybe what are you doing? I remember having that question fractalized in my head once, like, why are you here? Why are you here? Why are you here? And then in regards to medicine, so this is only a story that I've heard from the Navajo and from other peyote keepers and roadmen in the Southwest, but unfortunately the state of what's happening in the Southwest, there's a lot of struggle and obstacle happening. There's land being stolen down there. There is fighting about the indigenous peyote conservation. A lot of those folks that are running it are not actually represented or given permission to speak in the way. And this is actually a message that all my elders that I've been talking to about this last week wanted me to share. If you have not been given permission by the NACNA, which is the Native American Congress, and the NAC and all these other actual official organizations, then you should not be representing indigeneity of the First Nations in America. The indigenous peyote conservation has not been given permission to do what it's doing. And the buttons, they told me, they used to be big, and they're telling me they're getting smaller and smaller, and the price of a sack has cost triple. And this is the medicine of the First Nations, of people, of an entire people who have experienced genocide. And this medicine has saved them and kept them alive to this day, and we're taking it from them. We as American citizens, as folks that are living in capitalism that wants to experience, but we're seeking, we're not waiting for it to come to us. And when capitalism creates a high demand for something, then it goes extinct eventually. And our ailments, our mental illnesses, our physical illnesses, all of that is linked to capitalism and to colonized white supremacy. And I want to share this quote from an amazing book that has just completely influenced me in my medical career. also, and it's called Inflamed Deep Medicine, The Anatomy of Injustice by Rupa Myra and Raj Patel. And they write, quote, medicine can be used as a tool to disconnect from the body, from the exposome, the external, to dislocate and then relocate the origins of intergenerational trauma and the dysfunctions of one body passed along to another. Medicine in service to colonial institutions often mistakes social reproduction for biological reproduction. Epigenetic markers are signs of the deeper disease, the social, economic, political, and ecological conditions that manufacture trauma, which is passed on generation after generation. So now I'm going to replace medicine with psychedelics. Medicine or psychedelics can be used as a tool that disconnects us from our bodies and from our traumas so we can replicate and reproduce the same traumas. So in medicine or psychedelics serve colonial society, we often continue to see the blame on the individual, not on the larger structures at play that inform our biology. We see complacent citizens who are so deeply wound up in the euphoria of the psychedelic high that they forget that the colonial structures and systems that create oppression at hand are still active. And then we've seen, I call this light supremacy. I'm too 5D to talk about social justice. Oh, that's not high vibe. Stop talking about racism. That's not high vibe enough for me. This is what I call light supremacy. You believe the light is superior to the darkness, but you need both and all of the above that comes between the spectrum of the light and the dark. The shadow is the fertile space where growth happens, where change happens. And we run from it too much in Western culture. And in fact, this complacency and the inability to talk about oppression recapitulates these exact same systems in the systems that we exist in this movement that we all believe so much in. And while modern day decrim and legalization movements are actively stealing and claiming indigenous knowledge and medicines as their own, which brings me to the Natural Health Medicine Act. So I was in Colorado and I was in SPORE at the time, and I was at the very first coalition meeting that eventually became the Natural Health Medicine Act, which a lot of people have been celebrating. But when they were talking and sharing like their polling, I asked them, I was like, do you have the demographics of who you're polling? Because it sounds like a lot of white people. Because they said that they don't believe that mushrooms should be used for spiritual use. And I was like, that sounds, I'm sorry, but that sounds awfully white to me. That sounds like whiteness as a culture. White supremacy is a culture and colonization is a culture that steals the sacred away from something. Always taking the sacred. That's what colonization is. Takes the sacred. And they didn't have any answers for me. They just lawyered me. And then I continued to disrupt them. I asked them to move slower so we can do a pilgrimage to get permission from the elders of that land. And they ended up kicking me and my Northern Arapaho sister out of the coalition. And then they ended up fighting Native Coalition the entire time. They brought Bia Labate from Shakruna to interrupt the indigenous people, steal the mic from them, to advocate for the Natural Health Medicine Act, which has implemented limitations. And the advisory board is solely full of white folks. And if there's any indigenous folks, they don't have permission to be there. And Vishnu, I saw you had a question.
Namaste, relative. As my heart goes out to you because I was listening yesterday to it was the first many speakers were Native, and there's, I believe, an experience that Natives are having that it's hard to relate to if you're not a Native, you know, and it is inflamed, and so I think there's a quickness to dismiss it because it's sore. It's like, damn, that hurts, you know. So thank you for being a voice to an inflamed area, because this is what, you know, healing is really all about, is something inflamed. And I just wanted to share, you know, like as a facilitator with mushrooms, who I don't have a lineage of any kind that is like directly, I mean, it's my blood. I mean, it's in my blood. And as someone who knows enough about the medicine, I've actually never had peyote because I know there's an identity that's tied to the Native American culture that I haven't been invited necessarily to drink it by what I feel is the appropriate. It doesn't mean it hasn't been available. I've been invited to drink it, but not from natives. I've been invited to drink it by other practitioners, which I haven't. And it's because there's a respect there. You had posed a question earlier about, who is this movement targeting? And it's just this one facilitator who is contributing to a stream of opening in this and in a movement. I spent 3.5, almost 4 years of my life on the streets of my hometown without any medicines. It was the medicine of love, which is attention, giving acknowledgement and helping meet the immediate needs of food and shelter and some sort of like care for maybe addictions, child care for some of the people who are on the street who had children. And I would love to say that the success rate that I had with people on the streets was higher. I mean, we're the whole group that I was with, we were able to help a lot people in our own community. And, there's this really fine line between going and trying to save somebody and having that person be at a place where they're ready to receive medicine. And as one facilitator, I found it easier to allow people to come to me because I don't advertise. It's not a business for me. It's my life, and it feels that the medicine needs a consent to be administered to any individual. And so I found that there is a challenge to catering to underserved communities, because I've gone to Houston to help with not even trying. I went to I would say it's like bringing spores, and you bring spores and spread the knowledge to the Black community in Houston, who is they've got their own list of challenges. And there is a significant resistance that I found, and I'm working with other community members. And again, I'm not Black, so I can't come and preach, but what I can is bring education and support and be there to help pacify that tremendous fear of we've been under attack. I've been in fight or flight. And it's like, I completely understand. And yes, there can be, better housing, better access to clean foods and water and all this stuff. And yet here, there's groups of people saying this mushroom will help. And so I show up because I'm asked to come and participate. And I found it to be a challenge to provide medicine for someone who definitely could benefit from it, but is so I'm not saying maybe closed, but it feels like closed. Like it's not of their own. Some people don't even know that they can live a better existence. They're just so okay with what is, and it's not even okay. If it's a suffering being. It's a suffering being saying, "I'm just, I'm afraid, and I don't want to try that." And so I found as a facilitator, I offer to a class of people that are not on the streets, like the people I worked with on the streets for the 3.5, 4 years. They're people that are working class. There are a lot of single moms. I help a lot of single moms really gain some inner stability to handle their stress levels, their anxiety levels. I help a lot of veterans who are going through suicidal thoughts and depression. And I would love to say that I'm catering to, I don't have $3,000 price tags, which I have seen, the first legal psilocybin in Oregon was $3,800. The prices in which I offer is actually for me. It's for I keep the medicine completely free. The medicine itself is something of the land. The mushroom is a gift from the earth. And so when people are compensating me, they're compensating me for the cultivation, the getting the connection that to an individual. But I would love to say, because when you said, that posed that question, who is this movement favoring? And, is it a healing? It from where I am positioned as an individual and not a corporation of any kind, I can say legitimately it can be represented as healing, because that's what I'm witnessing. And can that healing be applied to the underserved communities? Absolutely. And I've been working to get that there. But there is a challenge, like I'm just going to use alcohol as a basic thing. I tried to help people get off alcohol for a long time. And it wasn't until that person finally was like, I'm done. Now, can you help me? Like they had to be ready to make a change, that I could actually be effective in helping that person make a change. Because if I wanted them off alcohol, that was my agenda onto them. And that didn't work at all. I was trying to suggest that I have a better way than what you're doing. And even though it was clean of alcohol, it was my way, and it wasn't their choice to do it. And I'm not sure if that answers anything, but I just wanted to voice as one voice in a movement that's moving. I would classify it as healing to the people that, that's the only reason I'm able to do it. I'm able to do it because the results are there and people recommend me, and more people come to me. Not because I'm advertising or have a reputation. I guess it is reputation. It's it's effective. This man has effective medicine. And when someone comes to me with a willingness, they're desperate, they're tired of the prescriptions, they're tired of drinking, they're tired of whatever it is, I can help that person. I can help that person for sure. But if I go out trying to preach psilocybin to crowds, it's very challenging. I just wanted to state that. I'm not sure if that helps you or anyone here, but I feel you, and I'm doing the best that I can as an individual participating in this beautiful experience of life. And
yeah, thank you so much for sharing. And I think that you're touching on a couple of things that make you different from people call it mainstream psychedelia. I just call it colonial psychedelia, right? And there's those of us on the fringe, in a way. We're witnessing it, and we love when we wish. For me, I wish I could be a part of it, but I experienced so much harm in the middle of it, deep inside of it, that I had to go on the fringe, on the outside, and kind of be in the hawk archetype and just watch from above with a hawkeye view of it. And what I'm hearing is something that you're describing is called saviorism, which a lot of colonial psychedelia has an issue, which is saviorism, where you think that you can go and just save people. But we don't save people, we save ourselves. And that was something that I learned deeply from the medicine that I received in Peru. That was my first time. That was literally the medicine calling me, and if people don't, like you mentioned at the very end, don't want that help, then you can't help them. But the most you can do is treat them like a human being, because unfortunately, especially unhoused folks have been so dehumanized. Drug users have been so dehumanized that even just humanizing someone for a moment, for me in the back of my ambulance or when I'm bedside in the ER, if I can humanize them from the moment, maybe that little light, that little spark that it gave them will put them one step closer to maybe wanting to reduce their alcohol use or their any substance abuse. I don't think psychedelics are exceptional to abuse either. And same with medicines. Everything can be abused if it's too much, or if you're trying to find it constantly when it's not calling you, right? And it actually brings me to something that I really want to talk about, which is root versus prescriptive diagnosis. And so I am going to read from a presentation. I'm on my phone, so I don't know how to present it with you. But essentially what I write is, how can we, as a collective of humanity, determine what is good for one another, for an entire culture, for an entire species, an entire planet? We often are forced with prescriptivism of how we should act, prevent and treat different ailments, politics, geopolitics, and the way we approach the world. This prescriptivism is clouded and hazy with dualities and othering of the other, which is just dehumanization, which is just oppression of one another. And where did this prescription come from? Who is determining how we make the choices that we make and the way that we perceive the world? What is self? And is there such thing as individuality in a world that is so interdependent upon each other for mere survival, let alone thrivation? And that brings me back to your point. Like, yes, you're an individual actually moving in the best way possible and in right relation. Like, I don't, like, if it was up to me, we wouldn't have to charge for any of this, right? We live in capitalism, so we have to be in reality and grounded. And it's like, okay, well, I still have bills to pay. I still have to have a car and gas and food that unfortunately we have to use a stupid plastic card or paper thing to get. Like, it's a basic necessity. We should just have these things available, right? Ideally. And so we can see how our politics and medicine, the way we speak of ailments and problems of the world through the lens of white saviorism, meaning that those who are part of the death cult of colonized white supremacy believe that as an ultimate superior version of a human being, this cosmology believe that they know what is best for all of humanity. When a culture believes that they are the sole savior of everyone else, there's a tendency to neglect the root causes of problems and disease because a full exploration of what is going on will require for them to acknowledge and see their own violence that is contributing to these problems. Israel and Palestine is a perfect example of this situation. Western cultures have a serious misdiagnosis issue across multiple realms of thought and culture. Western culture avoids proper diagnosis to get to the root of disease and political issues, because if they did, they would have to acknowledge the oppression, racism, transphobia, and all their forms of discrimination that led to the major ailments, disease, and political violence. Western culture, colonized white supremacy, would have to admit that this culture is the root cause of all disease and political violence. Rupa Myra, once again from Inflamed, says, quote, the root of diagnosis is a knowledge of antecedent parts that makes sense of the present in order to change the future, without taking into account the myriad ways systemic injustice impacts the body. The standard medical narrative connecting the past, present, and future falls short, lacking the explanatory power to address the change of the course of illness. So a diagnosis that fails to incorporate this history is one that can have no part in healing. And this includes psychedelia. This includes spirit plant medicine. If we cannot acknowledge this as facilitators, as practitioners, even as ayahuasqueros, or whoever you are and how you are identify, we cannot call it healing unless we acknowledge the social oppression that caused our ailments in the first place. Root diagnosis takes into account the effects that oppression, trauma, and stress, external factors, has on the body and all of its systems, including the spiritual. Prescriptive diagnosis doesn't require a full investigation into what the root cause of the ailment is. It usually prescribes an algorithm of treatment by prescribing pills to hide symptoms, rewrite history to prevent confrontation of the oppressive culture, or propaganda to continue the narrative so the root cause can't be uprooted and composted through revolution. Prescriptive diagnosis is abusive and uses narcissistic tactics of Darvo to make the patient or the individual the sole responsibility for their health, or polarize political violence instead of looking systemically, globally, and culturally for a root diagnosis. Myra goes on to write, quote, today's medical and social science has a hard time navigating the connections between our health, our histories, and our societies. But even this disconnect speaks to a deeper problem woven into the origins of modern medicine. Most doctors, humans really, have unwittingly inherited a colonial worldview that emphasizes individual health, disconnecting illness from its social and historical context, obscuring our place in the web of life that makes us who we are. She goes on, we carry this theory of diagnosis a step further, locating the causal origin of disease in the multidimensional space around and beyond the individual body and histories, ecologies, narratives, and dynamics of power. The inflammatory disease we are seeing today are not the cause of body dysfunctional reactions. They are the body's correct response to a pathological world. In conclusion, the empire will never give you the full story of diagnosis, especially in regards to war and genocide. They will give you a surface level diagnosis to justify their violence colonization tendencies. This includes Western medical industry and colonial psychedelia. It is up to the people to co-discover and co-investigate the root diagnosis of problems of the world in our bodies and health. We have to advocate for our histories to be told in truth, that everything we are witnessing is a reaction to a pathological world that is dominated by a cosmology that forces violence, oppression, and division upon us, which inevitably creates disease and inflammation in our bodies. So, in conclusion, and I'll open it up for the last few minutes and would love to have a dialogue or questions. But I do want to end this. Paulo Freire says, and it's not going to be a direct quote because I can't find it right now, that essentially if those that are in power, those that are leading movements are not addressing the actual systems and culture that causes our ailments in the first place and only wants to shift your consciousness, just wants to make you more complacent to the society in which you exist. So how can we use our medicines, use our healing to expand our capacity to hold so much grief and pain and sadness and the things that people determine darkness and not things to avoid when it comes to emotion? How can we grow our capacity by using psychedelics and spirit plant medicine to be able to hold the collective grieving of the world, especially with the genocide in Palestine happening right now? How can we use our medicine to be able to hold all of this together and expand our capacities, to expand our tolerance in order to collectively create community care? Because a revolution is not an individual, it's not in individuality, it's in community, it's in collective and community care. And that's where the Black Panthers got it right with sickle cell testing, with school lunch programs, after school programs. So how can we use our movement to do the same? It doesn't have to always be about psychedelics, but using our use to engage with the streets, engage with the people, engage with the unhoused, engage with our city council to stop criminalizing homelessness and get people fed, to get them housed, to get them a solid income. And then maybe people can think about mushrooms. Then maybe people can think about psychedelics. But if they can't even meet their basic needs, we cannot jump steps to support them. We must meet them where they're at. And that's what we get to integrate after we use our medicine. So there's about 19 minutes left, and I love to open up for any questions, discussion. I would love to hear from you all and to stop talking so much. Yes, Steve.
Hey, Thorsten, thank you loads and loads, especially if you're about to zoom into work, actually saving lives. So thanks a lot. Yeah. I'll try and be quick because there's other questions coming through. This is a bit of a funny question. So when I took peyote in as authentic a ceremony as it could have been, I immediately thought this would be great for all the veterans I know that are terrified of ayahuasca. And then I immediately thought to myself, but yeah, you're kind of not supposed to be doing this because it's like someone else's sacrament. And as soon as I thought, well, we could go on a kind of a pilgrimage to ask, my mind was immediately infested with Western thoughts about what an awesome YouTube video that would make to promote it all. And the more I think about it, the kind of worse I feel. How on earth would I go about addressing this so I could maybe implement it in a way that didn't leave me with a sense of baggage or dissonance?
And when it comes to peyote right now, I'll be honest, I think that we as Western folks should stay away from it. It is close to extinction, and like you mentioned, and if it called you, don't feel anything about it. If the medicine called you and you did it in the right way, like it called you, there's a reason why you're in that ceremony first. And I think there's something to also be said about any kind of guilt or shame that comes up for us that are Western and come from this world. I think it's an important emotion to actually sit with and not run away from, because that's where revolution comes from, those emotions. But from what I've been learning from, the Navajo roadmen and other peyote stewards is that the medicine is so, it's getting, like I said, the buttons are getting smaller and smaller, and it's getting more and more expensive. And I think to decenter ourselves, we have to allow for that to be for natives right now, because that is like what's keeping them alive. So I think that maybe one day, if we can do things in the right way and move slower and not rush things, that maybe that will change. But right now, peyote is in such a dire state that I think to decenter ourselves and to center the Native Americans and their medicine, that us not doing anything with it or trying to do anything with it, not putting it in laws, not in decrim legislation, none of that is vital. And I believe that is what a lot of the folks that were supposed to come here and share today, unfortunately, that couldn't, would have passed that message on also, to just share that message with you, Steve. Does that answer? Great.
It does,
And then,
absolutely. And I kind of figured that that was kind of what the answer was going to be. Absolutely. Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you
And
very much.
I hope one day we do things different, where the buttons don't get smaller, and in fact they grow bigger than they have in the past. But I don't think we're there yet right now. But I see that for our children and 7 generations after, if we can continue to have conversations like this. Sorry, your all's name is In Harmony and In Nature. So I'm gonna call on you all that way.
Yes, thank you so much for your beautiful words. They are so important. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I love your idea of colonial psychedelics and medicine. Making that distinction is very important, and we um, bring that message everywhere that we go. But I love, and if it's, I asking permission to use your term colonial psychedelics. Thank you so much. Thank you. And you talk about something very important that is accessibility, right? But my question is like, I don't want to go and sit with any of those institutional places created for us to take the medicine, right? So when I think about accessibility, I'm not thinking about those places. Those places for me, as you said, it's no medicine there. And in first place, my main concern about those medicines, or one of my main concerns, is like the people are giving the medicine, they are not seers. So the spiritual aspect of all of this is completely missed when we go and sit with the psychiatrist or the psychologist or whoever went to Machu Picchu for 2 weeks and thinks they can do Washuma, right? So I'm not concerned about that accessibility. My concern is like sometimes even in circles organized by indigenous people, we don't open the space to make sure that whoever has been called, whoever needs the medicine, sits there and find the right way to offer the reciprocity. Have you seen any practices around that? That you see any change in the way that we are inviting to circles, in your experience?
I'm just thinking for a second.
Thank you so much.
Can you rephrase that question
Yes.
just for me a
Yes.
little bit? Thank you.
So I just asking if you have encountered, what is your experience with these invitations coming from the people who holds the knowledge and the practice of the medicine? What is the ways that you are seeing that they are inviting others to come in the So I'm just asking out of curiosity a little bit so we can replicate those practices. Thank you.
So so I will admit, like when I talk about these things, it's because I did them. Like I was guilty of them. And I essentially, when I share this, I'm calling my past self out a lot at the same time. But the time that I remember, like the time where it was just so synchronistic, was actually I went to Burning Man and did a lot of LSD and had my spiritual awakening, where I realized that divinity. Sorry, my car's yelling at me because I kept it on for so long. But divinity not only exists, but it exists in each and every one of us, and that shook me awake because I was like agnostic, sort of Buddhist, but like was born in like the Mormon church, so I believed in God and Jesus for a long time, and then rejected it all, you know. So that was a big deal. And then I came back to, you know, what Burning Man calls default world, but really reality instead of my escapism, Burning Man, playa. And I wasn't integrating well. I was freaking out. Like I was not doing well. I was like archangels, indigo children, archetypes, all this stuff. I was freaking out. I was like, oh my God, what is all this? And I ended up at Malcolm X Park. So I was living in DC at the time. And I ended up meeting this woman named Katie and talking to her. And I'm like, oh my God, am I crazy? Like, what is happening here? And she ends up leaving, but then immediately coming back, she's like, I want to gift you a 12-day medicine retreat in the Sacred Valley of Peru with Shipibo women shamans. And I was like, I was broke, like I was poor. And I was like, okay. She's like, can you get there? And I was like, okay, fine. I'll somehow get there. Don't know how, but I'll get there. And then as I'm walking with my buddy who introduced me to this woman, he's like, hey, I'll buy your plane ticket. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? You know? And then I ended up doing a quick GoFundMe, raised $200, and then so much went awry trying to even get there as it should and as it will always. To really challenge if you really want to do this, because like literally my flight got canceled and I had to like go to a different airport, then go to Miami, and then go to Fort Lauderdale, and then go to Colombia, and then to Cusco just to get there. And I only had like $200 to my name for all this to happen. And I had to pay, like, literally, I spent $100 to get from Miami to Fort Lauderdale, and I only had $100 while I was in Peru the whole time. So that to me was the most synchronistic and like most authentic way the medicine called. And then the other few times, it was a one-on-one experience. Like someone was like, hey, I'm in this ceremony. I really trust this person. Would you like to participate? And I usually had a really good relationship with that person at the time. Some of the time when I did that, it wasn't so great. Like there was one ceremony in LA, I was like, oh my God, I should not be here. I'm seeing Kali right now with the little bit of medicine that I took, and that scares me. Like it was like skulls, and I was like, I've never seen skulls in my visions. I've only seen like sacred geometry, and I was like, and then I watched the shaman. I saw her savoring being a savior towards everybody, and I was like, oh, you're not a shaman. Maybe you shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't be here. This was a mistake, but I know how to take care of myself. And I had some medicine people who helped bring my pieces of my soul back from that moment. But that's the point. Is like when you sit in ceremony that's harmful to you, you then have to do extra work for the things that broke in that process. So that discernment is important. But I don't really know. Like, you know, I think like I don't want to say like like I know anything, because I really don't. This is all intuition and what I believe the medicine told me. But like your intuition will be on fire and your heart will beating out of your chest if that person belongs, or if you're supposed to speak, or if something's in synchronicity. Sometimes we take it as anxiety, but maybe it's actually our intuition being like, hey, hello, it's your spidey sense, right? So I think maybe following that, like if you're like, oh my God, in the back of your head, a really quiet voice, it's like, I think this person should belong or should be in the circle with us, you know. You tap in, maybe that's the medicine, maybe that's grandma, that's Pachamama. That's, you know, Aya, Mama telling you, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't sat with her since 2020, you know, so so I'm not sure, but I think that everyone here can trust their intuition. You're muted, by the way. I can't hear you.
Oh, yes, I want to say, like, our teacher, he might come back in the summertime back here up north. We are on the coast too. You're very welcome to come and join us. It would be a pleasure to have you here in the circle and everybody in this call.
I'd be honored.
And I feel these tears as I'm listening to your story, because I recognize, you know, our stories are really, really important because it helps to give us context to all the intellectual research and comments and, you know, findings and such. But the part why the tears is like, I feel so blessed that I found a teacher that is authentic, that has been living, breathing, sharing this medicine generation upon generation, who can see. So he protects us in the circle, right? And then he shares with us what he has seen in this experience. So, it's so important for us to support our Indigenous brothers and sisters who carry the medicine, who can see, so that we can hopefully carry on in this journey in a good way, because we're not having to redo the work, That's not really the word I'm looking for, but undo those places when we're sitting with someone who's really not there with their heart. Thank you for this, for the conversation and the stories and the sharing and this platform for us to bring these voices and experiences to light that may guide others.
Aho and all my relations, and from my heart to your heart, thank you for the work that you all do here. And I feel that I will end on this. No one is going to save us. Honestly, there is no holy land because everything is sacred. Everything is alive. Everything is breathing. There is no holy book. No man can tell us anything but the plant spirits and the spirits of the mountains, of the trees, of the winged ones, of the four-legged ones, of the sun, of the cosmos. That's the real holy book. That is the real sacred lands. Only we can save ourselves. So just trust yourself. Build a strong community that will support you and talk about oppression. Build community care systems to take care of each other. Build community programs to reach out to those that may not need psychedelic therapy right now. Figure out how to get safe syringe sites. This is how we're going to save each other. This is how we're going to liberate each other. This is how we're going to free each other from our shackles, because my liberation is so intertwined with yours, and it especially intertwined with Palestine. So I just want to end with them. Free Palestine. I center the Palestinians in everything that I do right now. So use your skills, support the Palestinian movement in whatever way you can, because of Palestine, we have all awoken. This is the age of Aquarius. This is the veil being revealed. We thought it was going to be, us, but it was really Palestinians that awoken us. So Aho and all my relations, thank you all so much for this time. It means so much. And please, 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 being in integrity and move with humbleness. Thank you. I have to go to work now. So bye, everybody.
Thank you, Ethos. You go save some lives in a different way. Thanks enormously. I think, Edna, am I pronouncing that right?
Edna, I believe. Yeah, thank you, Ethos, so much. Edna is our next moderator. I'm hoping she's on. Yeah, she's on. Edna, you're ready to go. The stage is yours. The hour's yours. Welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here with all of you. Let me see, there are 13 of us here right now. Leo, Russell, Steve, Beal, Vishnu, I am, Lynette, BB, In Harmony in Nature, Ronnie, Lovely, Rick Luna, Solana Booth, Mel Stoss, and Elana. So greetings, everyone. It's my great honor to actually present at this hour, because the sun is going to rise while I'm sharing with you. So that's my great honor and pleasure. Let me introduce myself, and then I'm going to tell you about our time together for this hour. I'm going to light some sage and Palo Santo for us all, so we can have our sacred plants and our trees with us. Great entities, great spirits that are with us all this time. I'm Ejna Fleury, and we kind of name ourselves in this way, because we need to function in the community. But I know we all have sacred names, and some of us don't even know our sacred names even yet. So while I smudge, I want to honor the plants. I'm going to light the Palo Santo. Got a big stick from one of my sisters. It's hard to. And I want to honor these great spirits because of the great awakening that's happening. They're being decimated very much. Even ayahuasca, ran another ayahuasca, uh, uh, and sage, even in the Great Plains of the U.S. Yes, thank you, Vishnu, for lighting with me. And so even though I go by this name of Ejna, and I come through the lineage of the Lakota of the Great Sioux Nation, and I'm enrolled, in Cook Creek in South Dakota, I identify, as we all should now, as great cosmic beings, that we're evolving along with the universe. And so with that in mind, and having brought the trees with their beautiful smudging fragrance and smokes, I want to make this opening prayer for us all. Divine, beautiful source creator of 1,000 million names, and yet cannot be named. Here we gather once again, invoking your more conscious presence to us. We know that we are always embedded deep in your heart and your being. But when we gather in community and in communion like this, that we do this invocation so that we actually can open our hearts to you and invite our own love and our own consciousness to expand, and our intelligence and our being and our presence and our soul to expand, so that we may so graciously and humbly receive your guidance, your inspiration, and the way you are blossoming us forth in our evolutionary journey with you. And thank you for our creation and for our bodies and for our lovely, gracious, grand earth, Madre Tierra, Pachamama, Unchimaka, earth. Thank you, and be with us, O great spirits and masters of the light, as we spend some time together and honoring all of the medicines and the ways you are awakening and working with us. And so it is. Ashe, Amen, Amatak Yaste. So I want to, let's see, I'm going to open my notes. I have them here. So even in all of my opening remarks and in my prayer, really wanting to acknowledge our relationship with the cosmos and the universe, and our great journey, our billions and billions of year journey that we've been sleeping to, and now we are awakening. And so what I want to do is honor our journey and our time, and honor the sacred medicines, and say something about the purposes of our human family, and my purpose and your purpose, and for us to spend some time in dialogue together, talking about this, about our situation right now on our earth, our call, our need, our actually our responsibility in our own evolutionary march right now. So let's see here, I got to get back here. And we know now that the plants and the animals have been working with us in their sacred medicines for actually probably hundreds of thousands of years. This great civilization that we're in now has been blossoming forth for since the last ice age, when our Earth went through another decimation. But we know that there were great other civilizations before this great dispensation. Probably many other great civilizations have risen and fallen. And maybe I shouldn't say fallen, because what's happening is we're accumulating all this history, our journey and Earth's journey, because we're part of this, and we share in this in consciousness. And our consciousness and our awareness and our intelligence is being grown now, and has always been nurtured by the sacred medicines. We know now that the great Egyptian civilization, they used sacred medicines, and they used the temples and the resonance of the materials and the sacred geometry of all these places to augment the sacred medicine journeys that they've made. And in the Americas and all up and down Mesoamerica, and now even in North America, we're finding the great megalithic structures similar to Egypt. We're finding them in Turkey, Indonesia. We're finding them under the water. So we have had great civilizations that have used not only the sacred geometry in building the great structures, but also the medicines. So we would have these medicines of not just plant medicines, but like the frog medicines and the other medicines that I don't even know all of the different medicines. I just know the iboga from Africa, and the ayahuasca, and the frog medicine that brings us to the alpha and the omega, and the shamanic, the roles of the shaman throughout all the millennia, who have been mainly at the heart of the communities, holding this doorway into our multidimensional nature, because we on Earth here have forgotten. And so that brings me to talking a little bit about the purposes. What could be our purpose here, as not just individually, but as a human family. And we can see it. We see it before us. Oh, Eric Svensson is getting ready to wait in the waiting room. Oh, thank you. So we see it in our participation with Creator. Those of us who have been making medicine journeys for say in this last 50-year period, because it's blossoming really rapidly now, but we're coming into a more of a companionship and a sacred union with Creator. But we're also enjoying the creation. Look at the diversity here, the immense diversity of life here. And so we get to enjoy creation. Part of our purpose is just to enjoy our being and to dance. And so we see all the different traditions of music. Oh my goodness, I just love all the different musical traditions, and the dress, all the different types of dress and regalia, not only in worship, but just in beauty, to come into, to enjoy our beauty and our being, and the different architectures. And so these are all part of our purpose, is just in being and in enjoying creation with Creator. And so that brings me to my particular purpose. And I wanted to honor what I have been given each of us have been given gifts and challenges and roles. And my journey has been, when it started out, I was in very great forgetfulness of who we really are as beautiful cosmic and spirited beings. I just thought I was a little girl, and it was very rough. It was very rough. And I went through very many trials, but the thread to spirit for me was in my dreams. And I had these incredible dreams when I was 3, 4, 5, 6 years old. And I wouldn't talk about them with anybody because I just thought everybody, this is just part of life and part of being. So I would see the earth in great cataclysm, the big chunks of land falling into the sea, and great cities and bridges and houses, and, the sea roiling and taking in these different the earth just transforming, the earth in transformation. And I would have this as a tiny little girl. So, um, and I couldn't understand, but my father um, told me as I grew older, he said, even as a little girl, you were always asking about God. What is God? And so I was questing very, very early on about this. And one of the things I am doing today in honoring all that I've been given is I'm wearing these kukui shells. Even though I'm from the Great Sioux Nation in South Dakota, I went to Hawaii. The volcanoes actually called me to be there. And one of the first day I was there, I was honored with these kukui shells, which come when you become a kahuna in Hawaii. So I want to honor the earth in Hawaii and the great volcanoes, and honor our earth and our volcanoes. Even those that look to be sleeping, they're actually emitting energy. All the volcanoes of the earth, the thousands of volcanoes, those that appear to be sleeping are not sleeping. They're beings of great majesty and glory, the great cathedrals of our planet, and they are pouring forth their cosmic energy, all of them. So, of course, where does humankind live mostly? We live near the Ring of Fire, and we live near the volcanoes. And what nation, as a nation, has the most volcanoes? Guatemala in Central America. So the spiritual force and magnitude of the great Mayan calendar is very apparent because they sit in this great force field of Pachamama in the midst of all these volcanoes. And when they erupt, it is the eruption of Earth transformation, bringing forth more medicines out of the earth and more energies. And now we are in the midst of a bunch of solar flares going on from our great sun. There have been, 20, 30, maybe more solar flares in the last week. And we're needing to absorb and take in the energy from our great sun as we are being transformed. The Schumann resonance of the center of the earth has increased. So our bodies, our physical bodies, are having to absorb these energies from the sun and from the earth herself as she is absorbing and being changed. And we are also having to absorb the energies as our solar family is working with us in these alignments. And we had this great lunar eclipse just recent. I mean, no, I'm thinking about the solar eclipse that's coming later this year in April 8th. But the full moon, and it's a great resonance that it brings. And we're always, if the challenges, some people are experiencing this as great challenges, but some people are like myself, I'm getting even greater visions and greater sense of purpose. And my personality, my persona is being transformed to be more, even more, with more compassion, more inspiration. And those parts of myself that have faced unworthy or faced thinking I'm not enough, or all these negative things are they're even being burnished away even more. There's been a lot of burnishing, believe me, over the decades, but even more. So I know my purpose is in serving our awakening, but our healing, because so I'm going to go to our challenge. Our human challenge is the great abominations that we're still perpetrating upon ourselves on earth. We're still enslaving ourselves, enslaving others. We're still committing the domestic violence inside the homes because we're forgotten. And we beat ourselves because we're so angry at ourselves. And we're still perpetrating war. And these, and our whole sexual energy is all out of balance. Pornography takes up like 30% of the internet. So our sexuality and our sensuality and our creativity is so suppressed, it comes out in all these aberrant ways. So we need this great awakening of the greatest love of our hearts to be able to embrace, to transform, and stop what our hurting of ourselves, the way we are hurting ourselves by war, by enslaving ourselves, by beating ourselves, by starving ourselves, by warring on ourselves. So we need this utter balm of love and inspiration, and to come into our true power and majesty as cosmic, beautiful beings. And the universe, the cosmos, is synchronistically and magically weaving us together, our leaders together, all of us are getting woven together as we can listen and work in concert with Creator to bring about these transformations. So that's what's happening now. And so that's my purpose, is in this awakening, but this great healing, this transformational healing journey. And I would love to see it all in my lifetime. I don't know that it's going to happen that way, but I would love to see great strides that we could end war by 2030, or maybe even sooner than that. So I have been talking on quite a lot, and I'm going to light a little bit more sage, because what I'd like for you to do is for you to go inside of yourselves and to take it some time. And what my remarks have been inspiring, reflecting, or igniting, or reminding you of your own journey, and what the plants, well, maybe, are the way that the plants and the animals have been giving us these sacred journeys. Because when we take them, we're given, our soul, and the universe brings us and gives us either challenges or gifts of healing. I mean, every journey is, sometimes we have to face annihilation. We don't stay in these bodies, and if we're going to wield the atomic bomb, we got to wield the atomic force of our own beings. So we're being grown by the plants and the animal nations in our multidimensional nature. That's part of their purpose, is our multidimensional being. Meditation can bring you there. I've been meditating also for 50 years, but the plants and animals, oof, wow. As we join and we become cosmic beings, then we need their support and assistance also, which we are availing ourselves. So with that, I'd like to, if you had some time to reflect, I'd love for us to honor our journeys and take time to thank Creator, but to share with one another some of the things that we've been given, your gifts or your challenges, or something you'd just like to share that I don't know how many of these different presentations you've been able to attend or participate with, but this for us to open this up for time to honor our relationship with the medicines of the plants and the animals. And I'd love for people to be willing to. I see there's lots of we haven't discussed combo. Okay, this is your chance, Leo. Let's see. Oh, the deliberate use of alcohol. I'm just looking at some of the chat. Oh, Vishnu, I love you too. I could feel your love coming through all along. It's been helping me. It's been helping and inspiring, encouraging me. And let's see, yeah. That's sexually trafficked while the world turns our back. And even as we drive through the cities here in the United States and we see homeless encampments, but I think people are in denial because we don't know what to do yet. We don't, but coming together, we need to come together and work together. So, I just was looking at some of the comments. So please, if you could raise your hand, and then we could, Vishnu, please. And I'd like for us to honor each other's time, not to take too much time when we talk, because there's some of us that sometimes we go on forever. So maybe I might go like this if I think you need to kind of make room for others to speak. So okay, thank you, Vishnu.
Namaste, sister. So great to see you and witness you. I just listening to your vibration. I cannot say waited for this time, because it hasn't been nothing of waiting. I've been preparing, I've been contributing, and I absolutely just adore the vibration coming out of you. Thank you so much. I wanted to share one specific thing because it feels safe to do so here in this space right now. It even correlates to the last comment that you had read about the trafficking while the world turns our back, and people and homeless encampments. I found that the greatest empowerment that I'm able to hold space for with any reflection is to acknowledge the divine. And that's it. Simply remind us that we are one with the divinity. Divinity is our nature. It is the source of everything that we experience. It is, what would we do without the divine? Not one breath could be taken without Creator, right? And to be in a place of recognition with that everywhere that I am. And it's incredible how much it empowers an individual, not the egoic part that says like, oh, I'm powerful, but the soul, the spirit, the essence of that being, to remember, I'm a participant. I'm a participant, and I'm not helpless. I'm a part of the magnificence. Like, I am an empowered part of the magnificence of this life. And I love that you had brought that, at least my vibration and watching your reflection was you were acknowledging that, and to see that everywhere I am, because that's to me the most prosperous state of humanity, is to recognize our unity everywhere I am, that we're one family. And as long as I'm seeing somebody's being victim, I feel like I'm perpetuating to it. So rather than seeing a victim, I see myself awakening. I see my eyes coming online, my heart opening, and whatever state of hibernation that we were in ignoring the truth, it's irrelevant to me. The fact that we're blossoming, I like to put the energy and emphasis on that blossoming rather than, we just came out of a compost heap. Yeah, that was a rough one. And to acknowledge that divine force that's unfolding through us, and to give that acknowledgement. I saw it in you, and so I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vishnu. I'm wondering if Leo Russell, with the beautiful, it looks like porpoises. Would you be willing to?
Oh, I'm happy to share, but I'm a little bit out of it. I worked in the Native community for a long time. I'm a very small part Penobscot, and I just feel like I always have a lot of frustration. I'm Jewish as well, and I have the same frustration with the Jewish community, because I'm angry at myself, because I worked in the system for so long. And so I was the one who removed Native children from Native homes. And I was, the arm of Indian child welfare. And I was a substance use professional at Seattle Indian Health Board, and did 12-step groups and had to ding people for positive UAs. And so I was the arm of the man, but working for Native organizations that are saying that they're pro-Native, but really they're just enforcing the colonizers' values on 12-step and all this other stuff. And I could never mention plant medicine. And I guess I'm mad at myself for being so fake, I guess, or just not feeling like I'm really helping the people that I want to be helping, because I'm using the tools of the system. And then I get so angry when I feel like Native people are closed to that, when I feel like the tribes could be working with shaman in different areas of the world that are indigenous, like that maybe we featured on this 24-hour event. And why can't they put so much money that they have, that the tribes have, towards, helping their people heal? And it just makes me so angry. And I know that anger doesn't, kind of like that victim mentality I was putting in the chat. I get frustrated with people that just seem so invested in their victimhood that the energy's not changing for them. It's like a cycle. And I just feel like I'm not getting anywhere with my anger. So I'm hoping with this 24-hour event that we can go to the tribes and say, hey, I know nothing's working because I've looked at the statistics for everything you guys are doing and all the money you're pouring into treatment centers that are just horrible, and really just kind of forced medicalization. And I'm just hoping that we can change the world with this 24-hour event. That's all. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. You go by Leo, but it's Leonora. Is that how it?
Yeah, and most people mispronounce it. So great job on the pronunciation.
Well, it's a song. Your name is a song, Leonora. So, and I love that you're honoring the dolphins and the sea with your background. This that I have here is a Pendleton blanket. I own this blanket, and I took a picture of the blanket to make this background. It's called the Council, and it's a teepee. And I'll just take this opportunity right now. The teepee, where the poles all come together, it's made in a specific way. You have to, the poles are put in a very specific way. And that meeting point is called a kapemni. Because what happens is that when is the circle, the energy inside the teepee circles, it circles in the air and the essence, but it also circles and goes into the poles. and all that energy is magnified right there in the Kapemni, and then it goes out because the poles go out into the universe. And the energy actually comes in that way from the universe, comes in through the Kapemni, is magnified, and comes into the teepee. So that's why the teepee is used so much in the Native American church, for their ceremonies, with the sacred plant medicines. And maybe we could, let's see, is there anyone else right now that would be willing to say, to join in our chat and say thank you, Eric. How about you, Eric? Would you be willing to share a little bit? You've done some in the chat.
Yes, I could.
Yeah,
I'd like to share a dream that I have.
Okay.
I have been working with people who are working with iboga and ibogaine. And I have this crazy dream that if we could introduce ibogaine to the reserves in Canada and the reservations in this country, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it is the only guaranteed addiction interrupter that I'm aware of. And for an opiate addicted person, it has so many benefits. For starters, it either eliminates or significantly reduces withdrawal. And then what it does is it rearranges the brain and puts it back to a pre-addiction state. And that gives the person up to 4 months of no cravings. So with the autonomy that the reserves and the reservations have, I don't think there'd be any problem with federal interference. So that's just a dream that I thought was appropriate to share at this moment, of introducing the only true addiction interrupter to maybe some people would say the people that need it most.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. Yes, I'm familiar with iboga, and one of the 13 indigenous grandmothers from Africa, that was the medicine that she would talk about. It was not put out over the internet and brought forward really out into the public eye very much, but 13 indigenous grandmothers were working with plant medicines also. And actually, Leonora, I think what I want to do is go back to something you brought up about putting money toward the healing, that people mistakenly think that all the tribes have a lot of money, or that the federal government is giving the tribes a lot of money. What happens is, yes, there is support, but it is like token. It's not nearly what is needed. Where I was the alcoholism counselor on the Colva Reservation in 1990, and I was the only alcoholism counselor for this huge, the Colva Reservation covers huge, vast an area in the state of Washington and many towns. And so you would have the need for many, 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 many counselors for individual work and for group work. And I was the only one. So and when people say $1 million, $1 million, and these days it's not much money. So, and there are tribes, the gaming tribes that are near population centers, like some of the Southern California tribes, or the ones in Connecticut, or near the big cities where a lot of people can come to the casinos. Then they have a lot of money, and they are working toward healing, but without getting to the roots of the generational trauma, we're now becoming trauma informed. the whole world is being trauma and becoming a trauma informed. Gabor Mate and Thomas Hübl, I think, are the two leading proponents for this healing work. It is spreading throughout the different communities, books being written about it, but without leadership, the leadership is not yet embraced all these different healing modalities and the need for the generational trauma that's even embedded in our leaders. All the political leaders have generational trauma. And now we have trauma in worry about climate change, worry about the food shortages that are starting. So we're traumatizing ourselves in many ways further. At the same time, we have this huge awakening to our divinity and our true power and our true nature. So this is this Kapemni time of both of these energies, the energy that's needing to be transformed and the energy that is here to transform us. So we need to be coming together like this, not just for me to talk, but for all of us to bring our voices and our needs and our devotion together. So I would say in any community that you're in, any circle of friends, to have ceremonies of healing, ceremonies calling for the end of work, inviting peace. That we need a global peace movement. I'm actually I've just launched what's called Divine Mother's Love, unifying humanity. It's we're working with the divine feminine energies to unify women to bring peace on earth. And that's what we're advocating, is for people to come together in communities, have talking circles, plant gardens together, watch the plants grow, harvest together, make music together, have song fests together, have the talking circles where you can do your healing work, see about if you can invite medicine people to work with you, but if you can't, meditate together, work together, gain food resiliency, because the food shortages are going to increase. So we need to have your small communities come into gardening. I feel like every city should become resilient, food resilient. There's enough land in cities to, all the boulevards and the parks and all the nurseries that are there that could provide seeds, where cities could be working with the surrounding farming communities so that we can feed one another and bring all the orphans into homes and bring our soldiers home, stop the war, and have soldiers for taking down the dams and planting the gardens and growing the food we need and making music and play. The Olympics should mean that everybody on the planet has had a chance to discover what your gift is, whether you're a musician or a athlete or a scientist or a nurturer or whatever your gifts are. Every person should be able to discover our gifts, and that we don't need to be working all the time. We need to be playing together more. So I'm just kind of rambling on here. Well, let me look at a couple more of these chat questions. Let's see here. Yeah, ibogaine. Yes, it's an African root, the ibogaine. Yeah. Have you all seen the message from Mother Earth from the Kogi? I'm going to put this on gallery so I can see everybody, even those that aren't on video. If you've seen the message from the Kogi, because I think that Komiko is going to follow me, Komiko Hayashi, and I think she's going to, I hope she's going to play the video from the Kogi. Let's see, it's 7:38. It's only 5 minutes long, Has anyone here, if you've seen the video, Message from the Mother, it's a video from the Kogi, if you could raise your hand or let me know in some way.
I certainly haven't.
Steve, you have?
Yeah, sorry, no, I certainly haven't, and it doesn't sound like anyone else has. So please.
Oh wow. Well, I'm wondering if I can find it. If I can find it, and then maybe I could just play it for us. I think Komiko is gonna play it again, but the message is so powerful that people need to see this. And I'm thinking that some of the people that are not on video, they might have joined and just left this on and be coming and going. So I'm not sure that like all this, that everyone is even listening that are here. So
Leo's just asking if I can help you try and share. Now, I don't want to pretend to be an expert.
Okay, yeah, if I'm co-host,
Yes,
I think I could share video. Let me see if I can find the message.
Button down the bottom.
Okay, all right, I'll do that. Let me find it for a second because since we do have plenty of time. The video is only 5 minutes. So let me find it. Hang on once and see.
I put it in the chat.
You did? Oh, thank you. Let me get here. There it is. Okay, so I'm going to pull it up on mine and then after I get it going, I'll share screen.
Awesome.
I have to back it up because it started right away. Okay, now I'm going to full screen. Now I'll come back on and I'll share screen and I'll start it for us. Hang on one second. Okay, here we go. And you see it all?
Yes.
I am the mother. I am in the heart of the universe. Throughout all of time, I have never suffered from such heat or exhaustion. I have endured for the last 1,000 years. Since that time, my natural connection points, my rivers, reservoirs, and internal waterways across all continents have been obstructed and are full of pollution. I cannot cleanse or recuperate. In December of 2023, I will start to rise and move and turn, sending this message out to all my children around the world. The storms, the earthquakes, the hurricanes, and the rise of the ocean will come. If the governments, the sultans, the princes, presidents, and kings of the world do not listen and act, in 2 years' time, only 30% of the earth will remain. I am the mother. I have always endured despite arrows being put in my eyes and in my body. I am not seeking to defend myself. I remain calm. But now I must recuperate. There are 2 ways for me to heal. The first, I could take the law of nature into my own hands. This way, I will go in search of my medicine so I can cure my body, heal my energies, and all that I'm suffering from. There will be great changes on the earth. You will feel me recovering. You will feel me moving. I will not do this to cause harm to you. it will mean I am recuperating my body. Or the second way, all my children will make the healing happen for me, so I will not need to do it myself. I will put my older children in charge of my recovery. They will go and search for my medicines, for my cure, so I can be healed and recuperate with their help. You, my children, must all be united and deliver what is needed for your older brothers so they can do the healing where I have been injured by you, my younger ones. Each one of the rulers of the world, of the governments of the world, must say, yes, mother, I will stand with you. I will give my help to where you have been injured. I, your mother, have given you everything. When these changes start to happen, we will see whether you listen and act, or whether I myself will have to do what I must to recover the balance on Earth. If in just 6 months from now, by June 2024, you say, yes, we will provide what is needed, then my oldest children will be able to help cure my body. If this message is ignored, I will take the law of nature into my own hands 1.5 years from that date. This is the message that the Mother has given, she who is in the heart of the world.
Powerful message, is it not? Think Leo might be taking another nap. No. Anyway, we are all truly precious and we're just not realizing it, and how magnificent. But the healing journey is what must be made. So we're those of us who have what you might call elders are that's part of what we're doing, is awakening. All of us, we're all sleeping giants, every single one. And we're all sleeping angels. We're all sleeping for our destiny. Our destiny is a great human spirit. You know, we identify so much with our individuality, but we're all part of a great spiritual being called humankind. And but it's so magnificent. It's just it's beyond comprehension, the magnificence of the great human spirit. And the great human spirit is what is traveling with this dispensation, this 13.4 billion year dispensation of this particular cycle of manifestation. There have been many cycles of the surrender, the sweet surrender of ego, because it's hard to surrender. It is so difficult. You know, all the crevices that are holding out, or that in rebellion, or don't want, or in fear, the surrender. Keep inviting your soul and creator. Keep inviting and do your best to surrender, because it is a challenge, and you do have to face your fears. You have to face every fear, but you'll get stronger. Each time you face something, you get stronger. Each medicine journey, you get stronger. You get more of what you need until you can go through some final, very grand initiatory experiences. It's just the message from the Kogi, I feel needs to be amplified and shared. And Elena, you have your hand raised, so I'd love to have you share what your thoughts or what you have to say.
Thank you so much for all that you've shared with us and for the message. I wanted to ask if you have anything you described, the great abominations that we face, and how, we've forgotten, and how we kind of internalize some of these abominations and reproduce that violence internally. We enslave ourselves as well as enslave others. So one of the things I was wondering if you can describe a little bit more how you see that abomination. Is it in terms of you mentioned at the end, the individuality that we see, how we see ourselves as separate from, each other, from the planet, from the earth, from like all the plant and animal beings. Is that one way to describe it? Or and also you mentioned about the trauma, how like the pain of so much violence and loss that the earth and all of us are going through. It can be so traumatizing to see. How would you say, if you have any advice on how to hold that kind of grief and pain and trauma while we do this work, so that it's not completely immobilizing? Thank you.
Thank you. This is really important, super important, that we come together about this very thing. So human trafficking, I'm going to use this as an example, is a global business. It's underground, it's part of our shadow, but very many wealthy people who pays for these for the women or the children to come to be used in whatever way. You have to have money. So this is a big, huge global business. And the people that are involved in it, there's a part of them that does not want to be there, but they really believe in where they are, and they're in a lot of denial. And to the leaders who send people to war, I mean, when you send people into battle by the thousands, and then the horrors they face is almost unspeakable. So, but you're asking how we do this. It is by deepening and being with our true self. So we've got to have the courage for our personal journey, and join with others as we make this journey through our own rage. Because the rage of the babies that have been beaten and lived, the rage of the babies that have beaten and died is alive. It's in our psyche. So we need to have set ceremonies and to be able to face this. And each person will have a piece, because no single person can do this. This is our family work, healing ourselves, healing our family, and healing. And I use the word abomination, but I'm realizing that the abominations are causing the wounds, but we're doing both. We're doing the wounding and we're receiving the wounds. It's a big cycle, but we're not that. We're not this body only. we have a responsibility for this sacred temple, which we haven't really embraced yet. So breaking this cycle, but we do it with these plant medicines, inviting the true purpose. It's the medicines have been used a lot recreationally, but it's time now to start honoring the sacred nature of these plant medicines and what they're teaching and bringing. And actually, they've been making the journey, they've been helping us. It's another way of looking at somebody who has, say, been addicted to heroin for 20 years, or meth. You don't last that long because the meth destroys the heart and the body. So some of these drugs just destroy the body. But in the meantime, what are they doing? They're bringing people into euphoria. They're bringing people into forgetfulness. They're mesmerizing. They're actually mitigating some of the pain, because when you come back, you have to go through that pain. So it's kind of a paradox, and the medicines there, when you take the medicines and you use it for sacred and the journey of awakening that's possible, like ibogaine, it releases the craving so that people can do the work. But we have to go through the courage, the heart, the courage of our heart and our love that is bringing us through. And it's a challenge. We need one another to do this. I need you. You need me. We need the plants. We need one another to come together in love and then to heal these things. So great yawn, Eric. I love it. It has been really a great honor and a pleasure to just be with you. And divinemotherslove.org, that is the website for the for this global women's movement led by the Divine Feminine. And we're just newly getting started. And so that would be one. What we're going to do is we're going to have a resource page because there are a lot of healing modalities that are miraculous. So the healing can take place ever more rapidly. Those of us who've been walking ahead, we've done some of and those who've walked ahead of me and walked ahead of us have done some of the heavy lifting, the heavy work. And I think we can make it easier and easier for ourselves the more we work with spirit, because spirit brings the joy, the ease, the flow, and the healing inspiration. And it brings us to the people we need to be brought to also. It's weaving us together with who we need to work with. So I want to thank you all, Leonora. Thank you for the invitation and for this opportunity. And I would like to say a closing prayer for all of us, and wishing you all just the very most wondrous time of coming into your own divinity, or if you're whatever level you're already participating, may it expand and be permanent.
Just so you're aware, though, Kimoko just let us know she's coming in at 8:04.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna leave right now. I'm gonna say
Okay.
and leave.
Okay.
Because I
All right.
need to get on the road. I'm going to another meeting in another town. I have to get in my car and drive but I've got things lined up to take off. So, okay, blessed ones and blessed Creator, as you've been hearing our hearts and sharing this time together, we thank you, and may you continue in this beautiful weaving and awakening and healing process that is you're in, whatever your great divine plan. We thank you, and we're so thankful that we are more conscious to be part of it, and may we serve in the most perfect, profound, and courageous way that is needed. Amatakwe say, Ashe, Amen. Hallelujah. Thank you all so much. And thank you, Leonora. Okay. Bye-bye
Thank
now.
you so much. Thank you so much for your time and your energy. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Okay, Steve, are you okay with just holding space for 5 minutes till Kamoko is joining in 5 minutes? Eric,
Hi, this is Kumiko.
Oh,
yeah, I'll be just a couple more minutes. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
just be a few minutes. So just
Okay.
bear with me and I'll join shortly.
All right. So Eric, could you maybe comment or maybe reflect for a moment on what conversations you might have had during the event, or yeah, some of us are a little bit tired. I think we've been up for some of us 22 hours straight. So, but it's been marvelous. We've had a lot of views on YouTube so far for the videos that have dropped. Yeah, just maybe we'll just have a moment of silence to reflect on what we've received so far. I know that Edna's, I was very affected by what she had to share and her energy. She just seems like a very loving, just beautiful energy. So I'm very grateful to have made her talk. Did anyone else have anything that they wanted to share?
I'll just
Eric, yeah, you're muted.
No, I'm not anymore, am I? I just wanted to share that her mere presence just exuded love and compassion, and it just listening to her filled me with a fellow feeling, and I hope to follow up on the organization that she started. Do you know anything more about it?
It's in her bio, and I'll contact her now and try to get some of the information for her website. She did not put that in the chat. But hold on, let me just pull up her poster really quick for the event. It's called Divine Mother's Love. She's founder of the global movement Divine Mother's Love, Unifying Humanity. So I'll get the info from her.
Elena just posted it.
Oh, right on. Thank you. Awesome.
Hello, everybody. I'm ready.
Wonderful. Thank you. Welcome to the stage.
Elena has her hand up.
Okay, well, but our next moderator's here.
No, I was just had my thumbs up. I'm good, thanks.
Okay, got it. Okay, let's move forward.
Great. Well, how is everybody doing this morning? Great. Awesome. Well, thank you so much to the organizers for the invitation. And I'm currently here in Sedona, Arizona. I actually live in the Amazon rainforest with my partner, Jimmy Piawahe, who was supposed to be here today, but unfortunately he won't make it because he has to go into the jungle. They're doing a monitoring walk with the territory. So every so often, all the guys go out and they make sure that there's no illegal invasion or deforestation or illegal cutting of trees. So he's deep in the jungle without internet, but I'm so happy to be able to represent both of us and share a little bit more from my perspective as well. regarding this topic. It's an exciting time to be alive on Earth, and it's an exciting time to talk about these things. And I'm sure you guys had a really amazing weekend of so many incredible speakers. So I'm humbled to be able to share this morning a little bit with everybody. And I'm going to go ahead and start with a prayer. So here with me, I'm wondering how many of you guys have heard of the sacred coca leaf? I don't know if you can use your reactions on the bottom, or if you're on your phone, but you can always put a thumbs up or thumbs down. And anyways, so I'm wondering if anyone's heard of coca. So this is a very sacred plant from South America. And unfortunately, today, a lot of people have prostituted our sacred medicines. So many people have heard of cocaine, which, they take a lot of chemicals and a lot of ugly stuff, and they've a little bit of the coca. But actually, in North America, very few people have had the blessing to be able to work with the plant because, of how it's been prostituted in this unfortunate way. But for thousands and thousands of years, coca has been one of the most sacred plants for the indigenous peoples of Bolivia, of Peru, of Ecuador. A lot of the grandmothers and grandfathers that use it in high altitudes because the leaf gives you the ability to take in more oxygen into your lungs. So a lot of times when you're traveling in the Andes, people drink coca tea or they'll chew the leaves. But the shamans or the spiritual people also work with this sacred plant. And we have this term now we're using, it's called coconut. So we all know about the internet, right? Which is the ability to talk with people around the world instantaneously through technology. Well, for thousands of years, we've had a quite similar technology through coca leaves, which we call coconut. So when you eat the sacred coca, you go into basically this realm where you're able to speak in the spiritual realm. And so there'll be, for instance, our beloved Kogi Mamos in Colombia, and indigenous people who use the coca quite frequently. They're constantly making prayers and spiritual messages. And there's some people around the world that can pick it up without needing to, be on the phone or around the world. And so we use this also when we're speaking, because the coca is what allows one to make sacred agreements, or what we say, only speak the truth. So when there's important things being talked about in meetings or council, people will eat coca leaves as a means of being able to speak authentically. And even for indigenous people, rather than signing contracts, they use the coca leaf. So when you say something with coca, it's that sacred that you're actually like signing something from what the Western world would normally do, So I'm going to go ahead. I just want to give that brief background on coca for those who've never heard of this sacred plant. And if everyone would go ahead and give a few minutes here for a space to pray. We'll go ahead and start the prayer, and then we'll jump into the talk. Okay, so here we usually take 4 leaves. And I'm going to go ahead in this moment, and I'm going to start the prayer. So thank you, Great Spirit, for bringing us all here together today in this time and space. And we're going to call in the directions. So starting from the east of the rising sun, we're going to go ahead and call in our ancestors, guardians from the east, in the energy of the sun, of the sacred fire, of the light, calling in and giving gratitude to this time at the direction of the east. Go ahead and I'm facing the direction south, calling in our ancestors, giving thanks in the direction of the south. Giving thanks to Mother Earth, to all the animals, the 4-leggeds, the birds, all the creatures, plants, trees on Mother Earth, calling in direction of the south and giving thanks at this time. Go ahead and face the direction west as we call in our ancestors from the direction west, giving thanks for the element of water, for we are water, the water that flows in the oceans, the rivers, the seas, giving thanks to the direction of the west. And as we face the direction north, calling in our ancestors, giving thanks for the element of air, for the breath of life, the sacred winds of transformation, calling in the direction of north at this time. And as we look to the sky, we call on our ancestors from the heart of the sky, giving thanks. And then we place our hands to the earth, giving thanks to our mother for providing all that we need to be alive. And then we place our hand on our hearts as we give thanks for ourselves for showing up to this divine appointment in time and space today. Thank you to each one of you. Thank you to the organizers, and thank you to all who made this possible. Thank you so much. So with that, we'll go ahead and begin. And so this plant here, this is also the coca leaf ground up. This one comes from a tribe in Colombia. And so they grind up just basically the leaves. And then there's a powder. And so, anytime we go into sacred talks, we use this, and we, usually pass around. So I'm virtually passing it around to everybody. So it also, what they do is they have they grind up seashells, and the seashells, there's an element that activates the coca. So oftentimes with plant medicines, there's like a receiver and an activator. And you see this with ayahuasca, you see it with cacao. A lot of times the activator of cacao is cayenne pepper, but people sometimes just cook the cacao. But a lot of times there's that yin yang with plant medicine. So with the coca, we also chew what is traditionally a ground up seashell, but also can be baking soda, or there's other active ingredients that activate the plants. So with that being said, I'll go ahead and give a brief introduction to who I am. So my name is Kumiko, and I was born in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And my mother is mixed European descent. My dad is fully Japanese from Kumamoto and from the Okinawan Islands. And I went through quite the journey growing up in the United States. I actually went to a university called SOCA, University of America, whose mission is to create global citizens for world peace. So I was so blessed to be able to travel to many countries during those 4 years. And when I graduated in 2014, over a decade ago, I was actually very devastated because I felt disconnected from my roots. I felt like I didn't grow up in a sense of identity of where I came from, or even my connection to community and the earth. So I bought a one-way ticket to Ecuador. I had studied there for 6 months, so I had familiarity. And I ended up going 10 years ago to a ceremony quite literally on the middle of the world, on the equator, with indigenous elders from all over the world. And this basically opened up what I thought would be a few months turned into 10 years of living with indigenous peoples and participating in ceremonies and filming them. So I've been working on a documentary film, which became so much of a personal journey. And I was able to live from North to South America, really sort of like a fly on the wall perspective, filming so much. And then without planning it, was welcomed into a lot of ceremonies from North America with the Lakota and Native American church peyote ceremonies and the Mayans. In South America, but I spent the majority of my time in Ecuador, actually, and a lot in the Amazons the past 5 years. And where I met my partner, Jimmy, who's from a tribe called the Siecopai. And they're in the northern Ecuadorian rainforest. They're less than 2,000 people. And they're actually one of the tribes that has the most unparalleled knowledge of plant medicine. They came up with a 7-plant cure to COVID, and they also have documented over 2,000 plants for healing illnesses, psychedelic and non-psychedelic. And so I was just in awe that there was a tribe that was so tiny that had more knowledge than all their neighbors of so many plants passed on through oral knowledge. And so with my partner, we began to film and document the elders so that we could record a lot of these plants. And through that process, I actually was like, going deeper into my own roots of who I am, because here I was like on this journey to reconnect with this ancient wisdom or Mother Earth, because I grew up in America where the society was so disconnected from that. And then there was a moment where, you know, I was like, okay, I want to go deeper into who I am. My dad left Japan when he was 25 to fulfill his dream to ride his bike to every national park. And actually, my grandfather was a kamikaze war fighter in World War II. My grandfather, my mother's side, was fighting. And so I grew up with my father never wanting to talk about Japanese culture, which was sort of the driving force of me wanting to learn about all these other cultures because of this sort of lack that I had. Right? So one day I did a DNA test and I thought it would come out 50% Japanese. And it actually came out part Japanese and part indigenous to the Okinawan Islands, which I thought was interesting that there's two different DNA strands. And so as I looked more into it on my own, because again, my father, you know, sort of never talked about that, I went and actually found my grandmother in Japan, who's 95, who was 93 at the time. And I found out that I have this whole lineage from the Fujiwara clan of female shamans from Okinawan Islands, which is one of the few places in the world where the female is regarded as the spiritual authority, and they're the shamans and they are the caretakers. So most of the time you see men who are chiefs or they're male shamans. A lot of the time in the Amazon, the majority of the time in Ecuador specifically, there's a lot of male shamans. So I found it fascinating from my own lineage of this place where there's this whole cosmovision of, you know, female shamans. And it was interesting actually, because me and my husband, who's from the Amazon, we began to do a lot of yahe ceremonies with his grandfather, who has been learning and carrying this on since he was 7. He started his initiation. They actually have graduation ceremonies. So when he was 19, he graduated. So he studied from 7 to 19. What we would know in the Western world, you know, you get your diploma. When to be a shaman or a healer, you get a diploma. And now his grandfather's about 75. And so it was such a totally different experience drinking medicine with him and his family than I had, because I had drinking ayahuasca in the US. I've drinking it, what, you know, these places sort of retreats where you pay money, and it was so different. And I was like, oh my gosh, like this is totally a different experience than what most people who go to drink ayahuasca and pay for a retreat are experiencing. And what is the difference? The difference is in the family, the community, and the passing of the lineage, because plant medicine, especially with yahe, or what people know as ayahuasca, has been passed on from generation to generation through a family. And so the way that they look at ceremony is sort of the way you would look at, I don't know, when you go to a Thanksgiving or Christmas dinner and you're with your whole family and you like, okay, what do? We play board games, or, you know, take out a bottle of wine, I don't know. And you feel that sense where that unity of family is present. That's how they go into plant medicine ceremonies. And so everyone is really taking care of each other. And even young kids, you know, 9 or 10, begin when they feel they want to drink, that they can participate. And in the Siekopai tradition, nobody will ever ask you to drink plant medicine, never. But if a child or a person feels called to it, then they can participate. So me and my partner, we began to participate. And as I got deeper into the plant medicine of yahe, I started to see my own ancestors in Japan and my own lineage from the Okinawan Islands, and realized who I am as Kumiko. And then my partner would share things that he would experience. And actually for the Siekopai, the medicine is so sacred that the elders even tell you not to share your visions, which, me being sort of gringa mixed race, like I love talking. So I'm like, I'm going to tell everybody. But, you know, there's certain things that are so sacred that when you speak it out loud, it actually changes the frequency and the spirits and all of it. It's sort of like, I didn't really believe that until I actually experienced it myself. But there are some things that we can share. And my partner would share with me, you know, basically from his lineage, his grandfather would actually drink the medicine and literally turn into a tiger, literally, like not shape-shifting, not figuratively. And they would do that to defend their territory from attacking invaders and people. And they would also drink the medicine as a means to provide for their community. So they would drink and they would summon the wild boar, and the shaman would summon the fish. So in the morning of the ceremony, all around the community would be hundreds of wild boar, and everyone would get to eat. So the shaman was seen as the president or the leader because he provided the food for all the people. So the people actually relied on the shaman to survive. And also for illness, right? So if someone had some kind of physical illness, cancer, they would go to the shaman and he could identify and he could help through a process of maybe many medicines, because the ayahuasca you can diagnose, but there's so many others for different treatments. And so he was the healer. So he was the renowned person, but also when you look at the shaman or the healer, he's the most humble, and you would never know, because he is like so one with the jungle and one with life, that there's not that sense of ego of I am this or I'm that, which oftentimes in the Western world, to make it, especially if you're using it for, business or making a living, plant medicine, you have to put out your ego to be able to get clients and things like that. So it was just so different being able to have the blessing of learning from this elder. And at one point, me and my part. So anyways, the thing I want to share with my partner is like, I was like, oh my gosh, in his DNA, he has this from his grandparents of being able to turn into tigers. And I don't necessarily have that, but I was able to connect with my lineage. And I think there's certain things that only my partner Jimmy can actually experience. And there's certain things that I can. And one of them that was really profound, which was just last year, there's a time in August when the stars, I think it's with Orion, is aligned directly to their river, that they say the celestial beings descend from the skies and they communicate with the Siekopai. And that's the time when they drink the most plant medicine because of the alignment with the celestial beings. And it's in August for 2 weeks. Sieko actually means multi, and Pai means people. So they're the select people of the multicolored people, but they replicated their name from the celestial beings who descended from the sky, who were multicolored, and they ate multicolored flower essences and multicolored. They didn't even eat regular food. And this was thousands and thousands of years ago when they said they lived under the earth. This was before the Great Flood. And then there was a time when they came from under the earth back up after the Great Flood passed. I mean, so they've been in this territory for many, many, many thousands of years. And basically in one of these ceremonies, when I just accepted, like, because I was like, oh my gosh, I'm like, for the past 10 years, I've been trying to be in a sense like indigenous. Like I was going to their ceremonies, wearing their attire, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm actually Japanese, and to really be like go deeper into my own roots and be proud of that. And in this ceremony, I actually felt like I became a dragon, and it was a rainbow colored dragon. And it rose into the sky, and it was like the time is now for the awakening of humanity and for all the colors to be respected and honored. So it wasn't a white dragon, it wasn't a red, it wasn't a black, it was a multicolored dragon that was bringing a message to humanity of this new Pachacuti, or time-space shift, where all diversities and all peoples of all the races are valued and equal, especially like the red race or the indigenous, who've been beaten for over 500 years, for them to rise again. And it was like also a call, because where we are in the Amazon is the border of all the virgin rainforest to Brazil and all of the extractive industry. It's where the majority of oil extraction happens, that goes to the US and California, and we're on the border. So left is, it's like Avatar, basically, all these bulldozers and fires and flames coming out of extraction of oil. And then the right, where we live, just virgin jungle, no roads, no cars, there's only canoes on the river. So it was also like a message to technology that there's an ancient wisdom that's much more powerful than human beings who are trying to use technology could ever imagine. And it's coming in the energy of a dragon, a rainbow colored dragon. And then it's in the medicine ceremony, it's like, Kumiko, you have in your DNA the memory of the dragon through your dad's lineage in Kumamoto in Japan. And it was like, and Jimmy, he's got the tiger and he's got these other things, but together you're complementary because you have different things. but the medicines show also you who you are and what you can do. And so it was super powerful. And then actually all these things happened since then, where we were praying with Chief Phil Lane and Ejna and Adriana in Mexico at the lighting of the 8th fire. And again, a rainbow dragon came out of the fire. We saw one in the sky. And then I didn't even know, I found out this year that this year happens to be the year of the dragon. And so this energy of the dragon is, like I said, it's a reawakening of the ancient memory that's so much grander, more powerful than perhaps AI or technologies. Not that they're one is better than the other, but the other message is that technology has to unite with the ancient wisdom because they've been fighting each other for so long. What people, I know you guys probably heard the eagle condor prophecy. So the eagle representing the mind and technology, and the condor representing the heart and the south, flying together again, right? So that has happened, the fulfillment of the eagle and the condor. So at this time, instead of this fighting of two opposing opposites, it's about how can the technology and the ancient wisdom actually assist the awakening of humanity in Mother Earth, and how can we assist in bringing back the animals and the plants and the bioregion so that we can live, in harmony. And so that's what this whole vision of the dragon was for me, was that energy of not just North and South America, but now we need to unite East and West. We need to unite Europe and Africa and Asia and all the places on Earth. And so this is why this is such an exciting time. And Bolivians, actually the Aymara in Bolivia, around Lake Titicaca and La Paz, have prophesied that this actual time shift is going to be coming up in 2025. And so there's been a lot of dates, like the Mayans said 2012, and there's different cultures, but I mean, it's basically now, it's this time, this generation we're living in, where this shift is happening. And so for me, these sacred plant medicines, like the coca that I'm eating, or the ayahuasca, or the peyote, or whatever, the mushrooms, whatever the plant medicine is, it's our way of awakening to who we are and our own selves, but it's also a connection with the roots to our territory, which I feel as Westerners or North Americans, sometimes it was for me at least, because like I didn't grow up in my culture and I had to go fly south to meet the Condor people to remember what it is to live from the heart and community. And so I think that a huge part of plant medicine is that component of community and that aspect of rerouting to where you are. It's one thing when you fly to Costa Rica and drink ayahuasca, and then fly to New York and drink it, and you're here, there, and everywhere. But where are you rooted, and where are you on the earth, and how are you having that relationship? So to give an example of that, I was learning quickly with my partner from his grandpa, this elder. And I was like, oh my God, I want to learn faster. Like, I want to learn more about ayahuasca. I want to be able to heal people. And so I was moving fast. And then all of a sudden he said, okay, breathe, stop. Kumiko and Jimmy. So we asked, what can we do? We want to, drink more with you. And he said, stop, breathe. You're going to go and you're going to plant your own ayahuasca. You're going to plant the vine and you're going to plant the leaf, and you're going to wait 2 or 3 years until it's ready to harvest. And then we will continue. And I was like, what? We have to wait 3 years to continue this learning process, and coming from this perspective of wanting to learn quickly, I was like, I have to grow the plants and wait 3 years until I can move forward. And that's what we did. So there was actually an elder who was 112, who was a very, very well-known healer, who just passed away that year. And he gave Jimmy and I the blessing to plant his ayahuasca that he had in his garden. So we went and we cut it and we transported it and we planted it behind our house. And it's been about a year. So we have to wait a couple more years for it to grow. And then Grandpa said, then you're going to cook your own medicine and you're going to learn that way. And that has taught me the greatest lessons of patience and realizing that the connection with planting it and also cooking it is so much more than just ingesting the medicine, right? So that connection from the earth to the preparation to the consumption, that's the price, that's the whole cycle of the life in the community, inviting your nephew, inviting your son, of course we need resources and money, so you bring in food and firewood and things like that, but that element of community is literally what the healing is for me. I mean, I could go to one of these ceremonies and not drink any plant medicine and receive healing from being in a true authentic community. And so my question is, how can we bring that element of community into plant medicine ceremonies in other places and contexts? Because I do feel, my perspective, that plant medicine should be accessible to different groups of people, and that if it helps to heal, that it's a positive thing. But then where's the integration after the ceremony of how are you now going to tend to your own territory where you live? If it's in an apartment, fine, but you still are on a territory, you're still living on a land, you're connected to the clouds. I mean, we literally are clouds, we're water, you're connected to the little tree outside the window that sways by the window. And so these are questions that I'm asking myself for humanity. How can we really move into a place of community on authentic sharing? Not plant medicine that's based on purely on commercialization and business, which I've seen so many times. And people ask me sometimes like, oh, should I go to this ayahuasca ceremony in LA or should I do this? I said, honestly, my opinion is probably 8 out of 10 of those ceremonies are not people who've actually graduated to be able to serve, but they're serving it anyways. And so it's hard to tell, it's hard to tell if you're going to be invited to an ayahuasca ceremony. Are you going to be that one out of the, that 10 opportunities that's the good one, or that, 8 or 9 that's, and so it's hard to tell. And I'm wondering, as it's becoming this global movement, how can we protect each other? Because there's a lot, ayahuasca is not good or bad. It's not either. You can use ayahuasca to harm people. I mean, you can use it to heal people, but it's not that you drink ayahuasca and all of a sudden you're with Pachamama, Mother Earth, and no matter who you are with, you're in positive hands. That's certainly not the case. I mean, people in the Amazon have used ayahuasca for thousands of years to kill people also, when they have an enemy that's trying to kill their children and their wives, they can use ayahuasca and do black magic and they can kill people. So it's not this thing that's just, love, light. No, it's a vehicle, it's a vessel that can be used for great healing and great light. And it's also a vessel that can be used. You're opening this portal where you can go into past, present, and future. That's all present. It's a space where the dimensions and the lines fade. And so it's amazing medicine. And, with like the other plant medicines, even mushrooms, you can go into that space, that spiritual realm, and you can do healing work. You can do great healing work. And so I know a lot of people now are using plant medicines as a curiosity, or also like they just, like me, like they felt disconnected, they felt lost, maybe depression, and they're looking for an answer. And so I think that's an excellent place to be on, that place of discovery. But the question is then, what's next? And so for me, getting guidance from the people who have used the medicine for thousands of years has not failed me. So, if I'm going to eat peyote, it might be worth at some point meeting the Huichol or the Wivarica of Mexico, because that's where it comes from, and even that's a plant in extinction. So they've said, we don't actually want people to eat peyote because it's almost extinct. So then you have the Native American church, and you have the, Dene and the Lakota, and there's people who use it in community and they want to protect it. And that's a whole other conversation, because they are actually okay with it not being accessible, because if everyone could use it, then it could potentially just disappear because it's so hard to grow. So what's the solution? They said, well, Huachuma or San Pedro, which is a cactus that grows in the Andes, is abundant. There's so much Huachuma, and it's same ingredient of mescaline. So as people looking for healing, for instance, in Huachuma, that's a great alternative, right? And so there's all these other plants that are more accessible. Ayahuasca, I mean, if I was going to do it, I wouldn't honestly go into a Facebook group and take advice from somebody who doesn't come from that lineage. Because sometimes I go into the group and there's like all these people, someone asks a question, can you drink ayahuasca if you're pregnant? And then there'll be like 1,000 comments, and 90% of the people don't come from any lineage. And they're like, oh, well, I trained from this guy in Peru, or I did this thing. But for me, it's like, I will go to an indigenous person who comes from thousands of years of that tradition, and I would ask them, and they would say, if you're pregnant within the first 3 months, you should not, actually you should not drink ayahuasca at all, and it's for the protection of the woman and the spirit. And that's what I would go with, so not to say that there's not non-indigenous people that don't have wisdom. There certainly are. But I just feel out in the world, there's a lot of people looking for answers and confusion. And I think at this time also, there's a lot of people who are indigenous who are opening up, who are realizing that in order for us to make it at this time, we really need to unite as one human family and let our traumas and our wounds and all of this that's been happening for over 500 plus years, go. And that's what I feel like this return of the dragon energy is about. It's all the colors, all the people, let's all help each other heal. And so plant medicines are a great way, and I think the conversation moving forward at this time is how can we do it in a good way? How can we do it in a respectful way? And how can we do it in a regenerative way where we're not just taking and consuming, but we're also giving back? So for some people, that can, mean different things in different ways, but that's the question I think is so important. Now that I've received a benefit from the plant, what can I do to give back? And that's that reciprocity for the earth. And so that's a little bit about my experience. Currently we're building a little bit of infrastructure next to our house so we can receive some guests. We're not going to become like a retreat center or something like that, but if there's friends or people that are interested for a specific reason to come heal, then we'll be able to provide that. I had a friend in Sedona who was really sick from an autoimmune disease, and she called me a few times and she's like, Kumiko, I really need to come visit you. I'm really sick. And at the time I was very busy, and I told her, I'm so sorry, I'm so busy, I don't have time. And it was a couple calls, and she's like, I talked to my healer who I had been working with, a Shipibo in Peru, this woman, and she said the only person that can help you is going to be in the northern Ecuadorian Amazon. And she's like, you're the only one I know. So I said, okay. And I said, well, that's where the Sieko Pai live, where I am with my partner. And she said, that's it. That's what the Shipibo woman told me, the person who could help me. And she's like, Kumiko, I'm going to die. Like, I really need to come. I said, okay, well, I'll come. I'll bring you to grandpa's house. I'll leave you there for a month. But I have a lot of things. I'm making a movie, all this. So I'll have to just leave you there. She said, no problem. Fine. When she arrived, she could barely walk. I mean, she looked very, very low life condition. And she did a series of 4 yahe or ayahuasca ceremonies and other plants or supplementary tinctures that are non-hallucinogenic to heal her autoimmune disease. What it was is she couldn't eat because every time she ate food, her body got really inflamed. So her system was attacking itself. And then actually when the ceremony with the elder, when he did the ayahuasca the first time, he diagnosed it. Someone had done like black magic to her, which was coming out as an autoimmune disease. So in the Western medicine, they're like, oh, you have an autoimmune disease. And they couldn't diagnose it. We're like, we don't have a cure. When the shaman drank it, he said, well, someone did quote unquote black magic to you and you didn't even know where it came from. It happened to be the person at the other ayahuasca center in Peru, and they were taking advantage of her for money, and they were basically using her energy to bring clients so they could make money at the retreat center. Oh, like, this is crazy, right? But grandpa, so he did a series of ceremonies, and then I came back a month later and she was like glowing. She could walk. She looked 25 years younger, and she's like, oh my gosh, Kumiko, like thank you so much for bringing me here. And she had no idea. And I was like, oh my gosh, how many other people are going through this or having this experience? And so when people like that are like really needing healing, then we'll take them. But if someone's like, oh, hey, I want to I'm kind of curious, I'm like kind of want to have this like psychedelic experience with ayahuasca, like grandpa will not, he already know, and he's not going to like serve the medicine. So because it's so hard. I mean, when you make it, like you have to go harvest it 8 hours, pounding the vines, mixing the leaves, like you realize it's a lot of work, physically, spiritually, mentally. So if you're going to do a ceremony, you better have a really good reason to do it. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a physical illness. It could be a mental or spiritual or depression. You know, those are all reasons for medicine. But you know, that's one level, right? Because I was mentioning at the beginning of the talk, the Siekopai use the ayahuasca to summon animals so that they can survive and eat, because they don't have a grocery store. You know, they'll go sometimes 2-3 days with no food. They'll eat platanos or yucca from their garden. And they just have to be strong because there's no fish or there's no animals. So they don't eat until, you know, the animals come. And so when the shaman summons the animals, it's like, thank you for giving me life, for being able to be alive one more day on earth. And so for them, that's how serious the plant medicine is. It's also a way of protecting their territory. So there's harmony. The jaguars don't come to their community because they have a spiritual agreement they've made in the spiritual realm that they don't come nearby. So most of the Siekopai children have never seen a jaguar because they're protected. Where if you just go to some random other place in the jungle, it's quite scary because, you know, a jaguar could come out of the jungle, or a serpent, and they could, you know, oftentimes in other communities you'll hear they eat children. You know, you go to a river and a big boa can. So the Siekopai make spiritual agreements with the different animals and entities for protection so that they don't bother the children and things like that. So, you know, these plant medicines, I think the capacity they have is like and phenomenal. And it's sort of like this quote Albert Einstein said. He said something, I don't know the exact number, but he said of the brain capacity of a human being, you know, 100% being full capacity, most human beings were only using, I think it was like 8 to 12% of our capacity. We're only using a fraction of our capacity, right? And plant medicines, maybe you're just using a fraction of what they actually can do for humanity. And I think the indigenous people can help us in a very humble way understand what these other capacities are. And so I know this time it's amazing, like I said, because we're able to get upgrades, and there's an ascension process happening. And you know, plants are our friends. And so that's all I wanted to say at this point. I know there's another 20 minutes for questions. I can also share with you guys the movie. If you're interested, I can actually play it from my screen, unless I think you guys should be able to hear it. It's just a 3-minute teaser trailer, and it's called The Roots Awaken. And that way you can visually see a little bit about what's happening. And this film is going to be coming out this year in 2024. So it's really exciting. If you guys want to watch it, you can go to therootsawaken.com and you can subscribe, and you'll get an email when the movie's ready. And I can put it in the chat so that way you guys can go to the website. And just one second here, let me pull it up. And then if anybody has questions, I would say let's go into the last 15 minutes with some questions. And let's see here. Okay, oh, I'm gonna pull it up. I think I can I share screen, or does the organizer host of this video need to do that?
You're good to go. Anyone can share.
Okay, perfect. Can you guys see this?
Yep.
Okay, let me just do a test to make sure you can hear it. Did you guys hear that? Yeah, you can hear it?
It's a little faint.
That's okay. You guys will get the idea. I'll make it smaller. That way. Okay. Can you see that? All right.
Yes.
Sacred tree with strong roots is a source of life. Below a sable tree, I wonder about my own roots, where the veins in my family tree began to intertwine. as my father is Japanese and my mother is American. And then all of a sudden, I land back in the territory where I was born. According to the Hopi elders, we start deviating into two paths. The first path is for the two-hearted people, driven by materialism, greed, and spiritual poverty, leading to environmental degradation. I'm leaving the desert behind on a one-way ticket south. I'm going to find a place where the people still speak the language of the earth.
Es el tiempo de la oscuridad, el tiempo del origen. Y hay una luz guardada en la oscuridad.
I pray to find the multicolored people of the Amazon rainforest.
Nosotros los Yecopain tenemos un lugar sagrado para nosotros. Y este lugar sagrado es justamente el territorio de Tucuyá.
And then an illness began to spread across the earth. The plant medicines in the Amazon rainforest can heal humanity if we can value and protect them in time. The ancestral land of origin is under attack.
Petroleras. Abarra, tráfico, yo tía ya nejo caico, vine guay monje caraje. Vine yes que en baile palma africana. Dos años, yo cojo mi pico de mi baile pan. Son cuña, años, escotilla ya.
We are not protesters. We are protectors of life. According to the prophecy, this world will end and a new age will begin. Those who hold on to the sacred teachings will make it through the purification.
So that's just a little reel from the film. And I'm happy to share that, the main message is that the Siakopai have this amazing wealth of knowledge of plants that's being threatened by these extractive industries. And they actually have a land that's 8 hours in canoe on the border of Peru and Ecuador that they were forced to leave 80 years ago because there was a border dispute between Peru and Ecuador, and half fled to Peru, half fled to Ecuador, where we are now. But their original territory is, there's Chief Phil coming in. Hi, Lexi Phil. Thank you for joining us. And so the Siakopai, their ancestral land called Pukuya, which is where they found the 7 plants to cure COVID, and the other thousands of plants, is on the border of Peru and Ecuador. They were forced 80 years ago apart. And then they lost they didn't have access to that land, and they made it a national park. And also other tribes invaded, and people from the cities, and sort of there's a small area of people inhabiting that, but they don't realize the wealth of plants. And it's also the origin where the Siakopai said there's a big black lagoon. They came from under that earth before the Great Flood. And they said there's people still living under the earth there. And there's actually mystical creatures. One is called the Mekujujai, which is a huge river snake with the head of a jaguar. It's called Mekojajai, which some people know as Quetzalcoatl. It's a real living creature in their territory that they commune with through plant medicine. And so this plant is so important that for over 50 years, they've been filing legal documents to the government of Ecuador to get the land title for their, their land they've been for thousands of years. And so paperwork after paperwork, went on for so many years. When I arrived there 5 years ago, they were in the middle of it. And, we began to make this movie, and we began to make different causes, and we began to really pray about it. It was in a lot of plant medicine ceremonies that, we're there praying, like, please, how can we get this land back? And I realized as Kumiko that my greatest mission was to be able to help these people to get their land back, because the main message is that territory is life, land is life, worth more than all the treasures of the universe. The price of life and land is incomparable, and so there's no amount of money that could replace the value of this territory and the land for these people. And so with great happiness, I share with you that this past November 29th, they actually got a response, and they had done a court case in their territory. They agreed, and the judges came to Siecopay territory, and they drank some of their plant medicines in the court case. They painted their face. They gave them, the experience of what it means to be indigenous in a community. And that was back in June. And we filmed this, and this is the conclusion of the Roots Awaken. And on November 29th, we got the amazing news that they finally got the land back, their title to their ancestral land of over 150,000 acres. And it was on World News and CNN, things like that. And so this shows, it's a historic victory to humanity that indigenous communities can get their land back. And so this is the beginning of what I see as a land back movement, because they know the plants in their territories, they know the spirits, they know where to find, these different medicines. And so actually this coming February, the government is going to go to their territory, 8 hours in canoe, and publicly apologize to the Siecopay and give them the title, their legal title that can never be sold or removed to the Siecopay. And so this is a very exciting news that there's hope. And like I said, the main message is that territory and land is life, right? So I hope you guys can all see the film, because it's going to show this whole story. And again, it will be coming out this year. So I'll close with that, but I'm going to go ahead and open up to questions, because I know we have about 10 minutes. So if anyone has a question, feel free to raise your hand.
I don't have a question, but I just kind of have a comment. I really appreciate you speaking. And I think you're right. We're at this point in society where we are going to see a land back movement now. And it's about time. And that's really awesome, that they were able to work and get that done. So thanks for sharing that.
Thank you so much. I see Connor and Brian with their hand up.
Yeah, I'll jump in really quick. So I think that it's kind of come up in a lot of different of the talks about how sort of the way forward is for everybody to come together. And the Western mind is unique in some ways. And, I feel like traditions are so important, but also I feel like there's going to be there may have to be some changes in how it's worked with the Western people. And my thought is, as circles start to pop up here, churches start to pop up here, I've had some different ideas, but also concerns. I think it would be incredible to have, Indigenous people who are trained and, lived that medicine life for their whole life to come and be leading those circles. But at the same time, how does that affect their community or their life or their culture when they might be be pulled here either temporarily or, I see a lot that are run here long term. I just don't know what the right answer is to get them involved, but also not accidentally hurt their culture and community because they are such, they're so the foundation of their own communities too. So any thoughts on that would be appreciated.
Yeah, that's an awesome question. That's a really important one. And I think inevitably, whether we like it or not, these circles are going to continue popping up, and that these ceremonies are still going to be held. And it's happening much more fast than I've ever imagined. I was actually at the World Ayahuasca Conference in Spain, and I couldn't believe how many people are using this medicine so quickly. So, whether we like it or not, I think it's already happening. And I think your question is really important. And I think, again, going back to who's really the spiritual authority of these medicines and of ayahuasca and yahe, it's the people of the Amazon. They are the spiritual authority. And they've actually written documents. There's a union of yaheseros from all of the countries of South America that drink yahe. And they've come and written a document about their mandates and what they, sort of like documentation about how to use these medicines. So I would say a good way forward would be to, maybe not bring them physically to these spaces. Perhaps there could be some reunions or gatherings or even online, but for these documents that the Indigenous have created about how to really respect these medicines, that they get out more to all these centers, and that we, from just a human perspective, can respect and honor, them. And, those who don't have that access or that bridge, how can we be advocates and allies? Because there have been, like I said, and I'm happy to share it, this document from all of the different medicine shaman healers of South America that have written this. So if we can get the information out, and I think educate people, because sometimes people have not even had the conversation, or the question you're asking. And I think this is where it starts in these kind of gatherings, online conferences. It's a one-on-one, heart-to-heart educational process where we educate one another. And so I'd be happy to share this information with you, and maybe the circles that you could get the information out. So I would say the short answer is maybe they don't need to physically come to all of these circles because it's not realistic for their communities, but the documentation and even the videos of them stating they are spiritual authority and that this is what they feel needs to happen to be respectful as we bring the medicines to the whole world, to just listen to that information. And I would say that would be, my answer for how we can integrate, and respect those traditions. And there's one more question. I see Brian. You want to go ahead? Yes, thank you.
Hi. Okay, so this is going to be hard to do in 4 minutes, and I just want to. So I want to begin by saying that. I really appreciated a number of things that you brought up, and I'm also glad that I'm sorry, who spoke right before me? Whoever spoke right before me brought up some of the things that I wanted to state. So I think we could have an entire 24-hour webinar about the importance of how we are going to go about both integrating these different cultures and while also preserving the cultures. I think that is a very important question. And to your point about how alarming it is, the rapid growth, I think that we are going to have to contend with the fact that we are going through a period of exponential growth. And so it begs the question of a lot of matters that you addressed. And so I really appreciated what you had to say. The one other thought that had popped into my mind when you were speaking, that I just wanted to sort of reemphasize as being an important subject matter, was the importance of ritual, and the importance of traditions that are passed down through generations. And you spoke to that very beautifully. And that's I think a subject matter in and of itself that extends cross-culturally, and that even beyond the context of plant medicine, that there is deep mystical power of its own when you have traditions that incorporate ceremonial rituals, because in doing so, not only are you participating in the here and now and in a community within the ritual, but it also is expanding into the generations that have sort of built these networks that are then able to be tapped into. And so I'm sorry if there was not really a direct question in there, but I just wanted to throw out some of those thoughts that I had while you were speaking. And thank you for bringing up all of these very important points of discussion. And thank you again.
Thank you so much, Brian. I really appreciate your response and your observation and feedback. And yeah, just to reiterate once again, these indigenous communities and the Sekopai and the Amazon come from deep-rooted tradition, thousands and thousands of years of passing on. And a lot of the protocols around plant medicine is out of the safety and protection of the people because they've experienced so much. And so again, I know a lot of us may not have access to those communities, but the information is out there and the people are out there. And if it's something of interest, I'm sure, you'll be able to manifest or connect with the right person. And there is documentation and there's so much resource out there about these rituals and protocols that you mentioned. And I'd be happy to support anyone. I put my email out in the chat. If anyone has any other questions, they're more than happy. I'm more than happy to, reach out and respond. But again, I think the overall message, just to close up, because I know my time here is ending, is like I mentioned with the rainbow dragon, we're at a time of all the colors and all the people coming together equally, and so it's not just now north and south, it's east, west, north, south, all directions. And the plant medicines are our allies, and they're very sacred. And the indigenous peoples who've been protecting them for thousands of years, they really know how they can help our other brothers and sisters and relatives who are in early stages of exploration or healing. And so even though some of the centers and places are serving medicines such as ayahuasca may not have that direct lineage, if it's something that you feel and you're seeking, the people and the places are out there. And again, I'm going to work on I'm so appreciative of your comment, because I'm going to work on getting the documentation of the spiritual authority of ayahuasca, of the union of all the curandero shamans of South America, so that we can get it in English and we can get this out to the centers in North America. That way that they can all have the information, even though they might not physically be able to come. And I think, there's going to be new traditions and there's going to be new ways, and that's perfectly fine. That's, the process that we're going under as a human family. So I think that that's okay too, because there's new emerging. And like I mentioned, the technology and the ancient wisdom coming together. Now with the internet, we have the ability to talk with people all over the world instantaneously. I can get on a phone with grandpa in the jungle and he can give me information about a question I have. So it's exciting. Like I said, I think we have access to all of the resources and information that we need. And these conferences are really important to have these questions raised and to be able to dialogue. So thank you so much again to the organizers for working so hard to get everyone together. And I think there's some beautiful seeds that were planted in this talk and this gathering. And so infinite gratitude once again to everybody, and have a beautiful day. Thank you so much for giving me the time and space to share with you all. And with that, I would like to close with my deepest gratitude to each one of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kamiko. What a great share. Really, really appreciated that. Very powerful. So our next speaker, I'm not sure if he's here yet, but it's Brother Phil Lane.
I'm here.
Hey, Phil, how are you?
Good to see you.
Yeah, you as well. Thank you so much for joining us, and really always a treat to hear you speak. So
well,
go
if
ahead.
there's any more, by the way, if there's any more questions for my Toja Kamiko, please, I'd be happy to give her my time because it's so important to hear from her, and she's working directly and directly related to and living with this incredible community in Ecuador, the Sucopai, who are very, very. So, if any other questions, please don't hesitate to ask her. If she's gone, well, and we'll continue on.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you, Lexi, Phil, for joining. I'm so happy to see you, and I would love to pass it back to you. And I mentioned to everyone in the talk about the gathering we did in Mexico, the lighting of the 8 fires, such a phenomenal unity gathering of prayer to ignite this time of awakening for humanity. So it goes perfect into your talk now. I gave everybody a little bit of a summary of the event in Mexico in this new time. So I think it's perfect timing that you're joining us right now. And thank you so much, Lexi Phil, for sharing at this time. And
great.
Yeah, it would be great to go on.
Thank you, Toja. Thank you so much, so much, and again, our Thanksgiving to the Sukubai relatives and all those relatives who, those communities that have done all they can to protect and keep this medicine sacred and powerful as it is. So, Mitaki Epi, I'm going to share a little prayer here before we get started. I think that the foundation of utilizing these incredible medicines in a good way is a spiritual foundation. I believe that it's the spirit that really needs to guide our use of these sacred medicines that have been given to us by the Creator. Otin Kashlo Wakantaka, Creator of the universe, most beloved one, all powerful one, most kind one, most compassionate one, ever forgiving one. O Ancient of Days, O Blessed Beauty, we give thanksgiving this day for this beautiful life we've been given, for being alive at this time of history where we can see all the prophecies being fulfilled. We give thanksgiving for all those relatives who have given their lives, have given their energy, have given their energy to bring forth that which heals our human family. We especially give thanksgiving today to all those relatives who've walked that path before us, the other side camp, who are closer than their closest vein. We give respect and honor to all the tribes and nations. The east, from where comes the red sunrise. The south, from where comes new life. The west, from where comes thunder, lightning, and rain. The north, from where comes the white snow, and Father Sky and Mother Earth. We especially ask that we be guided to use these sacred medicines in a good way, without any harm coming to anybody, that will realize and understand how powerful these medicines are. And there's something to be respected and honored in every good way. So, Creator, we thank you again for this beautiful day, this beautiful 24 hours, for all those that have spoken and shared. We give thanksgiving. Halmichante washtelo, shinkmano haimeado, junipasapa meado, halmichante washte. So, Mitaki Epi, I'm not sure here. It looks like we're together on this. This is their Toja. Are you seeing me, or am I just seeing you?
We can see you.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
we
see
can
me?
see you.
Right. You know, first of all, I want to say that I'm so thankful that these discussions are coming up and people are beginning to awaken to these incredible spiritual gifts that have been given to us as a human family. At the same time, I want to really echo the respect that needs to be given to those whose medicines these who are the caretakers of these medicines, who have been with these medicines for thousands and thousands of years. This is so key. And I think that it's really what concerns me about this is these medicines are being utilized by some people without giving recognition to or recompense in a way to those who have taken care of these medicines, who these medicines come from, and who know so much more than those who are just encountering them. And so I think that, like anything, it's so important about who it is that's administering these medicines, who it is. And what I see happening, if you go to communities that are utilizing these sacred medicines, most all of them are communal medicines, meaning the community participates in these medicines. The community facilitates these medicines. The community ensures these medicines are used in a good way. And now, just like in any kind of our ceremonies, and by the way, this happens on any kind of spiritual ceremony, whether it be a sweat lodge over here or whether it be a church, we have individuals who are not mature in terms of spiritually, in terms of how they relate to money, how they relate to their whole sexual dimension, who abuse these medicines. And so I think, number one, if someone is seeking out these medicines, be really sure, be really certain about who it is that's administering these medicines. To be really certain, because they are extremely powerful and they need to be utilized in a good way. So I'd say that's one thing, is to really ensure that whoever is utilizing the medicines just hasn't come down to the Amazon a few times. The next thing they know, they're a shaman. I mean, remember, they've spent entire lives from the time they were young children around these medicines. And that's why I really look forward to, as the internet develops, as we're more in communication with each other, looking back towards these indigenous communities for support and assistance. At the same time, humanity is suffering tremendously. All we have to do is look around and see what's happening in the world. And we can see that somewhere, someplace, we have to begin a movement for peace on Earth. Because as you look around and see all the conflicts deepening around the world, the one place, it's interesting to me, is if you look at Europe, you can certainly see that that's not a place for them to be starting a movement for world peace. And then put that through our Russian relatives over to North and South Korea and Japan. It's not going to happen there. We can see the conflicts there. China and Taiwan, not going to happen there. ASEAN, there's so many different conflicts going on there, different forms of government and so forth. There's not the mycelium, we call it mycelium, of indigenous people spirituality that connects together all those communities. It's been broken. You go to Australia, their people of that nation state voted not to include the indigenous peoples of Australia in their constitution. Now, and we go look at Africa, we can see that all these different colonial nations speaking different colonial languages, and we can see the disunity there, although it's growing. But there's not there's not the same, what I call spiritual mycelium, that we see across the Americas, where really you have thousands of prior tribes speaking many, many hundreds and hundreds of languages. And yet today, you can travel any place across the Americas and feel at home as an indigenous person. You find our ceremonies, the four directions, very similar. You find for instance, over 120 psychoactive medicines they've so far discovered around the world, which are just barely even touching the pharmacology in the Amazon, this incredible pharmacy that's worth far, far, far more than all this extraction that's going on, all this destroying the forest to grow more cattle. It's so much more precious. And you can see that there's this unity. And so I really believe, first of all, that in our second gathering in Palenque we're having in March, where we were able to come together from across the Americas and fulfill the prophecy of the condor and eagle with the union of the condor, hummingbird, quetzal, and eagle, meaning that there's no eagles and condors flying around the Amazon nor Central America. And so when that prophecy was fulfilled back in 1971 on March 21st through May 1972, where the eagle and the condor came together, the prophecy said that the indigenous peoples of the Americas would become united. And so when we began to travel in Central America, of course, first we thought it was going to be the jaguar, the boa, but then it just emerged the quetzal, which of course is Palenque, where we'll be meeting for the second year in March for the Union. It's the quetzal. And then of course the Amazon, after traveling there's so many sacred birds, but it just emerged somehow, the hummingbird. So symbolically, you have this union already occurring across the Americas. And part of this whole healing process that's allowed indigenous people to survive are these sacred medicines. And so out of 220 of these psychoactive medicines, a little over 200 come from the Americas. Over 200 come from the Americas. Now, one I want to mention here, because I think it's so important for what we're facing in terms of fentanyl abuse and overdose, et cetera, of heroin and all these opioids, is ibogaine or iboga. Iboga is a plant medicine we actually came originally from the pygmy relatives there in Southern Africa, and now it's been adopted by other tribes, and now it's become in its synthetic form ibogaine. Now, this is something really one we're just beginning to explore, and it's an incredibly powerful medicine. It's something really, in fact, these medicines, I really believe that you need to have a process by which people are really, how do I say it, given a full medical approval to make sure their heart's in good condition for some of these medicines, because they're very powerful, and that they're psychologically prepared. And if they're not prepared, then prepare them before they have these medicines. They're so powerful. And I know we've spoken about and heard all the incredible, wonderful things, but I also want to be cautious and say these are sacred medicines. They're to be treated that way. The people handling them should act that way. They should themselves be, you can't, I remember hearing an elder say way back in my young days, he says, you can't take anybody any place you're not at. That is, you can't take somebody up to fast unless you've been up to fast and know about fasting. You can't take somebody through a Sundance unless you've been through that Sundance. You can't pierce somebody unless you've been pierced and really know these things well. So I just want to reiterate that process of who is handling these medicines. But ibogaine has the capacity, and it's really being led up here in Canada by one of the elders here. This whole research is being done on this, but there's no question that somebody who is in not every single case, but the majority of cases, somebody can be in really heavy duty opioid use, including fentanyl. And with ibogaine, iboga, that's the original plant, but ibogaine is what's you might say the synthetic dimension of this. They can stop the obsession for the drug for about 6 months. But again, I think that with these medicines, there has to be community, has to be follow-up. Because when people go through these kind of experiences, this can completely disorient their past, change the paradigm in which they've been living in. So along with the utilization of these medicines, there needs to be really good follow-up. There needs to be a way to integrate this into somebody's life and to follow up, not just.
Oh, it looks like
Hey,
you accidentally
muted
muted.
yourself, yeah.
Yep. Just gonna say that. Yep.
There was some background noise and I was attempting to mute that person. I apologize.
You're still muted, by the way. We haven't got you yet.
Hello?
There we go.
Okay. I don't know how that happened, but there's medicines there that take at least a week just to orient yourself back to who you are and to integrate. So I think that along with these medicines, that there needs to be tremendous follow-up. That you just somebody just taking the medicine, having this experience, oh, everything's one with everything. There has to be a really good follow-up, really supportive follow-up, so that somebody's not just left having taken this medicine, these different various medicines, and then all of a sudden is left in the same world they kind of were in before without somebody to help them to mediate their experience and to help them integrate that into their lives. So, but ibogaine is another one that's just now being understood. But again, it takes tremendous supervision. They're doing this work down in Mexico, which I've been studying and looking at, and it's a powerful medicine, and it can address these kinds of issues. But you have to be able to follow it up. Now, another issue I think that we really need to consider deeply, and that's the whole issue of the Native American Church and peyote, meaning that this is a medicine that was specifically by Congress given to Indigenous people. I know the elders, they're gone on the other side camp now, that work so hard to have the US Congress recognize the right for Indigenous people to utilize this medicine. And I think that this medicine needs to truly be referenced and be utilized according to the Indigenous people's guidance, those that really know this medicine. And I feel that without consultation, prior informed consent of those relatives who have worked for and abided by the whole the allowance of the Native American Church to operate in its fullness, that we need to really respect these relatives. I understand where people are wanting to utilize these medicines, but taking something that already has been given legal status, like peyote, it needs to be guided by those communities, by those peoples who know this medicine, who work with this medicine. And I just really question, without their consent, taking this medicine, taking it and making it into something artificial, what they've done up here in Canada, and then utilizing it without their supervision, without their full and complete consent, because of the fact that this is something that's very, very special and, in a way, different, because of the whole legislative process that's gone on with it, and the fact that it's been utilized here by our relatives in of course, spread up into Canada now, plus Canada, the United States, and of course began with our relatives down in Mexico, and with Chol relatives. So those are some of the I guess I would share. On one hand, we have these tremendously powerful medicines. On the other hand, how are they going to be utilized? Who's going to be utilizing them? And how are we going to follow up? How are we going to ensure that those relatives who go through these kinds of experiences, life transforming experiences, are able to take and integrate that experience into their own lives. So those are some of the questions that I wanted to share and bring up in this discussion, so that we ensure that everyone that comes forward and feels within their own heart that this is something can help and assist, does so in a manner that we know there's safety, there's follow-up, and there's respect to those from whence the medicine came. And in fact, not only that, I think that especially with those medicines that have come from our communities down in the Amazon, that there should be a recompense coming back to support and help these communities, not just to take their medicine and use it, without finding ways to support these communities that are in great need of support, great need of protection. Now, I want to touch on another development I think is so important, because I do believe that science and spirituality are one. I think that science without spirituality becomes a Frankenstein. At the same time, spirituality without reason becomes fanaticism. So science and spirituality are beginning to come together, and because they've been the two most potent forces in humanity's history. But now they're beginning to see really the oneness of these many things that our elders have told us about the universe, about how the universe is formed. They're just discovering now scientifically. I mean, I can remember elders talking about things that are now just being discovered. For instance, about the fact that every fixed star has its fixed planets in which there's life beyond our computation. So there is life in this universe. To think there's not life in this universe is not, it just doesn't fit to what we know about now this universe and what the elders have told us about this universe. So I want to speak about what's called a heart medicine protocol, or clairgenics. And this is where we're at now, of being able to, again, this needs to be cared for and respected and honored just like any other medicine. But there is now developments going on. In this particular medicine, for myself, I found it over the last 3 years to be very, very helpful. Again, I think that it's not something that we have to take all the time. I think that any medicine, you take it until you're well. And the whole point is to bring our bodies and our physical beings into balance, into happiness and joy, and not to become dependent on any medicine. But clairgenics is a mixture of, and I think my sister Ejna probably spoke to clairgenics in terms of a very gentle experience, 3.5 hours long. Our elders up here, for instance, after the discovery of all these children who have been buried in unmarked graves up the Shuswap territory, we went up and shared this medicine there. And the Grand Chief there said, with this medicine, we're able to heal 10 years of trauma in 3.5 hours, which is true. Again, though, we were sharing this within our elders in a very good way, but also we go through a tremendous screening process to ensure that how are people's physical being doing? How are they doing? What kind of medicines are they taking? Does these medicines contradict these medicines? These are things, by the way, I think it has to be done with every medicine we take. And we have to really understand and fully know, for instance, are people taking other kind of medicines? Do these contradict these medicines? But with this combination of actually 4 indigenous plant medicines, sassafras, potato, marigold, and a tiny bit, I'm talking about a tiny microdose of psilocybin or mushrooms, which, by the way, again, I know my son Ruben was on earlier, and I really trust the peoples who originally had these mushroom medicines, like the Coast Salish people. They know these medicines, and so I really, if I myself needed to turn to somebody to get that kind of help, I would turn to somebody like Toshka Rubin or others that really know these medicines from their own cultures or have learned really well of these cultures. But I wanted to say that these medicines, like clairgenics, and we're going to see more of this happen. It's like creating a alloy. If you take two different metals that have different tensile strength, the tensile strength is how much it takes to pull a metal apart. So let's say one has a tensile strength of 10, the other has a tensile strength of 15. Well, you'd think if you combine them 15 plus 10, you'd end up with a tensile strength of 12.5, but instead you end up with 100. The whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So what's happening is that as science advances and they're understanding more about our physiology, about how our systems work, they're able to take and combine these different plant medicines into new medicines that are specifically for certain ailments. Now, I'm not saying, by the way, that this should just be done, and that's why I really disagree with this when they're taking a medicine like peyote and doing this with that, especially when it's under federal legislation to Indigenous peoples, and it should be monitored by them. So that's a different exception. But also clairgenics is something that is really been helping a lot of people, especially because it's so gentle. It's so very gentle. It doesn't raise the heartbeat very much. It doesn't impact the physiological system, so that elders who are in their 80s can take this without issue. And I think that for a lot of elders in their 70s and 80s, staying up all night long is pretty tough on your body. So we've got to find ways to help these elders in a gentle, good way to impact what they're doing. So I'm going to at this point just leave it for questions, if I might. I'm going to say that I really, really want to just give my really thanksgiving that you're bringing this out, that you're allowing that you're bringing this out so it can be discussed, and that you're bringing together people to look at these medicines and ensure that these medicines that are so powerful, that have such incredible potential to help change our understanding of who we are as human beings, especially in the spiritual dimension, are utilized with tremendous care, tremendous follow-up, good follow-up, and the people themselves administering these medicines really, really themselves are in a good healed position, so that they're not in any way, shape, or form abusing anybody who's taking these medicines. So please, any questions you may have. And by the way, what's happened was when I came on and tried to get on my regular computer, for some reason it wouldn't connect. So I'm on my wife's iPad here. So I'm not too used to it. It looks like I'm looking to one side, but I'm trying to look into the camera. So anyway, please, any questions, comments, thoughts people may have?
I have probably like 400 or 500 comments or thoughts. So I won't even attempt to what I want to say is I am so very glad that I was able to hear you speak. I think that the subject matters that you spoke to are incredibly important, and myself specifically, I'm very involved and interested in the Western development of reintegrating, or perhaps integrating for the first time, psychedelics in an appropriate manner. And you brought up so many extremely important points that we will need to continue to discuss as we attempt to do this. I think maybe one comment that I wanted to just add on to what you said, because you said everything so beautifully yourself. But one word specifically that you kept bringing up was the word integration. And my introduction to psychedelics was initially through the literature from the work done in the 60s. And so as you were speaking, I was thinking about the difficulty that it will be in navigating sort of a Western development and integrating these various traditions, and the damage that occurred when Timothy Leary came out and said, turn on, tune in, drop out. And when I first read that, one of the things that I felt should have been his fourth statement in that was integrate. And so I'm sorry that there's not really a question in there, but I just wanted to emphasize how valid of a point it is that you and how important it is that you brought up the importance of integration, because it's a vital component. And so thank you very much for everything that you said.
Thank you. In fact, I can look back to 1963. I had left high school in 1962, just turned 17. Just turned 18 after I graduated from high school. Another friend and I worked all summer, as we did every summer since I was 12 there in Walla Walla. And we hitchhiked from Walla Walla, New York City, and then caught a freighter without cost over to Europe. And anyway, we traveled around there for a year and came back, and I then went up to attend the University of Washington. And my good friend, my good buddy, now I had never had anything, of course, in those days, I certainly, when going to Europe, imbibed alcohol, which to me is something that it really, if you really understand what it does to a human being, I don't care if you just have a few drinks, it's not good for us. That's a fact. But I remember he came over to where I was living. I was married at the time. He said, Phil, he said, I found this incredible medicine. It changes your life and does all these things. I know I'd never taken anything. And what he had was some of Timothy Leary's most potent, what they call, what was it called? Something like
Orange Sunshine?
Window pane. It was a little piece of paper.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking about, this is 1963 now. This is the pure thing. And I remember he was telling me, I had no idea. I had never taken anything like this. This is why I'm saying I know from experience. And so he said, you've got to take this, it's going to change your life. Well, I remember I took that, and the next thing I knew, the next thing I remember I said to him, I said, are we supposed to know all this? But I'll tell you, I didn't have integration. I didn't have follow-up. And it really took me on a journey for years to finally find a spiritual, I'd say a spiritual path that helped regulate this. So I can say what it was like in those days, because it was not something that was followed up. It wasn't something, and it left a lot of people pretty screwed up. All kinds of things happen. So that's why I'm talking about why integration is so important. And yes. Yeah. Any other questions, thoughts? Anybody?
Shalisa has raised her hand for some time. So
please,
could you please make your comment or question?
Yeah, thank you. I have two quick questions, and I'll try to be short. The first one is, you mentioned the prophecy of the eagle and condor, and I've heard of this. I'm not familiar with all that it entails, but do you you referenced like the Americas and the people of the indigenous tribes coming together. Do you see like a world or a broader community where it's the indigenous people of the Amazons, the First Nations of the Americas or Canada, or even some of these other places like Australia that have tribes there? Do you see them coming together and working with these sacred plant medicines together? Because I've talked to a few, and there seems to be some resistance about using ayahuasca or vice versa. And so I'm just curious your thoughts on that. I'll answer, or I'll ask the second question afterwards, if there's time.
Well, there are different perspectives about these medicines. There's some, for instance, even if we look at the United States and Canada, where you have our Sundance community and you have our Native American church community. There's some relatives in the Sundance communities that feel like the Sundance is for them. That's what they need. They don't want to mix with the Native American church community. There's some other way that see the value of the Native American church medicines as well as the Sundance as well. I mean, for instance, I think Elder Leonard Crodog, who since passed on, was somebody who saw the value of both the Native American church, that medicine, as well as Sundance. So there are different perspectives across the Americas about utilizing these medicines. There's those that feel that these medicines should only be utilized by the people who are the caretakers of these medicines, and feel very strongly about that. I think these are things that have to be looked at. But by and large, what I see happening is as prophesied. These prophecies across the Americas, from the tip of Tierra del Fuego down to the tip of Tierra del Fuego to the Arctic, that you find across the Americas this incredible unity unfolding as prophesied. Because that prophecy of reading the condor and eagle said that there would come a time when the condor and the eagle would meet. And by the way, this prophecy is only specific to those relatives at Tiwanaku in Bolivia, Peru. And they're the only ones that had this. And in fact, until 1972, 71, 72, this prophecy was unknown to the North. And it was carried back to the North, just like the prophecy of Black Elk, Hakasapa, in which he pictures this hoop of many hoops, this future we're coming to as a human family, was not known there. Now these prophecies are getting known many places. I mean, I hear people speaking about this prophecy of the condor and eagle. But now, we're only understanding part of it, because what the prophecy said was that once that happened, that this would lead to the coming together of indigenous people across the Americas, which has happened, literally, physically, happened Palenque, March 17th to the 22nd of March, 2023. That's when the union of the condor, the hummingbird, the Amazon, the quetzal, Central America, and the eagle, the North, came together for the purpose of really the goal being the unification of our human family. Now, I believe, without question, we're one human family. The fact is 99.9% of us is exactly the same. That's a fact. Secondary genetic issues are things like what color your eyes are, what color my eyes are, what color my skin is, what color your skin is, how my ears are formed, etc. These are minor things. But the reason why we can marry people from any place on Mother Earth and still have children and still is because we're so similar as human beings. But I think the process is one. If you took about 40 learning processes and broke them down, you find 3 interrelated processes. And I think this is what we're going through now. One is differentiation, meaning we have to understand who we are, not only individually, but in our family and in our collective group. So there's a differentiation dimension. Then the integration. For instance, that's why I really support women's groups, women coming together and really it's just like men's group coming together. But then also there's a time that indigenous women from a particular tribe who speak a particular language, they want to come together. I can see that. I understand that because they're trying to differentiate. Then comes the stage of integration. And then comes generalization. Generalization means we're going to come to a place where I see you as a human being. I'm not going to see you sitting before me with blue eyes and glasses. I'm going to see before me a sacred soul, a sovereignty, ancient and perishable and everlasting. That's who we truly are, as sacred spiritual beings. And that's why I believe these medicines help bring us to that spiritual understanding. That's what's so important. And that's so important why anything with spiritual dimensions has to be protected. I don't care whether it's not using these medicines, but going to a ceremony, we have to do this in a way where people are really respected and honored. So that part of ourselves, that sacred part of ourselves, the spiritual dimension of who we are as human beings, which, by the way, is that part of us that lasts. In this physical earth suit we have, I can tell you, at my 80th year here, like Crowfoot said, he said, life's like the breath of a buffalo on a cold day, or a firefly on a warm summer night, or the shadows vanishing before the setting sun. And I can see this other elder here with me is saying the same thing. It goes so quickly. And so it's so important to really cherish every single moment we have in life, to really understand our purpose here and what a purpose is. And let me just pause here because I think it's important to bring this up. You know, just like the baby in the mother's womb's purpose is to grow our physical arms and legs and eyes and ears. That's the purpose in the womb. We certainly don't need to take walks in the womb. We certainly don't want to express ourselves. Maybe we do a few isometrics before we come out of the womb, getting ourselves strong. You know, we kick and so forth and so on. But what are we doing in the earth suit? I mean, in the womb, we're developing our earth suit. We're getting prepared for this physical world of time and space. And then we're born in this world. And here I am in my new earth suit. I leave behind my womb suit, which, by the way, in our indigenous tribes and nations, this part of us was really honored. Ceremonies were done. It wasn't just thrown in a garbage can. Of course, now they're understanding with stem cell how precious, umbilical cords and all those things are. We also, maybe we didn't understand that part, but we did know to respect that. So what's our purpose here? What's my purpose here? It's certainly, I can tell you one thing, it's not to build a more powerful and great earth suit, because I don't care who you are. Your old earth suit gets old and wears out. That's a fact. Let's hopefully that with all the medicines they're coming up with, our earth suit will last longer and we can be happier without living in a lot of arthritic pain, et cetera, that happens when you get older. But I think that we're coming to this place, and these medicines are helping, that we are spiritual beings, that we are beings far beyond what we understand, and that this world we live in, this physical world of time and space, what we see and what's seen in the world and what's unseen are two different things. And if we can think and compare the womb world to this physical world of time and space, and just think about what these new telescopes are finding. They're finding galaxies out there with 1 trillion stars, 1 trillion stars. I mean, it's beyond our even imagination how great this universe is. Now, you compare this universe we see here to the one when we're inside the womb, there's no comparison. Here's that little tiny womb world, and here's this big world. But the spiritual worlds beyond this physical world of time and space are just as great in comparison as this world is to our womb world in the mother's womb. So we are on this just awakening to this incredible spiritual beings that we are. And yet here we are, these great spiritual beings. Some, you see what's going on in Europe, both Christians killing each other. This to me is what we've got to transcend. And if these medicines can help us do that, all the more to it. But I would say in terms of these prophecies, the prophecies are becoming fulfilled. And the prophecies involve everybody, the entire human family. because we're realizing that with the way things are, what happens in one part of the world immediately affects us in this part of the world. Everything's interrelated. I think that's one of the things that comes from these experiences with these medicines, is we realize how everything's interconnected intimately. And what we do, what I say and do here affects somebody over here. And I think that consciousness is what's emerging in our human family. We're seeing truly that the hurt of one is the hurt of all, that the honor of one, the healing of one is the honor and healing of all. And that's so important to know. But it's also important to realize that we're at a place where really at the bottom line, people need love. They need love and compassion. They need for somebody to look just like I'm looking at you're sitting here. We haven't a chance to meet, but my grandmother Ella Deloria said, we must not rest until we make everybody we know a brother, sister, mother, father, aunt, uncle, niece, nephew, then we'll know exactly how to treat them. That's why she said the most powerful force in our Dakota culture teaching is to be a good relative. So we have to begin looking at each other as a human family, truly, and embracing each other as a human family, realizing that every single human being loves your children as we do, unless there's some kind of psychological damage that's been done or something that's happened. But by and large, we feel the same pain as the other human being feels. We love our families like they do. It's just part of us. And so if these medicines can help us understand that more and help us to embrace the fact that each one of us, every one of us, is a sovereignty, ancient and perishable and everlasting. All of us, not just one of us. And that's why I believe we're leaving behind the pyramid shape, the pyramid form of leadership to a circle, because it has to be a circle. We all have to consult, and especially that dimension of ourselves that people are calling the divine feminine. That divine feminine exists in men too. It's just that we are very, very immature that way. And if we look at the world today, look where that masculine qualities have brought us to almost complete destruction. So this whole idea also of the divine feminine, of developing those qualities within ourselves, not only as women, but as men too, to be soft and gentle, because all those spiritual qualities, they're infinite. And this is another thing these medicines can help us do, is to understand that part of ourselves, that unseen, unknown part of ourselves. So I went probably beyond your question there about, but that's what's happening. This unity is occurring. And I personally believe that we're on the verge of getting ready to announce this global peace movement that's going to emerge out of Indigenous communities here in the Americas. Because I think it's the only place I can see in any place in the world where the mycelium, I'm using that term, spiritual cultural mycelium, is so in harmony across the Americas among Indigenous peoples because of the shared colonial history. But also I believe I believe there's been a purpose for the last 500 years, the entire history, in fact. I believe there's been a purpose behind this, a higher purpose. We don't understand yet. We're beginning to understand it. Because, for instance, without the technology we have today, which part of our human family has developed, this capacity, which I heard from elders back in 1975, these two Cree elders came, Eddie Belrose and Abe Bernstick. They told us many prophecies, and they told us exactly what this would be. Someday, they said, you will be able to see another human being from the other side of Mother Earth looking at you, and you'll look at them and talk to them. They went and described in depth the internet. We couldn't figure it out. Then I went to the University of Lethbridge, where I taught for some years, and all of a sudden I saw this mainframe. I said, that's what they're talking about. And so we began to utilize these tools. So I think we're at a time of tremendous transformation and change. I think that we have to leave behind all our preconceived ideas and realize that we have to open our hearts and minds in a good way to all the good things that are coming to us, that are being given to us, including these sacred medicines. But again, use them, make sure the person administering them is really got themselves in order, themselves are healthy and healed, that there's good follow-up, and that you really inform people about what it is they're going to experience, and you really know where the person's at. So you make sure they have no heart issues, they are not taking any medicines that could contradict the medicines they're going to be taking, and these kind of things. So I hope that gives some response to that question.
So much and more. Thank you so much.
Great. Any other questions, comments, thoughts?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Sure.
Okay. This is Astaria, Tondra Astaria. I just wanted to say
Hi,
thank
Astoria.
you.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm in Florida right now caring for my grandma. She's 92, so I don't have the best reception. That's why I'm not on the video. But yeah, doing some ancestral work here, and yeah, I actually found a book that this is just a personal share to you from me, but I found a book. My grandfather, who's passed, and he did extensive research about my ancestry, our family ancestry, and you know, when we were down in Palenque, you asked me, you know, what my roots were and where I was from, and I couldn't answer that question.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, it's emotional for me, but yeah, I found this book, and I traced our lineage back to the Black Forest, and
beautiful.
yeah. And then at the end of the book, there was just all these notes and everything. A picture of me actually fell out of the book, and so it felt like a message from him, kind of acknowledging me. There were no other photos of anybody in there, but then a photo of me fell out at the end. So I was like, whoa, this is really powerful. And yeah, and I thought of you. So
oh yeah,
yeah,
well,
just sharing that.
Yes. So beautiful.
Thank you.
So beautiful. It's so, and that's why I really, Toja, I asked that question, not one to in any way make you have somehow less than, but I knew that back in there, that's as part of you from the Black Forest, and just think of all the sacred things that came from the Black Forest. Every one of us are indigenous people of this Mother Earth. And it's good to connect to where our ancestors were. And then from there to also connect with other relatives who are also one human family. So happy to hear that. And thank you so much for caring for your elder. That is really something that not a lot of young people really are doing anymore. And maybe that's the fault of ourselves, the older people. Maybe we haven't really cultivated that kind of understanding about how important it is to care for your elders. But thank you so much, so much. I wish that our younger people had that feeling, or we had as older generations. Because I have to say, we have to take responsibility for older generations. I really don't go along with all this criticism of the younger generations, because it was in our hands, my generation's hands, to address a lot of these issues that have just become bigger and bigger and bigger because we didn't address them. So I don't think that older generations have a right to criticize the younger generations unless we ourselves have, in fact, done everything we can to create a better future for those that have come along in our path after us.
Thank you, Chief Phil.
Thank you so much, Tosha.
May I ask a brief question?
Sure.
There's several questions in the chat about sexual abuse in childhood being at the root of most drug addiction, seeing so much sexual abuse in the Native community, needing to break the stigma on sexual abuse in our society in general, but on being, as far as being a survivor, but asking about your message to men on this subject. And because you mentioned that elders should hold themselves accountable, sometimes I feel like we give up as we get older, and we don't like feel like we have to take responsibility. And for me, it's a testament to your youthful energy that you still hold yourself accountable and your peers. And I love the fact that you're open to learning. You just always seem very youthful to me. So thank you for sharing.
Well, thank you. And in this area of sexual abuse, it's very important to address. I was sexually abused when I was 12 by this older boy who kind of abused me throughout my life. But my mom and dad were born. I was actually born in an Indian boarding school, Haskell Indian School, where my mom and dad met and went to school. And this issue is one that has to be fully addressed, because it's happening not just in Indigenous communities, but we can see incest, sexual abuse, and then it continues. It continues on, and it's one of the dimensions of this is this power, this power to recreate life is so sacred, and so it's so been so commercialized. It's been utilized to sell things, because it's appealing to this dimension of ourselves that we have. It's a very sacred part of ourselves, but it's being abused. And I think that it needs to be brought out, especially I'm meeting, there's been a lot of men who've been through sexual abuse. And yet it's something that's so difficult to discuss and bring up and talk about. So it's important that we address these issues, because as long as this sexual abuse is going on, and it's becoming, I think, from what I can see, either it's becoming more and more out in the open, or it's increasing. Or people just have no idea of the sacredness of this power we have, and how it can be something that really enhance and bring something of great beauty between two people, or it's something that can be the cause of tremendous hurt and pain and suicide, you name it, can come from this whole thing. But I am finding also that this is an area in which these medicines can really be of help. If again, those practitioners who are utilizing these medicines have themselves, they're healed in this area. Because what can happen is, naturally, if somebody's been hurt in this area, especially when it happens at a younger age by somebody who's directly related in some way to the person being abused, especially, they say that probably one of the greatest hurts that could happen to a woman is under puberty, to be abused by somebody who's related to her own family. That this is something that has tremendous impact, and it's something that needs to be stopped. And we've got to especially make sure that it doesn't happen in our own healing communities, whatever they are, whether they're using medicines or not using medicines. Any kind of healing needs to be done by people who are not in any way going to abuse those who they're healing, are responsible for bringing back to health.
Thank you.
Please. I hope that answered your question on that issue.
Well, it's a little after 10, and I want to say I think you have brought this 24 hours to a suitable closing, Phil. Yeah, thank you. I wrote it.
Thank you.
But thank you. I want to say it to you also. Thank you for your inspiring words.
Well, thank you, and good to see another elder.
We're the same age.
It's so funny. It's so funny. Our old earth suits get old like this, but inside, for me, now this is just my perspective on things. I'll finish it out with this. I used to love athletics, and if you're running a 400-meter race, or my day it was called 400 yards, not 400 meters, we're going meters. But when you're running that 400 meters, or you're playing a basketball game with 4 quarters, what has to be your strongest quarter, or your strongest 100 meters? It's got to be that fourth quarter. It's got to be that last 100 meters. That's when you really got to get down and dig down and go for it. And that's how I feel about getting older. We need to be our strongest. Maybe not physically, but we certainly know enough now about physiological dimensions of ourselves to keep ourselves as healthy as possible, so we can truly be inspirational and utilize, many times it's from our mistakes our wisdom for those who look to elders for guidance to give good wisdom. So it's good to see another elder here. Thank you. So
thank you. I hope we meet someday soon.
Absolutely. Well, either this side camp or the other one will meet for sure.
Leo, do you want to have?
Yeah, sorry, I had to grab the other mic. So there were lots of like questions and comments, but we are at hour, and I think what Astaria and I have said in organizing this is that it really feels like there needs to be a round two of Indigenous voices in the movement, and we just gained so much from this this event. So I just want to thank everyone. Phil Lane, did you have anything else you want to share as like a parting as we close?
No, just to give Thanksgiving for those that came and those who have contributed and shared. I'm sure it's been an incredible 24 hours, and just again to really walk the spiritual path with practical feet. Walk the spiritual path with practical feet. You know, it's a beautiful path, but we've got to walk it with practical feet.
I was also I wanted to say we could not have had a better closing talk. Your words have been so powerful and beautiful. And I was just curious if you have any way of contact, if you're on any platforms in which individuals can communicate with you, because yeah, I would love to know if that's the case.
Sure. Of course, I'm on Facebook, so anybody's welcome to reach me on Facebook. You can reach me by Messenger. That's kind of, I've learned to use Messenger, a lot. I'm just learning about WhatsApp. I'm trying to learn all these things. I'm learning about WhatsApp, so I'm in different chat groups in WhatsApp. If somebody wants to send an email to me, my email is simply Phil Lane Jr., PhilLaneJr @gmail.com, Phil Lane Jr. @gmail.com. Or you can actually call me directly at Messenger. I'm not saying, by the way, that I'm there all the time, but I always try to get back to people or send back a note if I can, because I think this is important. But there's also quite a number of various gatherings we're having. We're having a big convergence here in a couple of weeks. So I'll be happy to share that. Where we're really talking about the emergence of this whole new global civilization, which I truly believe we're right at the verge of it happening. I think that on one hand, we can see on one hand, I hear the death cries of the old world order collapsing, the death cries of it. And you got to be real careful when an animal's dying, because it's very dangerous. On the other hand, I hear the birth sounds of the new being born. So we're in this incredible time where the old is dying and the new is being born. And for us to be able to enter this new space, I think we have to let go of titles. We have to let go of all these preconceived ideas until we truly realize that each and every one of us is a sacred human being, number one. Yes, in the outer world of time and space and names, the world of names, yes, we've gained various things in this physical world of time and space. So if somebody's become a doctor, or somebody might be a hereditary chief, whatever it is, I respect that. At the same time, we have to come to this place where we truly understand that every one of us is a sovereignty, ancient, and perishable, everlasting. And every one of us is a wonderful, good human being. And that is what our destiny is, and that's who we really are. So I just say that much.
Thank you so much, Phil Lane Jr. And I put a lot of your info in the chat. So the positive feedback is overwhelming. I can feel people's appreciation and gratitude to you. So I'm going to end with a prayer, but it's a prayer. I don't know if you can see. I'm going to hold up a book that you can see. It's a book that I've been writing now for about 10 years. And it's a sci-fi book based on Native American culture. So it has Native American role models and everything in a magical world where anything is possible. And so it's a total sci-fi thriller, but there's this is my prayer for humanity, is getting this sci-fi Native American thriller out there and changing maybe some of the images we have of who's cool and who's daring and who's magical, right? So here's my the quote that I'm sharing as my prayer. Cornelius asks Portia a question about this product she just carried in that she's been secretive about. And she answers, she's quite saucy. Well, one product is ayahuasca, the pure stuff, the good stuff, produced as it should be, pretty much the best shit you can get, because it is prepared with the best human magic prayer offerings has to offer from the purest hearted people. Like any good medicine, it depends on what goes into the land to grow it, who cuts it, what's in their heart on the day they swing the blade. If it is a good day for reaping, if the hour is the correct hour, has the man not laid with his wife the night before? Are his hands clean? Has he prayed and purified himself before cutting? Were the prayers and fasting enough? Was the dancing, the ceremony to create the brew, the women's sweat, was it sweet and pure? Did the children stay up late laughing? Did they go easily to bed on the night it was finished? This is the stuff you drink when you take medicine like this. Every second of the plant's existence, from pre-dawn to before it even remembered itself, to before the ground was conceived, to even before that, to the dawn of time, when soil and plants first came into existence as only a concept in the fertile playground of the universe's imagination. Thank you. Thank you for a great event.
Thank you.
Peace,
Thanks,
everyone.
I just want to mention that a hawk just flew over my head. So thank you.
Thank you, Astaria.
Thank you.
Okay, goodbye, everybody.
Bye, love you.